Chapter 3301. Senior Xiao. Seeing Xiao Hua enter the room, Fu Jiwen immediately stood up. Previously, he still doubted Xiao Hua's cultivation. Even now, he still couldn't figure out Xiao Hua's cultivation. However, from Murong Songyan's attitude towards Xiao Hua and old monster Ji Feng's attitude towards Xiao Hua, Fu Jiwen knew that Xiao Hua was definitely not a low-level cultivator with only primeval stones. How could he dare to neglect him? He hurriedly bowed and said, "Junior really had eyes but failed to see, young Master Fu. You are treating me as an outsider. Calling me fellow Taoist Xiao, I am very happy." Xiao Hua was obviously a little unhappy and hurriedly pulled Fu Jiwen up. He, all right. Fu Jiwen was also not a stickler for formalities. Seeing Xiao Hua stop him, he also stood up and said with a smile, "Then I will congratulate fellow Taoist Xiao for obtaining the Pegasus. In the future, no matter how big the hidden immortal continent is, it will all be under your feet." "Same to you, same to you." Xiao Hua also said happily, "Actually, I also didn't expect to gain so much. This Pegasus is definitely a pleasant surprise." Speaking up to hear, Xiao Hua said mysteriously in a low voice, "Young Master Fu, can you guess what I was planning to do when I first came to this auction?" "This?" Fu Jiwen thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Perhaps it was a pill. Or a cultivation technique. Either way, it should be related to the Tao sect, right?" "Ha ha ha, young Master Fu is very wrong." Xiao Hua laughed and said, "I first came to use primeval stones to exchange for some gold and silver and then get a map of the hidden immortal continent." "Ah." Fu Jiwen was of course also shocked. Soon after, he said with a bitter smile, "Fellow Taoist Zhao's idea is really out of my expectations. Forget it, let's not talk about anything else." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "To be able to meet someone like young Master Fu is much harder than this Pegasus. The so-called 3 lifetimes of luck is exactly like this. I am the same." Fu Jiwen looked at Xiao Hua's unusually young face and the sincere gaze in his eyes and said with the same sincerity, "If not, don't say that." Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand again and took out a few spirit fruits from the space and said, "Let's use these fruits to stuff your mouth." "Ha ha ha." Fu Jiwen laughed heartily. He hadn't felt this happy for a long time. Xiao Hua stood still in the room and raised his eyes to look out the window. The auction had already ended. Yu Linfeng was standing in mid-air giving a speech, which could be considered as sending off the people who had come to participate in the auction. There was no movement from the other windows on the 3rd floor. They must have already left their rooms. Xiao Yi, who was serving him, had not yet come over. Clearly, Zhai Xinglu had not yet evaluated the spiritual herbs in his storage bag. He still had to wait for a while. What does old monster Ji Feng mean? At this moment, Xiao Hua frowned. He did not understand why old monster Ji Feng blocked him. From the looks of it, he wanted to trade the Pegasus with him. This was obviously impossible. But other than the heavenly horse, Xiao Hua couldn't see anything else about him that could attract old monster Ji Feng's attention. Right at this moment, Xiao Yi's voice resounded from outside. "Senior, a senior has come to visit. May I know if senior can invite this senior in?" "He, please come in." Xiao Hua hurriedly replied and walked to the door. Sure enough, with a flash of light, old monster Ji Feng did not hide his figure and walked into the room. Seeing that there was actually a Confucian scholar in Xiao Hua's room, old monster Ji Feng was clearly stunned. However, he only took a glance and did not care. Instead, he directly cupped his hands and said, "Fellow immortal Xiao, this old man greets you." Xiao Hua looked at old monster Ji Feng, who was several heads shorter than him. That slightly loose robe covered his body, and the hands and feet that were exposed outside of the robe were thin and small. They were basically mouse claws that did not change much. On the head that was wearing an official's hat, there was a small nose and a small mouth, and slightly trembling ears. He looked exactly like a human mouse, which was extremely strange. However, Xiaohua's gaze did not dare to linger on these places for long. He only swept a glance and raised his hand to return the greeting. He said with a smile, "This Xiao greets you. But I wonder why fellow immortal Zhifeng is looking for this Xiao so urgently." Old monster Zhifeng shook the two long whiskers beside his sharp mouth and waved his hand. He said, "Fellow immortal Zhifeng. Hee, why does it sound so awkward? Fellow immortal Xiao, you should just call this old man old monster Zhifeng. What fellow immortal or fellow immortal, when used on humans like you from the hidden immortal continent, it is still pleasant to hear. When used on demons like this old man, it is truly uncomfortable." Alright. Xiaohua did not understand what was different. Moreover, since old monster Zhifeng had already called him fellow immortal, then wasn't that putting him in the position of fellow immortal? However, he still nodded and said, "Since it's like this, you can just call this Xiaohua Xiao." Old monster Zhifeng nodded and said, "Xiaohua, this old man does not like the hypocrisy of you humans. You clearly have something to say, yet you still ask about my well-being for a long time. This old man likes to get straight to the point. This time, I came to find you to invite you to participate in an auction. Fellow Taoist Xiao." Fu Jiwen stood at the side, waiting for old monster Zhifeng to say a few words to Xiaohua so that he could immediately take the time to greet old monster Zhifeng and then leave. However, he did not expect that old monster Zhifeng had already spoken of his intentions in a few words. Fu Jiwen was caught unprepared and hurriedly said, "This one will wait outside first." "Young Master Fu, there is no need." Xiaohua waved his hand and said to old monster Zhifeng with a smile, "Fellow immortal, thank you for thinking highly of this Xiao. However, it is already late and this Xiao still has to rush back. Let's talk about this later." Xiaohua's intention was obviously to decline and not plan to go. However, old monster Zhifeng hurriedly said, "Xiaohua, this auction will be held in Bright Moon Lane, and it will be held in an hour. If you agree, this old man will bring you along right now." Old monster Zhifeng. Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry and explained, "This Xiao just bid for the heavenly horse and has already given all the top-grade origin stones in my bag to start picking Lu. Now that my bag is empty, what's the use of going to that auction?" Hearing Xiaohua's words, old monster Zhifeng first laughed. "You humans are all hypocrites, your mouth is full of lies. This old man has been with you for a long time, even if I don't want to learn, I have learned it. Previously, this old man lied to Zhu Qing, saying that I only have 500,000 top-grade origin stones on me. Even he did not believe this, so how can this old man believe your words? This old man will definitely not believe that you do not have extra origin stones." Xiaohua rubbed his nose, looked at old monster Zhifeng and said indifferently, "You are right, this Xiao does have origin stones in this small Qianquan bag. However, this Xiao does not want to participate in any auction anymore. Tonight, this Xiao's harvest has already satisfied this Xiao. This is nothing." Old monster Zhifeng waved his hand and said, "If this old man remembers correctly, you still have a so-called golden core cultivation method that you have not bid for. Of course, looking at your appearance, it is not because you do not have enough origin stones, but because that golden core cultivation method is not in your eyes, right? This is bad." Xiaohua saw that even old monster Zhifeng saw something fishy, and he unconsciously became vigilant. Just from this, they should be able to know this Xiao's cultivation level, right? Without waiting for Xiaohua to say anything, old monster Zhifeng advised again, "In the auction at Jiaxing Lu, due to the rules of the hidden immortal continent, your Dao sect's cultivation methods and secret techniques, as well as some of the more secretive things of the Buddhist sect, do not dare to bid. However, in the auction that this old man is going to, there is no such misgivings. Presumably, the cultivation methods that you want, can all be obtained. Even if the auction does not have the things that you want, you can also ask others to provide you with useful information. In short, this old man can pat his chest and guarantee that if you do not go, you will definitely regret it. Xiaohua thought for a moment, and could only say directly, "Old monster Ji Feng, this Xiao just bid for the heavenly horse is something that you must obtain. To be honest, this Xiao does not understand your intentions. Therefore, although this little one has the intention to follow you to take a look at the auction, this little one does not dare to casually agree. Moreover, you and I have never met before, this auction is not something that ordinary people can enter. Why do you insist on inviting this Xiao to go?" "Good." Old monster Ji Feng clapped his hands and said, "Xiaohua, since you have said it so clearly, then this old man will also open the window and speak frankly." At this point, old monster Ji Feng said to Fu Jiwen, "You can leave first. The words that follow are not suitable for you to hear." "Yes, this one understands." When Fu Jiwen nodded, he glanced at Xiaohua. After obtaining Xiaohua's approval, he hurriedly left. "Xiaohua, what you said just now is extremely true. This heavenly horse is something that this old man must obtain. It is extremely beneficial to this old man's cultivation." Old monster Ji Feng watched Fu Jiwen's back disappear, and hurriedly explained, "However, you only know one side of the story and do not know the other. Other than this auction at Zhai Xinglu having a heavenly horse, the auction after that will also have a strange beast that is similar to the heavenly horse. Previously, this old man sent a sound transmission to the Eastern Sea Patrol envoy, Ao Shui, regarding the auction. This old man promised to help him obtain that strange beast. A strange beast that even the Eastern Sea Patrol envoy is interested in. This old man does not need to say anything, right?" "Oh." Xiaohua suddenly understood, and said with a nod, "You invited this Xiao to participate in the auction to ask this Xiao to help you, right?" "Indeed." Old monster Ji Feng said with a smile, "To be precise, I want to borrow the power of your demon pet. How do I help? What benefits does this Xiao have?" "What benefits?" "He, Xiaohua, without this old man's guidance, you will not be able to enter this auction, and will not be able to bid for anything from the Tao sect. This is the benefit." Old monster Ji Feng said with a cold smile, "As for how to help, this old man has not thought of it yet. Actually, this old man and Ao Shui have already reached an agreement. With the strength of our two sects, we will definitely be able to obtain that strange beast. This old man is only bringing you along as a hidden chess piece. If it can be used, that would be the best. If it can't be used, it is also fine. This is also the reason why this old man cannot give you any other benefits. Allow this Xiao to think about it." Xiaohua said with a frown. "All right." Old monster Ji Feng nodded, "However, you do not have much time. This old man will wait here. If you agree." Chapter 3302. Without waiting for old monster Ji Feng to finish speaking, light flashed at the door of the room, and Zhu Qing's voice came from outside. "Fellow immortal Xiao, may I enter?" "He, young master Zhu, please enter." Xiaohua heard this, turned his head, and hastily called out. When Zhu Qing came in and saw that old monster Ji Feng was also in the room, he wasn't surprised at all. He only nodded towards old monster Ji Feng and said to Xiaohua, "Fellow immortal Xiao, the items in your small Qianquan bag have already been appraised. It's more than 500,000 top-grade origin stones, but it's difficult to estimate exactly how much more it is. Therefore, I've specially come to explain to fellow immortal Xiao. If fellow immortal Xiao is willing to wait, please rest for a while in Star-Picking Tower. When the sun rises, I'll return the excess origin stones to fellow immortal Xiao. If fellow immortal Xiao is unwilling to wait, then it won't be too late for fellow immortal Xiao to come and take the VIP token when you have the time. Moreover, fellow immortal Xiao can use this token to take primal stones from other Zhai Xing Lu on the hidden immortal continent. You can also use this token to wait for more benefits and information from my Zhai Xing Lu." As he spoke, Zhu Qing took out a golden star tablet from his bosom. 6 stars were engraved on it, and countless star patterns were overflowing on the 6 stars. "Since I can take it anywhere, why should I wait here for so long?" Xiao Hua was very happy when he heard this. He took the star tablet and said with a smile, "Fellow immortal Xiao is now my Zhai Xing Lu's VIP. If you have the chance in the future, please visit my Zhai Xing Lu more often." Seeing Xiao Hua accept the star tablet without any trace of politeness, Zhu Qing was also happy. He said with a smile, "That's right, young Master Duanmu has just left Zhai Xing Lu. According to my subordinate's report, he has already boarded the golden carriage. The coachman has brought more than 10 cultivators and is waiting in front of Zhai Xing Lu's door. These cultivators aren't ordinary Confucian scholars. They look similar to the coachman. Fellow immortal Xiao, please be careful when you go out. Since I'm your Zhai Xing Lu's VIP, why can't Zhai Xing Lu protect me?" Xiao Hua asked sarcastically. Zhu Qing said with a smile, "If fellow immortal Xiao is in my Zhai Xing Lu, I will definitely protect you with my life. But once we leave Zhai Xing Lu, I won't be able to take care of you. Moreover, young Master Duanmu is also an honored guest of Zhai Xing Lu. How can I favor one over the other? Forget it, forget it." Xiao Hua waved his hand, "It's just a clown, don't mention it." "Oh, young Master Zhu, according to old demon Ji Feng, there's a place in Bright Moon Lane where the auction is being held. Do you know of it?" Zhu Qing was stunned and asked curiously, "Oh. There's also an auction. Why didn't I know about it?" But it wasn't clear from his face whether he really didn't know. However, no matter how big Bright Moon Lane was, how could it escape Zhu Qing's eyes and ears? Xiao Hua didn't believe that Zhu Qing didn't know about the auction. However, since Zhu Qing didn't admit it, Xiao Hua couldn't do anything about it. However, he still held on to the last bit of hope and asked, "It's normal that Zhu Gongzi doesn't know about it. However, this Xiao wants to know, in this auction that even Zhu Gongzi doesn't know about, would there be something that Bright Moon Palace didn't have?" This. Zhu Qing hesitated slightly, glanced at old demon Ji Feng and said, "The auction that fellow immortal Xiao mentioned isn't public, so it can't be confirmed by the Copper Pillar country's royal family. Therefore, in that auction, the cultivators who participate in the auction won't be in Bright Moon Palace. With the protection of Zhu Qing and the other masters, their safety can be guaranteed. Moreover, everything in my Zhai Xing Lu's auction has been appraised. My Zhai Xing Lu can guarantee that it won't be fake. As for the auction that fellow immortal Xiao mentioned, it depends on one's own vision. No one can guarantee the authenticity of the treasures, so the result of the auction can only be borne by oneself. Of course, this auction doesn't put the rules of hidden immortal continent in their eyes, and also doesn't put the Copper Pillar country's royal family in their eyes. In particular, they absolutely won't have the same misgivings as my Zhai Xing Lu, not daring to bid for anything. Fellow immortal Xiao is looking for Dao Sex medicinal pills, they can be found there. Okay, thank you young Master Zhu for your explanation. This Xiao understands." Xiao Hua nodded and made his decision. He turned to the silent old demon Ji Feng and said, "This Xiao has decided to participate in that auction. However, since this Xiao didn't get any promises from you, then this Xiao can't promise you anything." "Good." Old demon Ji Feng clapped his hands and said, "It's as you said. We will head there now. Actually, this old man wants to borrow your matter. When you see it, you will definitely take the initiative to join hands with this old man. You don't have to worry at all." Zhu Qing saw that Xiao Hua still decided to head there even though he had made his words so clear. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He had been in Zhai Xing Lu for so many years and finally found a cultivator who could head to Star Moon Palace. How could he bear to give up? After thinking for a while, Zhu Qing still reminded, "Fellow immortal Xiao, there is an old saying in hidden immortal continent, a greedy snake tries to swallow an elephant. Fellow immortal Xiao has already bid for many rare treasures in my Zhai Xing Lu today. This Chu feels that. Fellow immortal Xiao should stop before going too far. He, of course, this is this Chu's own opinion. If fellow immortal Xiao feels that it is very safe to head there with fellow immortal Ji Feng, then just pretend that this Chu never said this. After speaking, Zhu Qing didn't look at Xiao Hua's and old demon Ji Feng's expressions. He cupped his hands and said, once again, I thank both fellow immortals for coming to my Zhai Xing Lu. I hope that I can still see both fellow immortals at the next auction. Although Zhu Qing emphasized the two words, still can, she didn't stay any longer. She turned around and left. Old demon Ji Feng's expression didn't change. Seeing Zhu Qing leave, he also smiled and said, what little friend Zhu said is indeed reasonable. This old man can't guarantee your safety. You have to consider it carefully. It's fine, it's fine. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, this Xiao isn't a 3-year-old boy. How can I not understand these interests? Since this Xiao has decided to head there, then let's go. Please. A strange look flashed across old demon Ji Feng's eyes. However, this strange look was so obscure that Xiao Hua couldn't see it. Soon after, old demon Ji Feng raised his hand to signal. Xiao Hua opened the door and followed old demon Ji Feng to the door. At this moment, other than the two women and Fu Jiwen, there was no one else at the door. One of the unfamiliar women saw old demon Ji Feng come out and hastily walked to the side and respectfully saluted. Xiao Yi, who was in Xiao Hua's room, also respectfully stepped forward and saluted. Xiao Yi respectfully sent Senior off. Have the other VIPs in the other rooms left? Xiao Hua nodded and asked tentatively. Xiao Yi smiled and said, Senior knows. Xiao Yi doesn't know if the other VIPs have left or not. However, if there is nothing else, they have already left Zhai Xing Lu. Alright, lead the way. Xiao Hua glanced at old demon Ji Feng and instructed Xiao Yi, Senior, this way please. Xiao Yi responded and led Xiao Hua and the others out of the Bright Moon Palace. After a few steps, they arrived under the straight osmanthus tree. Xiao Hua paused slightly and sized up this osmanthus tree. He then turned his head to look at the huge vermilion palace. He couldn't help but think of the girl in Longevity Town who liked little white rabbits. I wonder how her injuries are. Her relationship with her father, has it already been mended? Xiao Hua was just thinking about it. He then followed Xiao Yi out of the moon door because he knew that the lifespan of people in the secular world was extremely short. Although Hao family's eldest miss was still young, once he left Longevity Town, who knew when he would be able to return? He was afraid that this girl would never see him again in her lifetime. The moon door was still as bright as the moon. However, when Xiao Hua walked past the moon door, a cool breeze blew past and the mask on his face suddenly disappeared. What appeared in front of him was a short flight of stairs. Looking to the side, other than himself, there was no one else. Xiao Yi was also gone. Sigh, I still wanted to give this girl a piece of primeval stone. Although Xiao Hua knew that this was Zhai Xing Lu's arrangement, he still felt somewhat regretful. He then stepped down the stairs. After only a dozen steps, there was another moon door at the bottom of the stairs. After passing through the moon door, he saw the empty Zhai Xing Lu. At this time, there was nothing but bright lights in Zhai Xing Lu. Even the green-robed youth from before was nowhere to be seen. Come. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then raised his voice. Senior, what instructions do you have? As soon as Xiao Hua's voice fell, a green-robed youth answered and bowed respectfully. I have something to ask of. Number 307. How can I summon him? Xiao Hua looked at the green-robed youth's unfamiliar face and said. Number 307. Oh, Senior is looking for number 307 in the Star Palace. Senior, please wait a moment. The green-robed youth was stunned at first, but immediately understood. He hurriedly answered and turned to leave. At this time, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and ordered again, "That's right, does your Star Palace sell the 100 Classics of Thought?" The 100 Classics of Thought. The green-robed youth was even more stunned. He smiled and said, "If Senior wants Confucian cultivation methods, my Zhai Xing Lu naturally has them. But when it comes to the 100 Classics of Thought, they are all ordinary things in the Confucian Academy. This junior really does not know. You go find number 307 and tell him what I said." Xiaohua nodded and said, "Tell him to come as soon as possible." The green-robed youth did not dare to be negligent. After cupping his hands, he hurriedly turned around a corner and disappeared. Xiaohua looked around the silent Zhai Xing Lu and saw the open door. He knew that this was not the only door at this time. There must be one in front of old monster Ji Feng and Fu Jiwen. Fine, let me see what the Duanmu family is planning. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He reached out and took out the wishful staff, then slowly walked out of Zhai Xing Lu. Xiaohua stepped out of the door and saw a light flash in front of him. He was standing in front of Zhai Xing Lu in the night. At this time, it was probably past midnight. In the deep night sky, the bright moon was abnormally bright, covering the nearby stars. Xiaohua was used to seeing the starry sky of the bright moon palace. He could not tell which was the real starry sky and whether he had walked out of the bright moon palace. Chapter 3303. Senior, you are out. In front of Zhai Xing Lu, Xiao Jian was anxiously waiting with Yuanya and Lu Yi. Seeing Xiaohua come out, he happily called out, "N." Xiaohua lightly nodded and looked to the side. Around 10 feet away, Fu Jiwen also hurriedly walked over. He seemed to be a little anxious from waiting. "Fellow Taoist Xiao." Fu Jiwen approached and looked at Xiao Jian and the rest. He whispered, "Is this your disciple?" "Not really a disciple." Xiaohua waved his hand and asked, "Where is old demon Ji Feng?" Senior Ji Feng left first. Before he left, he asked fellow Taoist Xiao to be sure to reach the bridge in front of Drifting Smoke River in 15 minutes. There is a dragon boat parked there. If Senior can't make it, then, you don't have to go this time. Xiaohua nodded and asked, "Do you know that place?" "I know that place. It is only a few dozen feet away from Zhai Xing Lu. It is right there." Fu Jiwen pointed with his finger and smiled. "Hehe, do you still need 15 minutes?" Xiaohua smiled coldly and raised his eyes to look outside the signboard of Zhai Xing Lu. He saw that at the location of Dark Night, there were a dozen boorish men wearing the same golden armor as Duanmu Qiu standing there in a strange formation. They looked scattered and strange. "Young Master Fu, you wait and get to know them," Xiaohua said. "Later, you will follow them to Seven Suns Temple." After speaking, without waiting for Fu Jiwen to speak, Xiaohua waved the wishful staff in his hand. The staff let out a whooshing sound in the night sky. "Where is Duanmu Qing?" Xiaohua walked out of Zhai Xing Lu's signboard and faced Duanmu Qiu. Xiaohua glanced at the golden carriage parked in the distance and the dragon horse pulling the carriage. "Humph, you better remember that my name is Duanmu Qiu. This matter has nothing to do with my young master." Duanmu Qiu took 2 steps forward. The golden armor on his body made a clattering sound. With a hong sound, he took down a huge copper spine from his shoulder and placed it on the ground. The ground nearby shook. Then, Duanmu Qiu looked at Xiaohua with a sinister smile and said, "When my family's young master just came out, he also told me about this matter and asked me to keep the peace. However, I feel that even though I was the one who offended you in the first place, if you had stopped the dragon horse and grabbed the horsewhip, I would definitely have gotten off the carriage and apologized to you. But you actually pulled me out of the car when I wasn't paying attention. This is an insult to my reputation. If I don't defeat you, will I still have the face to get on the carriage?" How could he have the face to continue staying in the Duanmu clan? What face do I have to face the Duanmu surname? Xiao Hua looked at the people behind Duanmu Qiu. An obvious killing intent was emitted from these people. Moreover, after passing through this scattered formation, this killing intent actually condensed together and shrouded him from afar. It was as if he said something wrong, this killing intent would turn into a huge sword and smash him into pieces. Xiao Hua patiently listened to Duanmu Qiu's explanation and said coldly, "So you've entangled so many people? Bullying with numbers? I'm not bullying you with numbers. These are my good friends. They heard that you have amazing divine power and that you can subdue a dragon horse. They all want to come and see for themselves." Duanmu Qiu was obviously someone who had been taught by others. His words were seamless and flawless. Good. Xiao Hua nodded. This old man will ask you one last question. If this matter has nothing to do with Duanmu Qing, then does it have anything to do with the Duanmu clan? He. Duanmu Qiu laughed coldly. I really want to do as you wish and say that this matter has nothing to do with the Duanmu clan. But I and these good friends behind me, most of them have the surname Duanmu. Do you think this matter has anything to do with the Duanmu clan? Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed heartily. With a flip of his hand, a flying talisman was placed on his body. As expected, you're still a bunch of dogs who rely on their master's power. You don't even dare to say that this matter has nothing to do with the Duanmu clan. However, since you all want to use the Duanmu clan as a fig leaf, then this old man will give the Duanmu clan face. Hit! Xiao Hua shouted as his figure soared into the sky. He raised the wishful steel staff and smashed it towards Duanmu Qiu's face with a whining sound. Good. Duanmu Qiu had been accumulating his power for a long time. Seeing that Xiao Hua had made his move, he also roared loudly. He stomped his feet and a light cloud appeared under his feet, lifting his body up. The muscles on his arms flowed like water and with a "hoo" sound, he lifted up the huge copper spine. Following a gust of wind around Duanmu Qiu, he rushed towards Xiao Hua's wishful steel rod. At the same time, the 10 people behind Duanmu Qiu also moved. Each of them let out a loud roar and brandished their fists and legs, striking towards Xiao Hua's direction with all their might. Woo! It was as if a mountain was collapsing. 10 streams of noble spirit that were enough to split rocks were triggered by them. Following the rush of everyone's fists, these 10 streams of noble spirit condensed and merged into one in mid-air, forming a cloud that was like a fist. Although it was launched later, it arrived first. It surpassed Duanmu Qiu's copper spine and smashed towards Xiao Hua from top to bottom. The wind whistled as Xiao Hua flew in mid-air. That gust of wind hit his face and almost pressed him to the ground. Within that gust of wind, the noble spirit was like a red fire that wanted to ignite him. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. Although his voice was blown away by the noble spirit, it still clearly resounded in the night sky. The noble spirit is controlled by people like you who rely on their master's power. How can it be called noble spirit? How can there be righteousness? Even if all of you have righteous spirit flowing from every pore of your body, you are still not this Xiao's match. As he spoke, Xiao Hua shook his hand and threw out dozens of fire talismans. Each of them drew a slightly mysterious arc and attacked the fist-like noble spirit. He did not face the combined attack of the 10 people at all. The wishful staff drew a shadow in mid-air and hit Duanmu Qiu's copper spine. Seeing that Xiao Hua actually used an unexpected method to attack the combined attack of the 10 people, Duanmu Qiu was shocked at first. However, seeing the wishful staff that was as thick as a goose egg was about to hit him, he also sneered, "I'll let you have a taste of my copper spine." Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, there was a loud bang. The copper spine was hit by the wishful staff. That loud bang was like the impact of a mountain. Not only did it interrupt Duanmu Qiu's arrogance, it also shook his arm until it was numb. Both of his hands could not hold the copper spine at all. His entire body was uncontrollably sent flying under the huge force. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Since you dare to challenge me, then you should be prepared to be killed by me. Duan Muqiu's body was out of control, but his eyes were not affected. Seeing Xiaohua chasing after him like a fish, Duan Muqiu's heart was greatly shocked. The true qi in his middle dantian was rapidly twitching. The elemental energy around his body was also surging out like a river, trying to resist Xiaohua's pursuit. However, before the elemental energy could rush out, a soul thorn sharper than a sword rushed into Duan Muqiu's mind. Duan Muqiu was in so much pain that his vision turned black and the elemental energy immediately stopped. He could no longer raise it. When Duan Muqiu saw the light and shadow again, Xiaohua's inconspicuous wishful staff hit his two arms faster than the wind. Duan Muqiu's great shock had already turned into great regret at this time. When the wishful staff touched the golden armor, countless inscriptions flew out from the golden armor, and the entire golden armor shone with golden light. Unfortunately, as soon as the inscriptions flew out, they immediately turned into dust under the wishful staff. The golden armor was destroyed, but what about Duan Muqiu's arms? However, no one was paying attention to Duan Muqiu's arm right now. Just as Duan Muqiu was sent flying, a series of thunderous rumbles resounded in the air. A dozen fire talismans were comparable to a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators' attack. Not only did they defeat the extremely powerful noble qi, but they were also like a torrent of heavenly fire as they surged towards the ground and completely enveloped the ground in a radius of several hundred feet. Roar! The dozen or so people naturally saw Xiaohua's fire talisman, but they didn't expect the fire talisman to be so powerful. Seeing that their combined attack was about to be defeated, they hastily let out a deep roar. They didn't panic too much as they brandished their fists and feet. Another dozen or so streams of Yuanli rushed out from their bodies, affecting hundreds of streams of righteous qi, forming a palm-like shape that supported the fire talisman. Huff! After the giant palm passed, more than half of the fire was extinguished. Although the remaining fire fell from the sky and still had some power, it was no longer a threat to these golden armored soldiers. These people did not pay attention to it and hurriedly looked at Duan Muqiu, but before they could see Duan Muqiu's figure, a green light flashed in the air and an angry voice sounded at the same time, "Xiaohua! You, how can you be so ruthless? Young Master Duanmu!" The dozen golden armored soldiers were shocked. They looked at Duan Muqing who was standing on a green cloud and then looked at the direction Duan Muqing was glaring at. Ah! Everyone was shocked. In the distance, there was a row of tall trees. But now, 3 or 4 of them were lying on the ground. On the last tree, Duan Muqiu, who was wearing golden armor, was lying on the ground like the tree. Blood was flowing out from his 7 orifices. The awe-inspiring copper spine that he was holding in his hand was now lying on the ground like Duan Muqiu. However, it was in a worse state than Duan Muqiu. It had been broken into 2. Ah Qiu! The eyes of the dozen or so golden armored soldiers were completely red. A few of them quickly rushed over, while the remaining dozen or so people slowly formed a formation and walked towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua only coldly swept a glance at these people and did not pay any attention to them. He looked at Duan Muqing and replied, "Duan Muqing, how am I ruthless? Did I kill Duan Muqiu? Did I kill these Huang clan soldiers? You can just defeat Ah Qiu. Why did you shatter his arms?" Duan Muqing bit her lips and said, "Ah Qiu does not know your strength, but I do. You are his senior. Why did you bully him like this? Do you still want face?" Chapter 3304. Ha ha ha! Xiaohua laughed loudly. "You also know that I am Duan Muqiu's senior. Then why didn't you stop him? Since he dared to offend me, why can't I teach him a lesson? Is this old man's face to be offended?" Soon after, Xiaohua pointed at the dozen people who were approaching and coldly said, "Look at these people. They clearly know that they are no match for me, so why did they still charge forward? Could it be that I can't make a move just because I am a senior? Could it be that they dare to do whatever they want just because they have the name Duanmu? Don't they know how to respect their seniors? Why don't you say that they are bullying you with numbers? They only know that your arms have shocking divine strength and can subdue a dragon horse, so they want to see it for themselves. Why should I stop them? Duanmu Qing looked at Xiao Hua without backing down and said, but I didn't expect you to be so vicious and merciless. You haven't seen true vicious and merciless yet. Seeing that the dozen people were already below him, Xiao Hua indifferently said, you, or these golden armored soldiers are willing, I will let you see what is vicious and merciless. Xiao Hua, are you challenging my Duanmu family? Duanmu Qing's eyes flashed with a strange light as she said loudly. Duanmu Qing, are you challenging me? Xiao Hua also coldly snorted, his voice was not inferior to Duanmu Qing's. Duanmu Qing naturally hoped that Xiao Hua would answer, but Xiao Hua did not answer directly and instead threatened Duanmu Qing. If Duanmu Qing wanted an answer, it seemed that she would have to answer Xiao Hua first. But if Duanmu Qing answered, Xiao Hua would immediately make a move and kill Duanmu Qing before challenging the Duanmu family. Duanmu Qing's eyes were bright as she stared at Xiao Hua. She was quickly considering whether she should make a move. Unfortunately, when she thought of Xiao Hua's divine strength, Hua Fu, Little Black, Pegasus, and even Xiao Hua's strength of first-grade essence force, Duanmu Qing did not have any confidence. Forget it. Duanmu Qing waved her hand. Ah Qiu is the driver of my Duanmu clan's golden chariot. You injuring Ah Qiu is not something that I can do anything about. In the future, there will naturally be people who will question you. Xiao Hua, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have some cultivation. There's always someone better than you. There are still many people and things that you don't know about. Duanmu Qing, I will remember your words. However, this Xiao will also give you a piece of advice. Don't think that no one knows what's going on here. Even the aristocratic families of Confucian cultivators can't block the mouths of the people of the world. A carriage driver from the Duanmu clan was so precious that he could only bully others, but others couldn't retaliate. This Xiao is waiting for your Duanmu family's punishment. I want to see if the so-called scholarly clans of today still have justice, fairness, and justice. Justice, fairness, and justice. A trace of mockery flashed in Duanmu Qing's eyes. She smiled coldly and waved her hand, let's go. Let this Taoist priest wait for his justice. As she spoke, Duanmu Qing waved her hand. She activated the light cloud under her feet and landed on the golden carriage in the distance. At this moment, Duanmu Qiu had already stood up with the help of 2 golden armored soldiers. Although his arms were shattered and his body was injured, his legs were fine. He looked a little weak as he walked, but when he turned his head to look at Xiao Hua, his eyes were filled with fear and hatred. The other 10 golden armored soldiers were afraid that Xiao Hua would suddenly injure them and didn't dare to be careless. They arranged themselves in a scattered formation and slowly left. In just a moment, they had all gathered around the golden carriage. As for Xiao Hua, he didn't even place these golden armored soldiers in his eyes. When Duanmu Qing flew away, he didn't stop. He sent out his divine perception and saw that the few divine perception and essence perception that came into contact with his divine perception had all retreated and landed in front of Zhai Xinglu's signboard. Below the signboard, other than Fu Jiwen, Xiao Jian, and the others, there was only the green-clothed youth called number 307. At this moment, the green-clothed youth's eyes flashed with an indescribable brilliance. When he saw Xiao Hua land, he hurriedly bowed respectfully, Junior greets Senior. And, have you done what I instructed you to do? Xiao Hua waved his sleeves and asked the green-clothed youth. Junior has done it. The green-clothed youth hurriedly took out a small Qiankuan bag and handed it over. Other than the map and some strange items that Senior wanted, Junior has also helped Senior find the 100 classics of thought. In addition, Senior gave me a lot of essence stones. Junior took the initiative to find some common cultivation techniques for Senior. Xiaohua took the small Qianquan bag and kept it without even looking. He took out a few mid-grade essence stones and handed them over, smiling, "Many thanks to you this time. These are some thanks from this old man." I don't dare. The green-clothed youth hurriedly waved his hand. "There are still a few pieces of essence stones left from Senior. Take it." Xiaohua flung his hand and the essence stones landed in front of the youth. "If you can, give 2 pieces to Bright Moon Palace's Xiao Yi." After speaking, Xiaohua left without turning his head back. Seeing Xiaohua leave, Fu Jiwen, Xiao Jian, and the others hurriedly chased after him. After several people left, Zhu Qing slowly walked out of Zhai Xinglu's door and looked at their backs with deep worry on her face. Tower Master. The green-clothed youth took the essence stones and said in a low voice, that Senior insisted on giving this. "And, keep it for yourself. Give 2 pieces to Lianhong." Zhu Qing nodded, but her gaze left Xiaohua and the others and looked at the river in the distance. The green-clothed youth didn't dare to disturb Zhu Qing and hurriedly entered Zhai Xinglu. Zhu Qing kept watching, and after a long while, she sighed, "Midnight has already passed, and the ghosts have already returned. But why are there still so many demons in this world?" Xiaohua didn't hear Zhu Qing's sigh. Instead, under Fu Jiwen's lead, he came to the side of a stone arch bridge. The river under the stone arch bridge still flowed as before, but the clear river water was now filled with the smell of alcohol and cosmetics. Occasionally, there would be Confucian headscarves and women's tube tops floating by. It was unknown which debauchee did this. At this moment, a pleasure boat was docked by the river bank. This pleasure boat was several meters in size and was almost as wide as the river. Moreover, this pleasure boat was different from the usual ones. At the railing in front of the pleasure boat, there was a coiling dragon carved from red paulownia wood, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws fiercely. In the middle of the boat, where the boat's tower was completely hollow. Strips of gauze covered the empty railing. Although some lights could be seen through the gauze, the situation inside could not be seen. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing this pleasure boat from afar, Fu Jiwen said in a low voice, "This should be the dragon boat that the demon clan Senior mentioned." "Yes, there's no mistake." Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and said with a nod, "This Xiao will get on the dragon boat now. You follow Xiao Jian and the others back to Seven Suns Temple first. When Xiaohua returns tomorrow morning, we will pay a visit to Great Master Dao Shan together." "Yes." Fu Jiwen replied and turned to look at Xiao Jian. Ever since Xiao Jian came out from Star-Picking Tower, other than being anxious, he was only depressed. Other than being silent, there was only silence. Xiaohua naturally knew that Xiao Jian didn't get anything from the auction and was worried about when he would recover his cultivation. However, he didn't say anything and turned to walk towards the dragon boat. "Senior, be careful." Louis looked at Xiaohua's back and couldn't help but shout. "Yes, I know. You all should go back and rest early." Xiaohua turned his head and smiled. He waved his hand and said, "This Xiao will return tomorrow morning." When he walked to the front of the pleasure boat, 2 strands of divine sense and 2 strands of divine sense swept over him. Xiaohua raised his voice and said, "Since you want to watch the show, why don't you go closer? Watching from afar. I'm afraid it's not satisfying enough." "Hee, fellow immortal Xiao is really awe-inspiring." Just as Xiaohua's voice fell, a charming voice rang out. Then, the exceptionally beautiful Princess Baihua walked out from the veil of the pleasure boat and looked at Xiaohua with a faint smile. "Moonlight beauty, it's all the moon's fault." The beauty was unexpectedly so smooth. "Princess Baihua." Xiaohua saw Princess Baihua appear and was clearly startled. He just thought that the divine sense belonged to Murong Tsongyun. "Oh. Princess Baihua's smile froze and stayed at the corner of her mouth. Instantly, the moonlight shining on Princess Baihua's body cooled down. Could it be that fellow immortal Xiao doesn't want this servant to appear again? Could it be that fellow immortal Xiao thinks that someone else is here to help you? No, no. The soft-hearted Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't let the beauty have a hidden grudge. He hurriedly smiled and said, "This Xiao is only a commoner in the mountains. I thought that a royal family like the princess would definitely have thousands of brave guards. You only came to Star-Picking Tower to have a look. Since you got the Scarlet Flame War Chariot, why don't you hurry back home happily? How could you stay in Bronze Pillar Country for long?" Therefore, when this Xiao saw the princess, he couldn't help but exclaim, "How could there be a second person as beautiful as the princess in this world?" Gidge. Princess Baihua laughed. It was very sweet and even clearer than the flowing water under the pleasure boat. Fellow Taoist Zhao's mouth seems to be more powerful than his fists and feet. In the future, I don't know how many women will be deceived by fellow Taoist Xiao. This servant needs to consider whether my Cha Nu country should issue a decree to prohibit fellow Taoist Xiao from entering and leaving Cha Nu country. Ayaya, how can that be? Xiao Hua said happily and smoothly said, "This Xiao still wants to go to Cha Nu country one day to congratulate Princess Baihua on ascending to the throne of the country. This decree of yours has really cut off this Xiao's thoughts. In the future, if I can't see a heavenly beauty like the princess again, wouldn't I be depressed to death?" Jejijij. Princess Baihua's laughter became louder and louder. She seemed to enjoy Xiao Hua's undisguised flattery. "Xiao Hua, if you want to go, then hurry up and get on the boat. In a moment, this boat will set sail." Old Monster Zhifeng's voice sounded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "If you continue to tease that little girl under the boat, even if you want to go, you won't be able to go." After seeing Princess Baihua, how could this Xiao still want to go to any other place? Xiao Hua sighed and flew up. "I only wish to stand by this river for 100 days and 1,000 days. I also won't feel tired." Chapter 3305. Really? Princess Baihua's face blushed, even her jade-like neck turned red. Princess Baihua slightly lowered her head, her cloud-like black hair fluttered in the wind, and her white chin rested on her palace dress. "Of course I'm lying to you. How many words of truth can these Taoist priests speak? If they don't have glib tongues, how can they fill their stomachs?" A cold voice came from the veil of the pleasure boat. "If you don't believe me, I'll catch a few Taoist priests on the streets of Bronze Pillar Country tomorrow for you to see." Xiao Hua was also familiar with this voice. It was the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace's Inspector Ao Shuai. Xiao Hua landed on the pleasure boat and looked up to see the situation inside the veil. The pleasure boat was very quiet, there were only 4 red lanterns around the boat, and then there were a few chairs. At this time, there were 2 Yao sitting on the chairs. Xiao Hua was secretly puzzled. Strange. Why don't I see Murong Songyun? But just as he was puzzled, Xiao Hua frowned and said, "It's even stranger, Murong Songyun didn't say she would come to the auction, but I thought she would come. What does her not coming have to do with me? Why do I suddenly think of her?" Xiao Hua. Princess Baihua's voice suddenly became like a mosquito. "Why don't you answer my question? Are you thinking of someone else?" "How could that be?" Xiao Hua said with a smile, "I'm just thinking, what is the national surname of Cha Nu country? This Zhao Qian Sun Li Zhou Wu Zheng Wang, is too hard to guess. It seems like I have no choice but to cultivate my Dao sex divination techniques first." Pft. Princess Baihua was about to laugh, but suddenly she seemed to realize something. The blush on her face became even more intense. She hurriedly covered her mouth and laughed in a low voice. Her eyes actually flickered. She didn't dare to stare at Xiao Hua like before. "Xiao Hua, it's windy and snowy outside, why don't you come in and have a drink?" Old demon Jifeng sat on a chair, his short legs hanging in the air, and shouted. Xiao Hua smiled and raised his hand, Your Highness, the wind and frost outside is strong. Don't let the wind and frost blow the princess's flower-like face. N. The bashfulness on Princess Baihua's face gradually disappeared, and she stepped into the veil. However, after taking 2 steps, she turned back and said with a smile, Brother Xiao, don't mention the word princess again in the future. This servant's name is Xine, and my nickname is Xian Er. After saying that, she giggled again and quickly stepped into the light muslin room. Brother Xiao. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he rubbed his nose and mocked himself, Am I really that young? Humph. Not waiting for Xiao Hua to walk into the veil, Ao Shuai's cold snort once again sounded out, In this world, the 3 things that you can't trust the most are the promises of a cultivator, the feelings of a cultivator, and the reasons of a cultivator. If a cultivator gave you an everlasting promise, you could rest assured. That was because he didn't have any confidence in the feelings between the 2 of you. Instead, he placed his feelings on time. But what was time? What cultivators did not lack the least was time. If a cultivator deeply revealed his sweet words to you as soon as he met you, you could rest assured that he had definitely said these words to others before. Otherwise, how could he so skillfully dissect the feelings in his heart? Let you see the freshness within. As for the reasons of cultivators, tsk, they are even lighter than the dewdrops in the grass. They appear every day, but every time, when the sun rises, these dewdrops disappear. The reasons of cultivators are all kinds of excuses, appearing and disappearing at any time. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. To tell the truth, Princess Baihua was indeed very beautiful. She was just like her name. She had the beauty of 100 flowers, but also the bashfulness of 100 flowers. However, how could he be like Ao Shuai and spread his peacock tail as soon as he met her and let her admire him? Men, after seeing a beautiful woman, casually saying a few words, wasn't that normal? Besides, such a night, such a moon, even if it was somewhat ambiguous, it was still the moon that caused the disaster, right? There was no need to beat all the cultivators in the world to death all at once. Lord Inspector, you seem to also be a cultivator, right? Could it be that this is your experience when you were young? Xiao Hua walked into the light muslin, glanced at the arrogant Ao Shuai who was sitting on the chair, and said indifferently. Who knew that Ao Shuai only glanced at him and choked Xiao Hua with a sentence, This old man is a demon, and even more so a dragon. This is an innate divine ability, the darling of heaven and earth, how could you cultivators compare to me? Don't use the word cultivators in this world have already become unbearably dirty on this envoy's head. In this envoy's eyes, you cultivators are, the greediest locusts in the mortal world. Xiao Hua frowned. He coldly glanced at Ao Shuai and no longer paid any attention to him. Who would want to talk to this ugly dragon-headed humanoid? He, Brother Ao's words are a bit extreme. Old monster Jifeng, who was sitting on the other chair, hastily stood up and reached out with his hand. He took out a dark green copper pot and a wine cup from his bosom, walked in front of Xiao Hua, smiled and handed it over to Xiao Hua, then said to Ao Shuai, How many billions of cultivators are there in the world? So many cultivators, how can you generalize them? There must be someone as straightforward as Xiao Hua, right? Ao Shuai glanced at old demon Jifeng from the corner of his eyes. He raised his hand and poured the wine that was as red as blood into his mouth. He said indifferently, We demons are the true rulers of this world. Humans are nothing more than food for us. They have taken advantage of the heavens to live in this world. But now, these locust-like things have actually occupied 2 continents, squeezing us geniuses to the 1,000-demon sacred realm. Our sacred dragon race has no choice but to settle down in the dragon palace of the 4 seas. Dragon palace, sounds very mysterious, but that is the bottom of the ocean, it doesn't see the sun all day long, it only relies on pearls for illumination, regardless of whether it is armor or weapons, they are all covered in seaweed and rust. Who wouldn't want to lie under the warm sunshine, sleep in, and stretch their bodies? Unfortunately, these places are all occupied by humans. Even when this old man is rolling on the beach, there are people peeping. Hee hee, hee hee. Old Monster Jifeng smiled and raised his hand, indicating Xiao Hua to pour wine for him, but he himself tried to smooth things over. Brother Ao is from the dragon race, your birth is noble. This old man is nothing more than a lowly demon, how can I have so many thoughts? To be able to cultivate for one more day, to live for one more day is this old man's pursuit. As for whether it is a human, demon, Confucian, Buddhist, or even Taoist, this old man doesn't care. As he spoke, he pointed at the wine in front of Ao Shuai and said with a smile, besides, isn't Brother Ao's wine the 100 flowers little girl's toast? Your Dragon Palace's wine is indeed good, but there is only one taste, drinking it every day is already boring, right? How can it compare to Hidden Immortal Continent's endless wine? Also, the cultivators that Brother Ao mentioned just now, hee, don't tell me that Brother Ao didn't transform into a human to train in the mortal world. Humph. Xiao Hua at the side snorted coldly, my human race is the spirit of all living things, where the heaven and earth are. No matter if it is intelligence or cultivation, we are the best. When cultivating, we can advance 1,000 miles in a day, how can demons compare? The best medium for cultivation in the world was none other than human beings. Everything in the world would eventually transform into the Tao of human form. That was why there were so many flowers, birds, fishes, and insects in the world who tried their best and went through all kinds of trials and tribulations to finally attain the Tao and cultivate into a human form. However, there are so many twists and turns. Only when they reach the basic human form can they obtain the simplest conditions for cultivation. You are the Eastern Sea Patrol, didn't you also go to the mortal world of my human race to train? Taste all the flavors of my human race. Sharpen my intellect. Ha, ha ha ha. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Ao Shuai laughed until he swayed back and forth, those sharp dragon claws scratching in the air as if he heard the funniest thing in the world. Seeing Ao Shuai laughing at him like this, Xiao Hua didn't say much, he raised the wine pot and sniffed it, then placed it on the table in front of him. Although the spiritual wine was good, Xiao Hua didn't like it. Now, in front of Ao Shuai and old demon Jifeng, he couldn't drink too much. While Ao Shuai was laughing, the dragon-shaped pleasure boat began to move. The sound of a flute resounded from the bow of the boat. It was Princess Baihua, who had entered the vale a step earlier. She didn't linger around old monster Jifeng and Ao Shuai for long. She walked to the bow of the boat and actually began to play the flute. The clear water is long, the flute sounds are faint, the moonlight entices, the thoughts are sorrowful, the boat swims, the pleasure boat passed through the arched bridge, turned a corner, and entered another river. This river was clearly much wider than before, and there were fewer pleasure boats. Ao Shuai's laughter gradually died down amidst the flute sounds. His mocking gaze looked at Princess Hundred Flowers back, then landed on the messy water. After a while, he drank a cup of wine and said, sigh, I have to say. Although humans are cunning and selfish, they are also smart. Not to mention cultivation, even the Tao of zither, go, calligraphy, and painting is not something we demons can compare to. It's definitely not a coincidence that this world is filled with humans. That's right. Old demon Jifeng took the opportunity to laugh. Our 1,000 demon sacred realms Archean Ian Ridge is filled with the sound of wind all day long. It's either lion's roar or wolf's howl. How can there be such beautiful music? If we don't enter the hidden immortal continent and don't take human form, how can we know? What a pity. How could an ignorant person like you know what we are thinking? They actually think that they are the spirits of all living things, and that everything in this world has to follow them. Not to mention that flowers, birds, insects, and fish can't be lumped together, even if they are considered the same species, they can't be considered demons. Taking a step back, even if they can take human form and look like humans, how can they cultivate like humans? Taking human form is just for a better survival. If this world is filled with cockroaches, they will definitely turn into cockroaches. Ao Shuai sighed and said without looking at Xiao Hua, humans being the spirits of all living things is just laughable arrogance. Humans being the leader of all living things is even more lamentable self-deception. Hee hee. Xiao Hua laughed and looked up. Ao Shuai, let me ask you. Why did you take human form? Why did you come to the hidden immortal continent to train? Chapter 3306. Xiao Hua. Didn't this old man say it just now? The reason why I transformed into human form is not because you humans are the leader of all living things, but because you humans are too good at reproducing. This hidden immortal continent and the pure land world are all humans. If I don't transform into human form, how can I succeed in gaining experience? Also, because there are too many humans in this world, we have no choice but to adapt to this change. We have no choice but to go to your human race to gain experience and know what you think and do. Otherwise, unless our demon race exterminates your human race, we won't have to do this. It is precisely because our human race is the spirit of all living things that our human race can reproduce like this, obtain the destiny of heaven and earth, and control the two continents. Xiao Hua himself is a human, so he naturally has to speak for the human race. Since he has nothing to do now, he might as well debate with Ao Shuai. Otherwise, our human race would have been exterminated long ago. Hee hee, Xiao Hua, weren't you talking about the theory of transformation just now? What kind of flowers, birds, insects, and fish need to transform to cultivate? Now that you know the fundamental reason why our demon race transforms, why don't you mention it? Ao Shuai sneered and retorted. That's true. Xiao Hua frowned slightly. He used to think that this was correct, but after listening to Ao Shuai's words, his intuition told him that Ao Shuai's words were not wrong. Now that he thought about it again, Xiao Hua used to think that flowers, birds, insects, and fish transforms into human form by using the human body's meridians to cultivate. But now, the hidden immortal continent and the pure land world's Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects don't use meridians, so the flowers, birds, insects, and fish transforms into human form without using meridians. Since they don't use the human body to cultivate, then, the human being is the spirit of all living things is somewhat unreliable. Just as Ao Shuai said, this sentence is a gimmick used by the human race to show off. Let this old man teach you a little more. Seeing that Xiao Hua was somewhat silent, Ao Shuai proudly said, the so-called flowers, birds, insects, and fish should be divided into two categories. Flowers and plants belong to the lowest category. Although they are considered to have vitality, they don't have life. They are lower than humans. Perhaps they take human form to get closer to the human race. Birds, insects, and fish can only be regarded as demon beasts. They have obtained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and can cultivate, so they can be regarded as demons. Only those like us who are born with the legacy of the demon clan, born with the strongest demon body in the world, are true demons. Right, speaking of which, since you humans are the wisest of all living things, why have I never heard that you humans have inherited memories and cultivation methods? Xiao Hua was somewhat at a loss for words. At this time, Princess Baihua walked over. Although her voice was somewhat timid, her tone was clear and bright. Senior, although our human race doesn't have the ability to pass down inheritances, we still have the ability to pass down inheritances. But we humans have the ability to learn and create. Through learning, the human race can learn the abilities of the demon race. Through creation, the human race can innovate and bring forth new things. The student can surpass the master. Each generation will be stronger than the previous one. On the other hand, the demon race only knows how to pass down their legacies. They are stuck to the rules, and each generation is worse than the last. This is why we humans have the upper hand in the 3 continents. That's right, that's exactly the case. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and laughed. Hee, even the little girl from 100 Flowers isn't convinced. Ao Shuai seemed to admire Princess Baihua very much. He chuckled and said, when it comes to learning, do you think we demons don't know? Wasn't transforming and going to the hidden immortal continent just to learn creation? Heh, what kind of forgery is that? Does it count as creation? Those cultivation methods of your human race, not to mention Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects or Taoist sects, aren't they all plagiarized from our demon race's inheritance? Aren't they all just drawing on gourds? If this kind of plagiarism is creation, then the word creation in this world has been blasphemed by you humans. The word creation was originally created by our human race. How we blaspheme it is our own business. Princess Baihua and Xiao Hua had a common enemy and also refuted Ao Shuai without the slightest hesitation. Ao Shuai listened to Princess Baihua's roguish argument and faintly smiled. Since creation is a characteristic of your human race, then why don't you create something that doesn't exist in this world? Since you think that the human race is the wisest of all living things, then why do many origin formations, many Buddhist seals, especially in Taoist sects, many spells have traces of my demon race? If it's not a dragon form, then it's a phoenix form. Is it because any of the demon race's incarnations are more powerful than the human race? Boom! Ao Shuai's words struck Xiao Hua like a bolt of lightning. Xiao Hua was immediately dumbstruck. That's right, let's not talk about the demonic form of this magic art. Just talking about the true bloodline of the Dawn Rain continent, isn't it because the cultivator's essence blood contains the bloodline of spirit beasts that they can advance by leaps and bounds during cultivation and greatly increase their power? If the human race is the wisest of all living things, why would they need to rely on the blood of spirit beasts? Princess Baihua has been paying attention to Xiao Hua's expression. At this time, seeing Xiao Hua in a daze, she hurriedly refuted. Senior, nowadays, whether it's Taoist sects, Confucian cultivators or Buddhist sects, our human race has thousands of cultivation methods, each of which has its own advantages. Although some cultivation methods have the demon form of the demon race, many of them don't. Most of the cultivation methods of Confucian cultivators don't have it, right? The cultivation methods of Buddhist sects are mainly about Buddha, there's almost no demon form. Moreover, the so-called 3,000 great da'as, hundreds of schools, and 3,000 great worlds are the end of our human race's cultivation. Senior, don't tell this junior that you don't know about Confucian cultivators' ascension and Buddhist sects' heavenly gates guidance. This is different from your demon race's shattering of the void. This old man naturally knows about this. Ao Shuai smiled somewhat triumphantly. Since your human race's ascension and heavenly gates guidance are on par with my demon race's shattering of the void, what qualifications do you humans have to say that you're the wisest of all living things? This. Princess Baihua was also at a loss for words. She glanced at Xiao Hua, who seemed to have lost his soul, and hurriedly took out a cup that looked like a flower bud from her small cosmos bag and handed it to Xiao Hua. Brother Xiao, this is my Cha New country's new tea, please taste it. Xiao Hua took it and only put it to his mouth but didn't drink it. His brows were still wrinkled as he looked at the blue waves beside the boat, as if he was still thinking about what Ao Shuai said just now. Princess Baihua waved her hand and a dark green flute appeared in her hand. She immediately put it to her lips and blew it a few times. The sound wasn't loud, but it made Xiao Hua feel as if he had just woken up from a dream. Seeing that Xiao Hua was somewhat sober, Princess Baihua hurriedly said, Brother Xiao, whether humans are the wisest of all living things or whether demons are the wisest of all living things, they all have their own reasons. If you want to search for the origin, I'm afraid you have to go straight to the ancient times. Or even back to the ancient times. Although we are human cultivators, if you want to search for the answer in the human world, it's impossible. The saying, people in this mountain, deep in the clouds, not knowing where to go, is exactly like this. Brother Xiao, you don't have to think too much at this time. If you want to know the details, first cultivate your Taoist cultivation method to the extreme. It won't be too late to search for it after you ascend. That's right. Xiao Hua was really enlightened. This matter was related to the ancient times, what was the use of thinking too much about it? Xiao Hua smiled at Princess Baihua, then glared at Ao Shuai. He knew that this guy had bad intentions and wanted to destroy his Dao heart. Fortunately, his Dao heart wasn't damaged at all under Princess Baihua's protection. Ao Shuai saw that Xiao Hua had woken up and sighed in his heart. He raised the wine cup in his hand and drank it in one gulp. Xiao Hua wanted to say something, but old eccentric Xi Feng, who had been silent all this time, reminded him, everyone, be careful. We're about to enter the auction, oh. Xiao Hua frowned and looked out of the boat in confusion. They were just about to enter the auction, what was there to be careful about? Could it be that there was something strange about the auction? As for Ao Shuai's words, they were like a small thorn that deeply pierced into Xiao Hua's heart. Princess Baihua's words might be reasonable and represent the thoughts of all humans, but they were, after all, true humans. They could only think from the perspective of humans. However, Xiao Hua was now somewhat different from a pure human. Whether it was the Taoist, Confucian, and Buddhist cultivation methods, the tempering of dragon veins, phoenix body, and divine bones, or even the cultivation of demon blood, they all gave him more opportunities to come into contact with things that humans didn't know about. They gave him the fate to come into contact with things that ordinary people couldn't understand. Although Ao Shuai's words were a bit extreme, if one really thought about it, they were somewhat reasonable. Under the gaze of Xiao Hua and the others, the pleasure boat quietly floated forward, as if it was being supported by a hand. And in front of the pleasure boat, there was an arch bridge. This arch bridge was very desolate, there were no lights, and there were no signs of infatuated men and women being together forever. Just as the dragon heads in front of the boat touched the arch bridge, an indescribable fluctuation was emitted from the balls in the mouths of the two dragon heads. One. It seemed like dozens of wasps were flapping their wings at the same time. A slight buzzing sound was actually emitted from under the bridge. Then, in the bridge, the pitch-black space warped like ripples. This warping seemed to be able to spread, and in a moment, the entire bridge was filled with this kind of warping. Following this kind of warping, the boat began to shake violently, and the deck of the boat made popping sounds, as if the entire boat was about to be torn apart. However, the light gauze that was fluttering in the wind just now emitted a faint brilliance, and in this shaking, it didn't move in the slightest. Xiao Hua and the others naturally didn't care about this kind of shaking, but when Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over this distortion, a trace of astonishment flashed across his face. But it was very simple, the fluctuation emitted by this kind of distortion was the fluctuation of an ordinary transmission array, just that it was somewhat different from the transmission array of Xiaoyu continent. Sure enough, after the several zhang long boat completely entered the less than 2 zhang long arched bridge, a grey brilliance flashed, and the boat disappeared. The entire arch bridge was still that arch bridge, and the flowing water was still that flowing water, there was no change at all. Transmission array. How is this possible? Xiao Hua was very astonished. Previously, in Zhai Xinglu's Bright Moon Palace, didn't Fu Jiwen say, no, even Xiao Yi also said that this hidden immortal continent doesn't have a transmission array, and one can only rely on flying to go anywhere. How could a transmission array appear here? Chapter 3307. Xiao Hua was flabbergasted, but he didn't show it on his face. He just watched quietly. But at this moment, Xiao Hua and the others' eyes were different. After the grey light flashed, there was actually a huge space. There was still a river in this space, but the river was already dozens of zhang long. The pleasure boat seemed small in this river, and the water in the river was also turbulent, causing the pleasure boat to be a little bumpy. Xiao Hua turned his head to take a look. Behind the pleasure boat, there was also a huge cave entrance. The mountain was rugged, and there was a huge stalactite hanging there, blocking the entrance of the cave. The river water flowed under the stalactite, and it seemed that they could only enter this cave through the teleportation array. And the boats that came in from outside the cave would be blocked by the stalactite. Where is this? Xiao Hua glanced at it and naturally released his divine sense. However, when his divine sense swept through the cave, Xiao Hua was shocked to discover that this cave was actually able to isolate his divine sense. Moreover, when his divine sense landed on the walls of the cave, there were signs of corrosion. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, interesting. I wonder if I'll have to use this transmission array when I leave. Withdrawing his divine sense, Xiao Hua looked at the other side of the cave. The entire cave was like the belly of a huge fish. Above Xiao Hua and the others, there were rows of protruding rocks at the top of the cave. A grayish-white mountain ridge about 1 zhang long passed through the middle of these rocks and disappeared at the end of the pleasure boat along the river. And at the end of the river, there was a cave that was dozens of zhang long. It was pitch black inside, and there wasn't any light. Only the faint sound of water falling into the river could be heard. Hearing the sound of water falling into the river, Xiao Hua understood that when the river reached the cave, it would definitely turn into a waterfall. If there was no accident, there should be a huge abyss inside the cave. However, Xiao Hua's gaze fell on old monster Zhifeng's face. This rat's spirit appeared to be very calm. When he saw Xiao Hua looking at him, he actually grinned. Kiki, since he wasn't even afraid of a rat spirit that was at the 4th level of elemental energy, Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't care about the abyss. He didn't believe that the pleasure boat beneath him was just a pleasure boat. On the contrary, Princess Baihua Xine, who had just joined forces with Xiao Hua against a common enemy, poured Xiao Hua a cup of Cha Nu Kingdom's new tea. Her pair of eyes very curiously looked at this very strange cave. Her gaze moved from here to there. After looking once, she actually stood up from her chair and walked to Xiao Hua's side. She whispered, "Brother Xiao, this place has a hint of gloom. It's better for this servant to walk together with Brother Xiao." Xiao Hua held the petal-like teacup in his hand. The dark green tea in the teacup exuded a faint fragrance. He placed the teacup in his mouth and took a sip. A pure world spirit chi penetrated into his internal organs from the tea, giving him a very comfortable feeling. Hearing Princess Baihua's whisper, he couldn't help but smile. "Fellow immortal Xian, why did you come to this auction? Who invited you here? Who are you supposed to be with?" This servant only wanted to see the excitement. Who knew that the auction would be like this? Princess Baihua spoke halfway and stole a glance at Ao Shuai, who was talking to old monster Zhifeng. She stopped and said faintly, "Fellow immortal, I don't know if you've seen the heirs of the Copper Pillar country's royal family. If fellow immortal knows them, then you must know how lonely we are. Although this servant is above tens of thousands of people in the Cha Nu Kingdom, but, this servant's body has countless shackles. These shackles seem invisible, but they're always present in every corner. Not to mention the various rules and regulations in the royal palace, just the scheming between people makes this servant sick to death. This time, this servant came to the Copper Pillar country to discuss cooperation with the Copper Pillar country's crown prince. But this servant didn't expect to encounter Zhai Xinglu's auction. What's more, this servant also obtained the Scarlet Flame War Chariot from that auction. Previously, this servant clearly stated that the value of this Scarlet Flame War Chariot to this servant is far greater than the amount of elemental stones this servant paid. This Scarlet Flame War Chariot is this servant's opportunity to control the Cha Nu Kingdom. Hehe, Brother Xiao, don't forget. This servant still owes you a favor. My Cha Nu Kingdom has many lost cultivation methods and secret techniques from the Daoist sections. I'm afraid this will be extremely useful to you. You must protect this servant well, otherwise, this servant's favor will fly away. As if afraid that Xiao Hua would dare to let her go, Princess Baihua hurriedly mentions what she said at the auction. Then she continues, this servant is very happy to have obtained the war chariot. During the day, the discussion with the Copper Pillar country's crown prince was also very harmonious. According to the plan, tomorrow, it should be early this morning, this servant will bring the war chariot back to the Cha New Kingdom. Thinking about the birdcage-like royal palace in the kingdom, this servant's heart is tangled. I really don't want to go back so early. Just now at the auction, didn't Senior Zhifeng say something to the Eastern Sea Patrol? Thus, this servant took advantage of the time when you guys were bidding for the heavenly horse to sneak into Senior Ao Shuai's room to inquire. After this servant offered more than 10 jars of my Cha New Kingdom's new wine, Senior Ao Shuai finally relented and agreed to bring this servant to watch the fun. Since it was Ao Shuai who brought you here, you should be with him. Xiao Hua sighs and touches his nose. He bitterly smiles and says, this Xiao's cultivation is shallow. When I come here, I can't even take care of myself. How can I protect you? You are the future ruler of the Cha New Kingdom. If something happens to you, this Xiao can't afford to take responsibility. Brother Xiao. Princess Baihua pouts her small mouth, showing that delicate and pitiful appearance. Just now, we fought together with Senior Ao. You see, don't forget that we are all humans. He and Senior Zhifeng are both demons. If this servant doesn't follow you, who else can I follow? But it doesn't matter, Brother Xiao, you can rest assured. With this servant here, I will definitely protect you and won't let you lose a single hair. Who told us to be humans? Don't you think so? This. Looking at Princess Baihua's somewhat sly eyes, Xiao Hua is speechless. Just now, he said that he couldn't protect her, but she actually turned around to protect him. What can Xiao Hua say? Brother Xiao. Princess Baihua drags her voice again, it's just an auction, what danger can there be? This servant only feels that this place is gloomy. Moreover, when we were about to board the pleasure boat, Senior Ao of the demon race already said that he was also invited here. He doesn't know the depth of this auction, so he can't guarantee this servant's safety. This servant is relying on you. Being unreasonably entangled by Princess Baihua like this, Xiao Hua is also helpless. Regardless of whether this auction is dangerous or not, what Princess Baihua said is right. He and Princess Baihua are both humans. In this place, they can only support each other and have no other choice. The eyes of others blind, the mouth of others is soft. Xiao Hua sighs helplessly, just now, the distance between this Xiao and you was too close. Now, this Xiao wants to taste your new tea, how can this Xiao dare not agree? He. Princess Baihua is not surprised that Xiao Hua will agree. She says with a smile, this servant knows that Brother Zhao's mouth is hard and his heart is soft. At this point, Princess Baihua's eyes turn and says, it seems that Brother Zhao's mouth is even softer than his heart, right? Xiao Hua's face instantly becomes a bit hot. He knows that Princess Baihua is alluding to the words he said before boarding the pleasure boat. However, before Xiao Hua can think of a way to answer, the entire pleasure boat makes a strange sound like a horse stepping on a bluestone. Xiao Hua hurriedly looks up. In this short period of time, the pleasure boat has already arrived in front of another cave. From the cave, a sound similar to that of a cow mooing can be heard. It seems that there is another world inside. At this time, under the pleasure boat, the water seems to be boiling and bubbles appear. These bubbles rush up to the pleasure boat and cause it to shake. Xiao Hua's heart is moved, and he looks at old monster Zhifeng. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, old monster Zhifeng's rat eyes also flash with a trace of doubt. It seems that he is also astonished. Old monster Zhifeng. Xiao Hua hurriedly calls out, when can we reach the auction? Is it inside this cave? Old monster Zhifeng bitterly smiles and waves his hand, don't ask this old man. This old man only knows that after sitting on this dragon boat and passing through the arch bridge, we can reach the auction. And this dragon boat can at most seat 4 people. This old man does not know anything else. Just as he is speaking, an enormous suction force suddenly appears in front of the pleasure boat. Everyone's body slightly leans back, and the entire pleasure boat rushes into the cave faster than flying swords. Boom! Inside the dragon's head in front of the pleasure boat, a completely different fluctuation appeared. This fluctuation overflowed into the cave, emitting a violent rumbling sound. As this rumbling sound rang out, Xiaohua felt his eyes widen slightly. Soon after, a sound even louder than this rumbling sound rushed into his ears, as if 10,000 drums were beating at the same time. Deafening sounds are exactly what Xiaohua was thinking. Hiss. Amidst the countless rumbling sounds, Xiaohua releases his divine sense. After seeing it clearly, he gasps. The pleasure boat rushed into a huge abyss. Behind the pleasure boat, the river that was dozens of feet long rushed out of the cave like a snow-white dragon. It roared as it rushed towards the bottom of the abyss. When the water hit the rock walls, it made a loud noise. There are probably dozens of snow dragons like this in the abyss. These waterfalls all make the same loud noise. In the abyss, aside from this sound, there is only floating water. The pleasure boat rushes into the abyss and only pauses for a moment before falling into the abyss again. Xiaohua is shocked, but Princess Baihua's scream has already sounded. Unfortunately, Princess Baihua's scream is like an ant's in the abyss. Even Xiaohua, who is close by, can't hear it clearly. Not good. Xiaohua is shocked. He immediately activates the little bit of magic power in his body. Before he can use the flying talisman, the veils around the pleasure boat suddenly rise like wings. Waves of graceful music actually comes from these veils. Chapter 3308. Roar, roar! With 2 clear roars, the 2 dragon figures in front of the pleasure boat rushed out along with the music. After winding in the air for a moment, they immediately pulled the pleasure boat, and the pleasure boat abruptly stopped in midair. Then, the 2 dragon figures flashed with a green brilliance. As the brilliance became more and more intense, the dragon figures roared again and rushed toward the stone wall. Woo woo! With 2 collision sounds, the dragon figures rushed into the stone wall, and immediately, thousands of light shadows sprayed out from the stone wall. As soon as the light shadows fell on the dragon figures immediately turned into green stalks like a horned dragon. Moreover, these light shadows followed the green stalks to cover the pleasure boat, and in a moment, the entire pleasure boat was wrapped up. The moment the light shadows were sealed, the thunderous sounds in the entire abyss immediately disappeared. Moreover, through the light shadows, the entire abyss also changed. At this time, the pleasure boat of Xiaohua and the others had already transformed into a small pavilion. On the pavilion, the number 9 flashed with a faint brilliance. The pavilion was surrounded by vines, and the mist that filled the sky was like a hand, brushing these slender vines. In the entire abyss, in addition to Xiaohua's pavilion, there were 8 other pavilions of different styles. These pavilions emitted different brilliances, and Xiaohua and the others couldn't see the situation inside clearly. However, outside the pavilions, the numbers 1, 2 were indeed very clear. Looking at the center of the 9 pavilions, which was the center of the abyss, there was a hill-like drum. On this drum, 2 old men were casually sitting. One of them was holding a fist-sized wine jug, and between the 2 of them was a floating chessboard. The 2 of them were drinking wine while playing chess, as if they didn't see the surrounding pavilions. Just as Xiaohua and the others' pavilions appeared, 9 different brilliances of different colors flew out from the 2 old men's bodies, respectively landing on the 9 pavilions. Then, these 9 brilliances slowly expanded until they covered the entire abyss. This brilliance just happened to be like the ground, isolating the entire space from the abyss. Pa! With a crisp sound, a white chess piece that was as translucent as jade landed on the chessboard. The old man who was holding the white chess piece stood up and laughed heartily. "Old ghost Qingyu, you've lost this game. If you want to make a comeback, you'll have to wait until next time." At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly discovered that he could see the chessboard very clearly, as well as the black and white flags on the chessboard. "Motherfucker, is there a mistake? Since when did you have chess pieces here? Why didn't I see him just now?" Before the white-haired old man could completely stand up, the old man holding the black piece shouted angrily. His finger was pointing at a white piece on the chessboard. "Huh, if you lose, then you lose. You even learned how to renege. Your chess style is becoming more and more like your character." The white-haired old man waved his hand, and the chessboard turned into fragments and disappeared. "I don't have any moral character to begin with." The old man named Qingyu muttered a few words, raised his eyes to look around, and then somewhat unhappily called out, "Old devil Qin, why did only 9 families come this time? Your auction is getting more and more desolate. Hee hee." The old man with the surname Qin rubbed his hands in embarrassment. Today is the Hungry Ghost Festival. Many cultivators don't have time to spare. Moreover, there's an auction at Star Plucking Tower today. That's why there aren't many people here. Forget it, there's not much time left. Let's hurry up and get started. I'm waiting to go back. The old man named Qingyu waved his hand and urged. "Alright, I'll call the boy over right now." The old man with the surname Qin extended his hand and took out a copper bell the size of a fist from his wide sleeve. As it shook slightly, a handsome young man walked out from the stone wall and bowed in front of the old man. "This humble one is Yan Sheng. Greetings, esteemed master." The old man with the surname Qin put the copper bell into his sleeve and raised his head. His slightly blurry eyes swept across the 9 pavilions. Xiaohua naturally saw the old man's gaze as well. Although they were separated by a great distance, Xiaohua felt that the old man's gaze could penetrate his body and see through him. As for Xiaohua himself, although he released his divine sense, he could only vaguely sense the old man's restrained aura. He couldn't truly grasp the old man's strength. Good heavens, I've finally met an expert. Xiaohua was somewhat speechless. He knew that this old man was at least at the late nascent soul stage and was definitely not someone he could deal with. After the old man with the surname Qin finished looking through the 9 pavilions, he leisurely said, "This old man's surname is Qin and my title is Master 9 Firmaments. I've invited all of you here today because I have a few items to bid on. Of course, some of you already know what these items are, so I don't want to say too much. Everyone will see in a moment. As for the rules of the auction, I won't say too much either. In a moment, the boy under me will explain in detail. In short, I thank all of you for coming tonight. All of you who are able to participate in tonight's auction will receive a token from this old man after the auction is over. If any of you have any problems in the future, you can use the token and the contact information in the token to contact this old man. This old man will do his best to help you." With that, Master 9 Firmaments waved his sleeve and a few wisps of mist rushed out from the bulging area. When the mist dissipated, the old man named Qingyu also disappeared. The youth named Yan Sheng hastily bowed and saluted, respectfully sending off Master. Once the old man disappeared, he stood up and saluted the crowd again. "Seniors, this junior is called Yan Sheng. Today, I have been appointed by Master to serve seniors. Now, Junior will first explain the rules of the auction to seniors. The rules of this auction are slightly different from those of the Copper Pillar State Star Plucking Pavilion. Aside from the 3 precious items that Master has already informed us of, if there are any other items that seniors wish to bid on, you can name them. If Master has them, he will definitely bid on them. Furthermore, if Master doesn't have them, other seniors can also take them out to bid. However, Junior can also bid on the items that seniors have taken out. Of course, if seniors have items that others won't bid on, you can take them out. Junior will definitely give seniors a satisfactory price. It was unknown whether it was because everyone was reserved or because they were afraid of Master Nine Firmaments, but no one spoke from the 9 pavilions. Xiao Hua listened to these rules thoughtfully and narrowed his eyes as he looked at old monster Jifeng. Ever since he entered this space, he had been communicating with Ao Shuai. It was unknown what they were discussing. However, seeing that the two were somewhat absent-minded and looking outside the pavilion, Xiao Hua didn't feel that they were scheming against him. "Brother Xiao, have you heard of this Master Nine Firmaments?" Princess Baihua was currently sitting on a stone bench next to Xiao Hua. She propped her arm on the stone table and propped up her cheek. She curiously looked at the two old men who had disappeared and whispered, "Their cultivation seemed to be very powerful." "Fellow Taoist Xian," Xiao Hua said unhappily, "you are the princess of a country. If even you don't know about it, how could this Xiao know?" Princess Baihua stuck out her tongue and said mischievously, "This servant only concentrates on cultivation. These things are usually reported by the servants." "Hee, let's hear what the 3 treasures Master Nine Firmaments prepared." Xiao Hua nodded. "If they are suitable, you can also bid for some." "Don't." Princess Baihua hurriedly waved her hand. "This servant has already spent all my primeval stones when bidding for the Scarlet Flame War Chariot. Coming to this auction is really to broaden my horizons." Hee. Xiao Hua didn't believe that a princess of a country didn't have any primeval stones. He only smiled and didn't say anything else. Yan Xing stood in the center of the 9 pavilions and waved his hand. The stone wall he came from flashed with a green light and a stone table flew out. At this time, a tray was placed on top of the table. On the tray were several jade eyes. "Seniors, these are jade eyes." Although Yan Sheng was very calm, his words still revealed a trace of awkwardness. Fortunately, this auction was different from the auction at Starplucking Tower. No one mocked him and no one disturbed him, allowing him to continue speaking. "What is recorded inside is the method to make the Thunderbolt battleship, and, unfortunately, although everyone tried their best to maintain their calm, Yan Sheng's words were too shocking. Some people who didn't hear the information cried out, including Princess Baihua. What? These jade eyes contain the method to make the Thunderbolt battleship." Princess Baihua almost jumped up from the stone stool. Her previous reserved demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Along with Princess Baihua, the other cultivators in the pavilions were also surprised. They all began to ask Yan Xing at once. At this time, old monster Jifeng's rat eyes revealed a trace of pride. He smiled and said, "Little girl, this old man was right? You asked Inspector Ao to bring you here. You are really lucky. I just don't know if you have enough primeval stones in your Qianquan bag." Princess Baihua didn't seem to hear old monster Jifeng's voice. She only looked at the jade eyes on the tray in the distance. Her eyes were filled with eagerness. The 2 hands she spoke of had already reached out and snatched the jade eyes. Moreover, she was still muttering, how is this possible? The Thunderbolt battleship is the national weapon of the previous Deqing kingdom. Ever since the Deqing kingdom was destroyed, the Thunderbolt battleship became extinct. It can't be found in the entire hidden immortal continent. How could it appear here? Thunderbolt battleship. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. Although he had never heard of the Thunderbolt battleship before, it seemed to be somewhat similar to his Thunder battleship. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Immortal friend Xian, is this Thunderbolt battleship so famous?" "Brother Xiao, you don't know." Princess Baihua reluctantly withdrew her gaze from the jade eyes and sat down. She smiled and said, "This Thunderbolt battleship is more than just famous. It is extremely famous. It is the greatest weapon in the hidden immortal continent. Every country wants to have it. Chapter 3309 When Xiao Hua heard this, he laughed, sounds really powerful. It's beyond my expectations. Princess Baihua sighed and explained, this Thunderbolt battleship is the Jin province Deshang Kingdom's siege weapon. Thousands of years ago, the Deshang Kingdom used this to conquer countless small countries. If not for the sudden death of the Deshang Kingdom's king, they would have conquered the entire Jin province. Unfortunately, after the sudden death of the Deshang Kingdom's king, the entire kingdom was like a group of dragons without a leader. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. In one night, the kingdom actually split into more than 10 countries. However, none of the kings of these countries actually knew how to make the Thunderbolt battleship. When all of their Thunderbolt battleships were used up, the hidden immortal continent never saw another Thunderbolt battleship again. Oh, Xiaohua nodded slightly and asked again, between the Thunderbolt battleship and the Scarlet Flame War Chariot, which one is stronger? Princess Baihua smiled bitterly, this. I'm afraid there's nothing to compare them. They have different uses. The Scarlet Flame War Chariot is an imitation of the Scarlet Emperor War Chariot. The Scarlet Emperor War Chariot is suitable for a commander. It's not suitable for group attacks. If ordinary soldiers could also stand on the war chariot, how could it be called the Scarlet Emperor War Chariot? The Thunderbolt battleship is used by ordinary soldiers. It can carry thousands of people. It's said that a Thunderbolt battleship can be hundreds or even thousands of feet long. On the battlefield, a Thunderbolt battleship can destroy a country's capital. What's more, this Thunderbolt battleship also has a battle formation. 3 in a group, 9 in a group. When they form a battle formation, they're practically invincible. At this point, Princess Baihua narrowed her eyes and stared at Xiao Hua as if she was thinking of something. However, when her gaze met Xiao Hua's puzzled gaze, she immediately looked away and a trace of shyness appeared on her face. When Princess Baihua was explaining to Xiao Hua, Yan Sheng's face was also red. He stuttered as he answered the questions of the people around him, this is something Master obtained from outside. This one can naturally guarantee that the Jedi records are complete. Not only does it have the method to make the Thunderbolt battleship, it also has the battle formation diagrams of these Thunderbolt battleships. If any senior wants to bid, you can pay the primeval stones first, then look at it yourself. If you feel that there's a mistake, you can refund it. Yan Sheng, what's the starting bid? Once they heard that there was a battle formation inside the Jade Eyes, some people couldn't help but shout out. Yan Sheng bit his lips lightly and said loudly, the esteemed lord has already instructed that the 3 treasures we're offering won't be auctioned publicly. If any senior is interested in bidding, you can send a voice transmission to me. I'll sell the treasures to the senior who offers the highest price. How can that be? Who knows if you offered the highest price? What if no one bids? The voice almost blurted out. Unfortunately, after this voice, no one spoke in agreement. Even Yan Sheng's face turned slightly red and he did not reply. Xiao Hua watched from afar. Although he couldn't see clearly who was talking in the pavilion, Xiao Hua still felt like he was looking at a fool. Since Master Nine Firmaments had sent a young man with a low cultivation base to act as a judge, he naturally wanted to make the people participating in the auction feel at ease. Besides, why would Master Nine Firmaments need to do such a thing? Especially since he didn't need to open his mouth to bid. If he had any tricks up his sleeve, he wouldn't even need to bring the treasures to the auction. As for why no one would bid, Xiao Hua only needed to think for a moment to understand. Just like how old monster Zhifeng knew that there was something he needed at the auction, the other people at the auction must also know that the Thunderbolt battleship would appear. Moreover, they must have made preparations to bid for it. There was more than one such person. Only people like Xiao Hua and Princess Baihua, who had been invited at the last minute, would be so surprised. As expected, although this person's temperament was a bit impatient, he definitely wasn't a fool. After blurting out those words, he didn't say anything else. He clearly understood the reason. Seniors, if you've finished your discussion, you can send a voice transmission to me. Yan Xing very respectfully said to Xiao Hua's pavilion. He didn't turn to Xiao Hua. Seeing this, Xiao Hua knew that his previous guess was correct. This Yan Xing knew that no one would bid for it. Brother Xiao. Princess Baihua suddenly opened her mouth, a trace of excitement on her face. Her already perky chest heaved slightly. You, how many more primeval stones do you have in your Qinquan pouch? Can you lend me a hand? This. Xiao Hua was a bit hesitant. He looked at Princess Baihua's eyes and didn't know how to answer. Princess Baihua hurriedly said, just now, I've already explained the use of this thunderbolt battleship to Brother Xiao. This thing has no meaning to ordinary cultivators, but to a country, it's definitely a sharp weapon for its rise. Since I was able to come here, it's my opportunity. It's also my Cha Nu country's opportunity. I don't want to let it go. I'm willing to use the power of my country to bid for it. Fellow immortal Xian, Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and bitterly smiled. Do you think the primeval stones in my pouch can compare to the power of your Cha Nu country? Sigh. This sentence poked at Princess Baihua's worries. She immediately became dispirited and sat down weakly on the stone bench. I'm a bit regretful. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have bid for the Scarlet Flame War Chariot. Why don't you? Xiao Hua originally wanted to remind Princess Baihua that she could ask old monster Ji Feng or Ao Shui for help, but after looking at the two people who were whispering to each other, he knew that their goal wasn't the Thunderbolt battleship. The thing they wanted to bid for hadn't appeared yet. How could they take out primeval stones to give to others? Forget it, fellow immortal Xian, how many primeval stones do you think I have? You can bid as much as you want. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, you're the noble princess of Cha Nu country. Our primeval stones can be used as a deposit first. Or you can leave your Scarlet Flame War Chariot and other things. When we return to Cha Nu country, you can bring back the rest of the primeval stones. Princess Baihua slightly bit her lips. She raised her eyes to look at Xiao Hua and then looked into the distance. Clearly, she had considered Xiao Hua's plan before. In just a moment, Princess Baihua stood up and transmitted a few words to Yan Sheng. When Yan Sheng heard the voice, he turned his head in astonishment. He seemed to be able to see through the brilliance of the pavilion. His gaze fell on Princess Baihua's face. Seeing the sweet smile on Princess Baihua's face, Yan Sheng's face slightly reddened. He nodded at Princess Baihua and then looked at the other pavilions. Hee, you're really beautiful. Xiao Hua said with a smile, just saying it made sense. If I were to say it, I'm afraid I would be immediately rejected, right? Hee, brother Xiao, are you jealous? Princess Baihua raised her eyebrows. Her watery eyes seemed to be able to speak, if that's the case, then I won't bid. Don't. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand. He knew that Princess Baihua was taking revenge on him for flirting with her before boarding the pleasure boat. He said, I'm old and my appetite isn't good. I don't want to eat anything. It's good that brother Xiao isn't angry. Princess Baihua said with a smile, actually, I didn't discuss anything with this little guy. I just reported the amount of primeval stones that my Cha Nu country could pay for the Thunderbolt battleship. What? This time it was Xiao Hua's turn to be shocked. You don't have that many primeval stones on you. How would you dare to bid? If you won the bid and couldn't pay enough primeval stones, what would you do? Princess Baihua wasn't nervous at all. She glanced at Yan Sheng, who didn't turn around, and explained, earlier, this little guy already said clearly that the 3 treasures and primeval stones provided by the esteemed one would be handed over together after the auction. At that time, the other cultivators won't be here. Only I will be here. If he doesn't give the Thunderbolt battleship to me, who else can he give it to? Besides, I don't have that many primeval stones on me, but my Cha Nu country does. They only need to send a disciple to follow me. Once we arrive at Cha New country, they will immediately receive the primeval stones. Why wouldn't they be willing? Xiaohua didn't expect Princess Baihua to be so bold. He shook his head with a bitter smile and said, both sides have already bid. Let's wait and see. I hope fellow immortal Xian can get what she wants. Not necessarily. Princess Baihua also smiled bitterly. I think that those who can come here to bid for the Thunderbolt battleship must be the nobles of several countries. I may not be able to get what I want. This is the real reason why I dared to bid. Sure enough, after the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Yansheng raised his voice and said, Seniors, this junior obtained the number of primeval stones bid by 4 seniors. Among them, the senior in pavilion number 3 bid the highest. The secret method to make the Thunderbolt battleship will be obtained by number 3. As he spoke, the stone table that was floating in mid-air suddenly rotated and flew towards one of the pavilions. After it abruptly entered the pavilion, Yansheng smiled and said, Elder, please check the authenticity of this item. If you feel that the jade eye is a fake, please return it to this younger generation. If you think the jade eye is the real deal, please leave behind the primeval stones that senior just bid for before you leave. A faint voice came from the pavilion. Although it was very soft, it was filled with majesty. There was an unquestionable feeling. Whoosh! When Princess Baihua heard this sound, her face immediately turned pale as if there was no blood in it. Her eyes stared at the stone table that flew into the pavilion. After the stone table flew into the pavilion, it flew out again. Only after the time it takes to drink a cup of tea did color return to her snow-white face. Xiaohua was also very curious. He didn't know who bid more than Princess Baihua, so he also looked at the pavilion and didn't notice Princess Baihua's abnormality. Alright, seniors, the Thunderbolt battleship has been bid. Yansheng didn't miss the opportunity to raise his voice. Next, the seniors in pavilion number 1 can exercise their right to bid. If there are any treasures or things you need, you can ask for them. If junior can help senior, I will definitely help senior. Chapter 33:10. Okay. Not waiting for Yansheng's voice to land, a voice from the number 1 pavilion facing Xiaohua shouted, This old man has a set of wooden ox horse refining techniques, whoever is interested can bid. Wooden ox horse. Xiaohua slightly frowned, looking at old monster Zhifeng and Ao Shuai who had already stopped whispering. He asked Princess Baihua in a somewhat puzzled voice, Immortal Xian, this wooden ox horse, what is it? Actually, Xiaohua didn't want to ask too much, but he was afraid of missing out on something good. Obviously, Princess Baihua was also somewhat absent-minded. She didn't care about Xiaohua's ignorance and casually said, wooden ox horse was originally a Mahist mechanism technique, used to make some oxen and horses to transport food. Later on, after some development, it could make wooden puppets to transport food, and even make puppets to fight. This number 1 pavilion seemed to have bid for the Thunderbolt battleship before. I'm afraid he was also the ruler of a country. This wooden ox horse should be of a higher level, it can be used to make puppets. Of course, he definitely wouldn't take out the highest level puppets to bid. Oh, so it's a puppet technique. Xiaohua immediately understood, then sighed, my Dao sex puppet technique might be used to make a puppet to serve people, but in the hands of a Confucian cultivator, it can actually be used to fight. Although this wooden ox horse only has puppets, it's still useful for a small country. Sure enough, as soon as Xiaohua finished talking to himself, someone immediately started bidding, and there were actually 2 people bidding. Since there were 2 people, this bidding became interesting. The 2 sides kept increasing the price, no one was willing to give way, until finally, Yansheng could only open his mouth and say, 2 seniors, this junior has already explained the rules, the bidding can't be too long, this is the last bidding, the 2 seniors can each give the price to this senior. If possible, you can hand over the primeval stones now. Okay. Seeing that they couldn't take advantage of the situation, the 2 bidding cultivators agreed, and transmitted their voices to the cultivators in the number 1 pavilion. Immediately, several jade eyes flew out of the number 1 pavilion. From the other pavilion, a Qinquan bag flew out. The second bidding was over. Immediately after, another cultivator coughed and said, "This old man wants the formation diagram of the 9 heavens raging fire formation. Does anyone have it?" Unfortunately, this cultivator's luck was rather bad. He repeated it 3 times in a row, but no one responded. It seemed that it wasn't that no one had this array diagram, but that no one was willing to take it out to bid. "Senior in pavilion number 2, you may begin," Yan Xing said respectfully to the person in the other pavilion. "This old man has a young profound cry beast and a secret technique to refine soul-splitting technique. If any of you are interested, you can send a message to this old man," a sharp voice said from the second pavilion. "See, a secret technique to refine the soul clone." When Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but become interested. However, he didn't know if this refined avatar was the same as his split avatar. After thinking for a moment, he asked Old Monster Zhifeng, "Old Monster Zhifeng, what is this profound cry beast? Why does it sound so unfamiliar to me?" And, the profound cry beast is a unique demon of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realms Copper Demon Ridge. Old Monster Zhifeng looked at Xiaohua and explained, "Although this Copper Demon Ridge isn't the deepest part of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, it is still a bit far from the North Sea. Very few of you humans can reach it. Therefore, it is normal that you have never heard of the profound cry beast. This profound cry beast has rough skin and thick flesh since young. An adult profound cry beast is not afraid of ordinary imperial flying swords. If it is refined a little, it is even more powerful than a high-level defensive imperial flying sword. As for this cultivator's profound cry beast cub, I'm afraid its intelligence has already been controlled by the cultivator. Using the secret technique to refine the soul clone to control the profound cry beast, one can have a helper that won't betray him, and 2 can leave a seed after his main body dies. Hehe, Xiaohua, I think your Dao sect also has such a secret technique. If you are willing, you can bid for this profound cry beast, and, especially the secret technique to refine the soul clone. It may be useful in the future. Hehe, since you know that my Dao sect has such a secret technique, then why do I still need to spend primeval stones to bid?" Xiaohua listened to Old Monster Zhifeng's explanation and knew that this so-called primeval spirit refining technique was close to the Dao sect's insidious method of possession. He had long lost interest in it and only retorted with a smile. Old Monster Zhifeng glanced at Ao Shuai who was looking outside the pavilion and ignoring Xiaohua, and said with a smile, "I just feel that it is not easy for you to come here. Moreover, I can't give you any benefits, so I reminded you." "Thank you very much, Elder." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Actually, since we are already here, if you have any information about this auction, why don't you tell me in advance? This is much more useful than the reminder just now." "Hehe, since you are already here, do you know what is the point of bidding? It is better to watch others arrange it like this." At this time, Old Monster Zhifeng still didn't tell Xiaohua what he wanted to bid for. This was really somewhat thought-provoking. Xiaohua looked at Old Monster Zhifeng's still warm smile and the unchanging craftiness in his eyes, then looked at Ao Shuai's arrogance and shook his head slightly. He was not afraid of Old Monster Zhifeng, but he was somewhat afraid of Ao Shuai. But now it seemed that, the possibility of the 2 of them working together to deal with him was not high. Moreover, he was still in this auction. Even if the 2 of them worked together to deal with him, they would still have to take Master 9 Firmament's face into consideration. In particular, Xiaohua believed that Old Monster Zhifeng did not have too many reasons to deal with him. The only possibility was the heavenly horse. If he could bid for something that he liked in the auction, Xiaohua was still willing to take this risk. The Xianming beast was a bit unfamiliar to Xiaohua, but to the other cultivators of the hidden immortal continent, it seemed to only be a relatively rare monster beast. After this cultivator spoke, no one responded. At this time, Yanxing suddenly raised his head, and a respectful expression appeared on his face. He nodded slightly and said, "Senior, my master is more interested in your soul refining method. If you are willing, you can tell me the amount of origin stones you want to bid. If it is suitable, my master will take it. He won't let Senior return empty-handed." "Hee, thank you very much, master." That person chuckled. He knew that Master Nine Firmaments didn't want to have a situation where someone had just bid for it. After thanking him, he said a few words to Yanxing, and then the jade-eye flew out of the pavilion and landed on the stone table. "May I know if the other seniors in Pavilion number 2 have anything that I can help you with?" After Pavilion number 1 had handed over the goods, Yanxing respectfully asked Pavilion number 2. "Cough cough, I need a Buddhist sect's third transformation soul nourishing pill. I wonder if Master has it." A hoarse voice sounded slightly weak. "Third transformation." Ao Shuai hadn't said anything, as if he disdained to be with Xiao Hua. When he heard the old woman's request, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He opened his wide dragon mouth and sneered, "How can the hidden immortal continent have such a Buddha pill? Even in the Pure Land world. I'm afraid it's not easy to get it. This person is a bit delusional." What the patrol envoy said is very true. Old Monster Jifeng also echoed, "This third transformation soul nourishing pill requires the sarira of a Buddhist sect senior monk who has reincarnated for 3 lifetimes. This kind of rare pill is controlled by the Great Lightning Tune Temple. If it isn't someone who has made a great contribution to the Buddhist sect, it's impossible to get a reward. Although Master Nine Firmaments has great power, I'm afraid it's hard to satisfy, right?" Sure enough, a difficult voice sounded out, "Fellow immortal, I have to disappoint you. This old man really doesn't have a third transformation soul nourishing pill. However, if your soul is damaged, this old man does have a few Dao Sect's soul replenishing pills. Do you need them?" "Forget it," the old woman was very disappointed. She coughed twice and said, "Although the Dao Sect's pills have spiritual effects, they are useless to this old man. Many thanks for Master's good intentions. It seems like the other fellow immortals also don't have this item. I have to disappoint fellow immortal. No matter, this old woman has been disappointed more than once or twice. Maybe it's because I don't have enough luck." After the old woman finished speaking, she didn't say anything else. Yanxing waited for a moment and then said respectfully to the third pavilion, "May I ask the senior of the third pavilion, how may I be of service? This servant wants to ask Master to help this servant kill someone." A clear voice said. "Damn it." Xiao Hua was stunned when he heard this. Looking at the similarly stunned Princess Bai Hua, he blurted out, Is this still a auction? How can it take the life of the buyer?" Unfortunately, Xiao Hua still underestimated the moral integrity of many people. Yanxing didn't even need Master Nine Firmaments to open his mouth and said very familiarly, "Who is the enemy that Senior wants to kill? Senior needs to clearly explain this person's origin so that Junior can quote a price based on this information. This person's information is here." Saying this, a jade-eye flew out from the pavilion and landed on the stone table. "Senior, please wait a moment. After Junior finishes looking at it, there will naturally be someone who will trade with Senior." Yanxing said respectfully after seeing the stone table once again disappear into the stone wall. Seeing this scene, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly turned cold. The little bit of hope that he had placed on Master Nine Firmaments immediately disappeared. Following that, he became vigilant towards old Monster Jifeng. This place was indeed as dangerous as Zhu Qing said. Since lives could be traded here, how could Master Nine Firmaments protect his own safety? Of course, Xiao Hua also believed that Master Nine Firmaments would maintain the reputation of this auction, but what if old Monster Jifeng paid a certain price? However, thinking of the price, Xiao Hua smiled again. He really wasn't afraid of old Monster Jifeng paying a price to ask Master Nine Firmaments to help. "Does Senior of the third pavilion have anything else?" If not, Junior will bid for the second treasure this time. Yansheng waited for a moment and didn't see anyone speak, so he reminded. I have something here that I obtained by chance. I don't know what it is. Previously, I brought it to the auction, but no one offered a price. Today, I brought it here to ask Master 9 Firmaments to appraise and see what it is. A similarly dignified voice sounded, if it is a treasure, would Master be interested? Chapter 33:11. Senior, please take that item out. Yansheng's tone was still respectful. That person was a little troubled. This item is rather special. It's so slippery that it can't be sensed. It's not easy for me to control it. Little friend, please come to the pavilion and take it. All right. Yansheng heard and was about to walk along the light under his feet. However, that person's voice rang out again. Little friend Yansheng, if you don't have a special container, this item can't be held by hand. It doesn't have a specific shape. Little friend, please take a special container from the esteemed lord first. Oh. Yansheng was stunned. He asked curiously, Senior, how did you take it? Can't you just give it to this junior together with the container? Ah. Yes. That person seemed to have come to a realization. Almost everyone could see that person holding his forehead with one hand. Ha ha ha. Almost everyone laughed. The only one who didn't laugh was Xiaohua. Previously, when Xiaohua heard that this item was slippery and couldn't be sensed with his origin sense, his heart was moved. Why did this item sound like exquisite gold? Even if it wasn't exquisite gold, it probably wasn't an item of the 5 elements. Xiaohua couldn't help but be interested. When he heard that this item didn't have a shape, his heart skipped a beat. His eyes were filled with eagerness. He turned a blind eye to that person's embarrassment of not having much common sense. If that's the case, then there's no need for little friend to come over. That person came to a realization and immediately flew out a small green gourd from the 3rd pavilion. Like before, it landed on the stone table and disappeared into the stone wall along with the stone table. It was only for a moment. However, in this moment, Xiaohua was like an ant on a hot pan. He was anxious and uncertain. He was afraid that Yansheng's words would kill his hopes of bidding for this item. Princess Baihua was also somewhat absent-minded. It seemed that after she heard that voice, she had been restless. Therefore, she didn't notice Xiaohua's abnormal state. After a moment, on the stone wall that Xiaohua was staring at, a light flashed and the stone table appeared. The small green gourd was still on top of it. Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh in relief. Yansheng raised his voice and said, Senior, the esteemed one has already taken a look at it. This item is a material that the Taoist sect uses to refine equipment. As for what it is, even the esteemed one isn't sure. However, he was certain that this item was not within the 5 elements, so it would not be easy to refine this so-called magic tool. However, if he could successfully refine it, then it would definitely be an extremely amazing magic tool. I'm very sorry, but this item is of no use to Venerable Master. Senior, please ask if there are any Tao sect cultivators in the auction house. Alas, I understand. That person was also a little disappointed, as if casting pearls before swine. After all, Master 9 Heavens had said it very well. This thing was really rare. But it was precisely because it was so rare that no one in the hidden immortal continent could use it. Motherfucker, say something. When Xiaohua saw the small green jade gourd flying towards the 3rd pavilion, he almost stretched out a hand from his throat. Although he couldn't be sure that this small green jade gourd was definitely the exquisite gold, but based on the fact that it was not within the 5 elements, it was still worth it for him to make a move. But the problem was, if that person didn't say anything and he rashly bid, it would definitely attract the attention of others. Perhaps he would have to pay a lot of primeval stones to obtain this exquisite gold. And Xiao Hua's current problem was that he didn't have too many top-grade primeval stones in his space. It was very clear that that person didn't know that Xiao Hua was fervently wanting it. There were a total of 9 pavilions, and each pavilion only had 2 or 3 people. Today, the Dao sect was in decline. How could there be someone among the dozen or so people in this auction who needed this rare item that ordinary Dao sect cultivators couldn't use? That person had already given up. Seeing that the small green jade gourd was about to land in the 3rd pavilion, Xiao Hua could only take the initiative to attack. Fellow immortal, where did you get this small green jade gourd? How many things can it hold? Oh. The person in the 3rd pavilion was clearly startled, as if he didn't understand Xiao Hua's meaning. This item was obtained by myself. Speaking up to here, that person suddenly came to a realization and said with some embarrassment and anger, I didn't come to bid for this green jade gourd. Why are you asking this? Hee, fellow immortal, don't be angry. Xiao Hua said with a smile, I know you're bidding for that rare item that's not within the 5 elements. But I just happen to need something that can hold liquids. Imperial equipment, and I need to hold a lot of them. So I wanted to ask if fellow immortal could part with it. Of course, if fellow immortal is willing, I'm willing to pay a high price. Hee, you really have good taste. That person was somewhat proud, although my green jade gourd can't compare to the pure water bottle that I took from Liao Jiangshui in the Longevity Town, it can still hold half of Liao Jiangshui. Ah! In an instant, Xiao Hua seemed to have been petrified, almost standing there in a daze. He didn't think that the matter of him revealing the pure water bottle on Liao Jiangshui would be known by others so quickly. Then, Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and he probed, fellow immortal, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. Seems like you're really not a Buddhist monk. That person wasn't as reckless as Xiao Hua had imagined. He actually opened his mouth and said, this matter has spread like wildfire in the Buddhist sections. You actually don't know that a bald donkey who attained the Avalokitesvara Buddha fruit used the clear water bottle to collect the entire Liao River in the Longevity Town? You're really ignorant and ill-informed. This is the first Buddhist monk to attain Avalokitesvara in the hidden immortal continent. Right now, who knows how many good men and women who were deceived by this monk are heading to the Longevity Town, and who knows how many monks are heading to the Longevity Town to worship this unprecedented bodhisattva. Cough cough. Yan Xing lightly coughed twice, and said with a smile, 2 seniors, this is an auction, don't mention anything that isn't auctioned. If senior has the heart to part with it, feel free to send a voice transmission to this senior from pavilion number 9. Hee, many thanks for little friend's reminder, I understand. Everyone, please wait a moment. That person laughed, and immediately sent a voice transmission, this immortal friend, let's not beat around the bush, although I'm not a Confucian cultivator, the cunning in my stomach is not any less than you humans. You also don't play this kind of trick of buying the casket and returning the pearl. Say it, how many primeval stones do you want to bid for this item? Motherfucker, these goblins have all become goblins. They actually saw through this Xiao's thoughts. Xiao Hua cursed in his heart, but seeing that no one was bidding with him, his heart also calmed down slightly. I don't know what immortal friend's bottom line is. Xiao Hua didn't hide it, and sent a voice transmission, I'm indeed interested in that thing that isn't in the 5 elements. However, to be honest, it's precisely because I'm embarrassed that I have no choice but to use this method, I hope immortal friend can understand. And, I know, who doesn't want to pay less than 1 primeval stone. That person was rather straightforward, and very quickly reported a number. This number was clearly out of Xiao Hua's expectations. He bitterly smiled and sent a voice transmission to that person, immortal friend, isn't this too much? Even if this treasure of yours is rare, it's not worth so many primeval stones. This thing might not be worth it, but with this jasper gourd, of course it's worth it. That person chuckled coldly, without this jasper gourd, how could you take this item away? Sigh, so in this price of yours, the jasper gourd took up half of it. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled, looks like I have no choice but to stretch out my neck and be slaughtered. You think this thing is easy to get? That person mocked. That day when I came across this item, just thinking of a way to get it took me several hours. This jasper gourd was. I obtained it with great difficulty, and only then did I manage to get it. Now that you've picked up a bargain, you naturally have to pay more primeval stones. Let's negotiate. Xiaohua obviously couldn't take out that many primeval stones, and probed, I don't have that many primeval stones, what else do you need? Are you crazy? That person became angry as soon as he heard, what are you bidding for if you don't have primeval stones? You're wasting my time for no reason. Don't be anxious. Xiaohua was amused, I have a lot of spiritual herbs here, enough to make up for the primeval stones. Spiritual herbs. What kind of spiritual herbs do you have? Upon hearing spiritual herbs, that person's tone changed slightly. Hearing that, Xiaohua knew that he had made the right bet again. This person should also be a demon from the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Demons didn't know how to grow spiritual herbs, and could only harvest them in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. With so many demons and spiritual herbs were naturally popular in the eyes of demons. What do you want? This time, it was Xiaohua's turn to take the initiative. Let's not waste time, after you say it, let's quickly settle the deal, don't make Master Nine Heavens unhappy. Alright, hearing Master Nine Heavens' name, that person's heart tightened, and he hurriedly told him the spiritual herbs he wanted and the amount. Xiaohua calculated in his heart, the price was about the same as Zhai Xing Lu's, so he didn't lose out. Thus, he transmitted his voice, fellow immortal, to tell you the truth, I do have these spiritual herbs, but I want to see if there are better things later, so. I can only use half of the spiritual herbs to exchange for that thing of yours. What do you think? Hearing that person was silent for a moment, then transmitted his voice again, to tell you the truth, using half of the spiritual herbs to exchange for this thing is a big bargain for you. I originally didn't intend to trade with you. Furthermore, you definitely have the means to keep this item. That's why you caught my faulty wording just now. If you take the jasper gourd, keep this item first, and then only give me half of the spiritual herbs, even if I'm not satisfied, I'll still have to swallow my pride and swallow my pride. After all, taking the thing first and then paying the primeval stones is the rule set by Master Nine Heavens, I have no choice but to follow. However, seeing that you are indeed honest and said this before the trade, I will reluctantly trade with you. Many thanks, fellow immortal. Xiaohua smiled, then transmitted his voice again, actually, fellow immortal didn't lose out much, this thing, to tell you the truth, it's of little value, I took it and wanted to try out a new refining method. Oh, you know how to refine. Are you a Taoist cultivator? That person's tone revealed a kind of ecstasy. Chapter 33:12. This is bad, Xiaohua bitterly laughs in his heart, the more you speak, the more likely you will make mistakes. This is truly an unbreakable truth. This one only has a rough understanding and cannot be considered an expert. Xiaohua hurriedly says, if a mortal friend has any requests, this one is afraid that I cannot fulfill them. You humans are indeed hypocritical. Just now, Venerable Nine Heavens already said that this item cannot be used unless one has extremely high refining skills. If you are not confident, how could you spend so many spirit herbs to bid for this item? That person says unhappily, if you are not willing, I am also not willing to make a deal with you. Seeing that the jasper gourd is still outside the third pavilion, Yanxing urges, seniors, have you finished the deal? Xiaohua helplessly sends a voice transmission, all right. But I wonder what immortal friend wants this one to refine. This item is rather troublesome. This one has yet to collect all the materials. That person does not hide and says, this one will give you an address. 3 years later, you can come here. If this one is able to collect all the materials, I will ask you to refine it. Oh, right, what is your name? Don't let this one not find you when the time comes. Dao Sex Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua does not hide and says. Alright, you can also take this jasper gourd. Consider it the down payment for this one's request. That person does not say his name. His jade eyes fall on the stone table, and the table immediately flies in front of Xiao Hua. Seeing Xiao Hua bid, Princess Bai Hua calms down the chaos in her heart and looks at Xiao Hua strangely. After Xiao Hua receives the jasper gourd, he takes out a small Qinkuan bag and places it on the stone table. Only then does she say in a low voice, Brother Xiao, why are you bidding for this strange item? This time, Xiao Hua does not say anything about refining anymore. He says with a smile, there are not many things from the Dao sect in this auction. It is not easy to meet one, how can I not bid? Princess Bai Hua only glances at Xiao Hua and does not ask anymore. It seems like she does not believe what Xiao Hua said too much. Alright, seniors, let's start bidding for the second treasure of this auction. When Yan Xing saw the stone table fly into the third pavilion, he immediately said, this item is one of the 10 great imperial equipment. I won't introduce it any further. Seniors, please bid for it. Although Yan Xing didn't mention the name of the 10 great imperial artifacts, Xiao Hua already realized that Venerable Nine Heavens had arranged 9 pavilions. The first 3 pavilions were for the first treasure, the middle 3 pavilions were for the second treasure, and the last 3 pavilions were for the third treasure. Old monster Jifeng, an old monster of the Thousand Devils Sacred Realm, would definitely not be interested in the 10 great imperial artifacts, and the 3 pavilions that were interested in the 10 great imperial artifacts already knew the name of the imperial artifact. Xiao Hua also didn't care about the imperial equipment. He just sat there quietly as his mind entered the space. Inside the space, Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the jade gourd appeared in his hand. Then, he flicked his hand, and sure enough, another exquisite gold flew out from the jade gourd, like a cloud floating in front of Xiao Hua. Good, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. Although the current wishful steel staff could only be considered a heaven-leveling staff, it could only extend about 10 feet. If he could add another piece of exquisite gold and extend it another 10 feet, it could barely be considered a wishful steel staff. Fellow Taoist, please show yourself. Xiao Hua smiled and called out to tracing light in the sky. Io, fellow Taoist, do you want to tire I to death? However, a ripple flashed in midair, and the green-robed Xiao Hua appeared out of thin air. When he saw the exquisite gold in front of him, he understood. He smiled bitterly and said, you want me to refine this, so you want me to comprehend it. Do you think this poor Taoist is you? Just now, I saw a pile of broken artifacts being sent in, and before I could figure out what was going on, fellow Taoist brought this thing in again. Fellow Taoist, capable people do more work. Xiao Hua smiled and said, the other fellow Taoists don't know how to refine artifacts. If I don't look for you, who else can I look for? Besides, don't you want to see what the real wishful steel staff looks like? Good boy, with a swing of 20 feet in the wind, it's awe-inspiring just thinking about it. Enough, enough, the green-robed Xiao Hua's face was actually expressionless, but his tone was rich. Fellow Taoist, please fool I. Even if it's awe-inspiring, it's your awe-inspiring, it has nothing to do with I. I's awe-inspiring, isn't that fellow Taoist's awe-inspiring? Xiao Hua said as if he was coaxing a child, if there is no fellow Taoist's hard work, how can I have everyone's awe-inspiring awe-inspiring? Hee, forget it, for fellow Taoist's sincerity, I will accept it. The green-robed Xiao Hua said with a smile. Thank you fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua said. Oh, this jasper gourd is good, but unfortunately, it's still not enough. I will also refine it. It seemed that the green-robed Xiao Hua was in a good mood. He actually took the initiative to grab the jasper gourd and the exquisite gold in his hand, and then he disappeared in a flash. Hee. Jade Archive Xiao Hua smiled and looked into the distance again. There was a patch of green spiritual grass where the Pegasus was leisurely eating grass. Although its expression was still a little dispirited, its relaxed pace showed that it was very comfortable. The location of the Pegasus was naturally imprisoned by Xiaohua. The Pegasus could only see darkness, and it should be no different from when it was in the small Qianquan bag. He was not worried that the Pegasus would reveal the secret of the space. Very good, Xiaohua was happy in his heart, and the sunlight in the whole space became more and more brilliant. When Xiaohua was about to leave, his eyes fell on the Ice Worm King's egg and other things. Whether it was the Ice Worm King's egg, the Water Pattern Butterfly's egg, or even the Dream Mirage Butterfly's egg and those spirit-swallowing bugs, they had been in Xiaohua's space for hundreds of years, and even went through the separation of yin and yang. If they were ordinary eggs, they would have hatched long ago and even grown into spiritual beasts. But these eggs not only did not hatch, but also became more silent, especially those spirit-swallowing bugs and wood-swallowing bugs. They closed their eyes and slept. If not for Xiaohua being able to sense the vitality in their bodies, and the faint golden runes around the eggs and spiritual beasts, Xiaohua would really think that these things had died when the yin and yang separated. Forget it, let's see what happens to them. Although Xiaohua could control the whole space, he did not understand the growth of these spiritual beasts. It seemed that there were still many things that he needed to understand and practice. When Xiaohua withdrew his eyes from these spiritual beasts, he looked at the little lightning beast floating under the nameless item in the sky with its eyes closed. Then, he flashed into the yin side of the space. Compared to the vitality of the yang side of the space, the yin side of the space was equally dense with the aura of death. Wisps of the essence of the blood sea entered Shue's helpless soul through the nether lotus and nether bamboo, and the purple mist lingered around them all the time. The stone statue of Zhang Xiaohua that accompanied Shue's soul was also flashing with blood-red light and black mist. The originally ordinary appearance of Zhang Xiaohua had now become somewhat majestic. Countless blood-red lights penetrated into the stone statue from the nether lotus like gossamer, and countless black threads flashed out from the banner of Qiyu, fusing with the blood-red lights. Even the wisps of purple mist that only Xiaohua could see were entering the stone statue's body through the blood-red lights. Sigh. Looking at all these unchanging, Xiaohua sighed and disappeared from the yin side of the space again. When Xiaohua's mind left the space, there was not much change in the auction hall. However, on the table floating in the air, there was an additional cloth that was commonly used by Confucian scholars. Oh! The ever-changing cloth. Xiaohua immediately understood when he saw this object, and his divine sense involuntarily swept out. He saw that the ever-changing scarf was no different from an ordinary Confucian scarf. However, when his divine sense swept over it, traces of fluctuations that Xiaohua was very familiar with came from the Confucian scarf. Oh! Star power! Xiaohua was secretly shocked. It seems that what Fu Jiwen said was true. This Confucian cloth can really communicate with the stars. It allows people to borrow the power of the stars to cultivate. The ever-changing cloth's so-called ever-changing cloth must be achieved through the use of the star power. In this world, the star power is everywhere, stronger than the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In addition, it has the effect of destroying evil, and is used for, ouch. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was suddenly shocked. The star power, what is the connection between it and the noble spirit? The scrolls commonly used by Confucian cultivators are all drawn with the noble spirit. This ever-changing scarf allows Confucian cultivators to draw upon the power of the stars to draw scrolls. Therefore, the power of the stars must be related to the noble spirit. What is the connection? In an instant, Xiaohua immediately made up his mind. Without hesitation, he was about to send a message. Unfortunately, he had just said a few words when Yanxing smiled at Xiaohua and said, "Senior, you are too late. Just now, the senior in the 5th pavilion has already bid for this ever-changing cloth. If senior is interested in this imperial equipment, you should negotiate with that senior in private." As Yanxing's voice fell, the stone table flew towards the fifth pavilion and disappeared in a moment. When it flew out, the stone table was already empty. What a pity! Xiao Hua inwardly regretted. He heard Yan Xing ask the fourth pavilion if they had any requests. Clearly, just as Xiao Hua had guessed, number 4, number 5, and number 6 were Confucian cultivators who had been invited by Venerable Master Nine Heavens to bid for the Myriad Transformations handkerchief. Afterward, number 4 and number 5 made requests and took out treasures that Confucian cultivators could use. Not only had Xiao Hua never heard of them, but he also didn't have any use for them. Therefore, he only listened and didn't have any intention of bidding. On the contrary, Princess Baihua was very interested in the flying phoenix hairpin taken out by the fourth Confucian cultivator. The Confucian cultivator claimed that this so-called flying phoenix hairpin was an imitation of the imperial equipment of the Immortal Palace's imperial empress. This gimmick immediately attracted the bidding of 3 female cultivators. Princess Baihua had already bid for the Scarlet Flame War Chariot. She also saw Xiao Hua bid for the exquisite gold just now, so she was embarrassed and couldn't raise the price. In the end, she returned empty-handed. Looking at the 6th pavilion, Yan Xing once again invited, "Senior in the 6th pavilion, you can state your request now." Chapter 33:13. I don't have any requests. A slightly old voice said, however, this old man has a secret technique of the Buddhist sect. This old man obtained it from an eminent Buddhist monk. To be honest, I am not interested in the Buddhist sect, I am only impressed by the character of this senior monk. This senior monk is different from those monks who say one thing but mean another. Not only is he compassionate, he also teaches others to be kind. I have known him for more than 10 years and I have never seen him do anything that makes me uncomfortable. Of course, this old monk has tried to persuade me to enter the Buddhist sect more than once. This is the only thing that makes me unhappy. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Because of this, I have deliberately kept a certain distance from him. Who would have thought, last year, this old monk came to visit me again. He only said a few words and he revealed his intention to entrust me to find a successor in the hidden immortal continent. How could I agree to such a thing that goes against the righteousness of my Confucian cultivation? I immediately refused and even showed my determination to sever our relationship. Only then did he give up on his original intention. But what makes things difficult for me is that this old monk actually passed away in my house. He even gave me this Buddhist secret technique before he passed away and told me to find a fated person. How do you want me to deal with this? This old man seems to be telling a story. Even Yan Xing listens with great interest. But thinking about it, this is this old monk's last wish. I have no choice but to agree. Even before the people from the Buddhist sect came, I did not mention this matter. The old man finally says, previously, I really did not think of this matter. Now that we are in the auction, I will find a fated person for this old monk. This can also be considered as ending this matter. I wonder if Master Nine Firmaments is interested. Ha! It seems like Master Nine Firmaments was also listening attentively. Before the old man could finish speaking, Master Nine Firmaments laughed and said, "This old man has Buddhist relics, Buddhist artifacts, and Buddhist secret techniques. I don't lack anything from Buddhist sections. That old monk's obsession does not seem to be pure. I have a source for all my Buddhist items. There is no need for me to be a fated person. Fellow immortal should find someone else. Alright then. Since Master Nine Firmaments doesn't want it, let's look at the others." The old man said helplessly, "Oh, that's right. Esteemed Lord, this old man has a presumptuous request. Please forgive me. Fellow immortal, please speak." Venerable Nine Firmaments said. This old man doesn't wish to bid for this Buddhist sect's secret technique via voice transmission. It's better for everyone to bid. Today is the Hungry Ghost Festival. If this old monk's soul is nearby, he will be able to hear me. This old man has a clear conscience. Huh, it's already past midnight. Even the ghosts of the Buddhism sect have already returned to the Nirvana world. Why are they wandering here for no reason? Master Nine Firmaments smiled and said, but since fellow immortal doesn't think it's fun, you can bid for this Buddhist secret law. Many thanks Venerable. The old man thanked Venerable Nine Firmaments and said, which immortal friend wants to bid? I would like to ask, what is this secret technique? A woman's voice sounded. I don't know. The old man immediately replied, as the saying goes, don't look at indecent things. This old man doesn't like the Buddhism sect and is afraid that this secret technique will dirty my eyes. That's why I have never opened it. The woman heard this and immediately said, okay, I bid 10,000 top-grade primordial stones. As soon as the woman finished speaking, a person from the third pavilion immediately shouted, I bid 50,000 top-grade primordial stones. I bid 60,000. Princess Baihua saw this and snorted with disdain, humph, another Buddhist sect king. Why do you care? Xiaohua smiled, maybe this king is the fated person that the old monk was talking about. Princess Baihua very fiercely asked, why is it that the king is and you and I aren't? Xiaohua shrugged and said to this somewhat unreasonable beautiful woman, fate is fate, fate is fate, fate is fate, fate is fate is fate. If fate is fate, then fate is also fate. If fate is fate, then fate is also fate. Ha! Princess Baihua smiled like 100 flowers blooming. If Brother Xiao shaved his head, just by this sentence, you can pretend to be a Buddhist sect high monk. Ha ha ha, I am a Buddhist sect high monk. Xiaohua laughed, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Princess Baihua pouted, her dark red lips seemed to be able to tie a little white rabbit, only a ghost would believe you. As the two were talking, the person who seemed to be the king had already increased the bid to 200,000 top-grade primordial stones, seemingly determined to win. And the woman was obviously not a match for him, she already began to hesitate. I bid 210,000. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the 9th pavilion where Xiaohua was. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on him, although they couldn't see the situation inside. Oh, Inspector. Old Monster Jifeng was shocked, why are you bidding for this Buddhism sect secret technique? No problem. Ao Shuai's face was full of confidence, I have a lot of primordial stones and treasures, I won't delay the bidding. 250,000. At the end, Ao Shuai didn't forget to increase the bid. It was as if he was determined to win. But, Brother Ao. Hearing this, old monster Jifeng smiled bitterly, this is a Buddhism sect secret technique, what does it have to do with your dragon palace? Why are you bidding for it? Hehe, didn't you hear what the Confucian said? This was left behind by a Buddhist sect high monk before he passed away, there must be something fishy about it. Don't worry, my intuition won't be wrong. Ao Shuai said proudly, otherwise, it wouldn't attract two people to bid at once. Besides, my dragon palace has countless treasures, we don't lack these primordial stones. Who knows when a Buddhism sect secret technique will be useful? Okay. The primordial stones were Ao Shuai's, how could others care? Old monster Jifeng could only nod helplessly. His only hope was that Ao Shuai had enough primordial stones on him now, so he wouldn't delay the bidding for the last treasure, 350,000. This was Ao Shuai's last bid, and it immediately silenced the person who seemed to be the king. Okay, this senior bid 350,000 top-grade primordial stones, is there anyone else who wants to bid? If no one bids, then it's seniors. Yan Xing said with a smile. He. Just as Ao Shuai was about to place the pearl on his chest, another voice sounded. Once this voice sounded, not to mention the bidders, even Master Nine Heavens was surprised. Because this voice still came from Pavilion number 9, and what was even more inconceivable was that this voice was calling out a bid of 1 copper coin. Xiao. Brother Xiao. Princess Baihua had never been so surprised before. Looking at Xiaohua who stood up, she stuttered, you actually bid a copper coin. You're not joking. That's right, this voice was Xiaohua, and Xiaohua's face was calm. Senior, you're joking, right? Sure enough, Yan Xing immediately shouted, the senior beside you has already bid 350,000 top-grade primordial stones, how can you bid a copper coin? Don't worry, little friend Yan Sheng. The Confucian scholar who had been silent all this time said calmly, why is this immortal only bidding a copper coin? It's very simple, the Buddhist secret art is only worth a copper coin. Xiaohua said indifferently, I only want to take a look at the contents. If my Tao sect can cultivate it, then I will definitely cultivate it. If it's not suitable for my Tao sect, then I will immediately destroy this secret technique. Good. Just as everyone was about to understand, the Confucian scholar shouted, this immortal is indeed the fated one in this old man's heart. This Buddhist secret technique belongs to you, fellow immortal. Wait a moment. Ao Shui sneered, this old man bids so high, why don't you bid for the Buddhist secret art? He, immortal friend, the Confucian scholar also sneered, who said you can only bid higher in a bid? This old man's secret art is for the lowest bidder. And to tell you the truth, when the Buddhist sect came to collect the old monk Saraira, this old man didn't return it to them because I didn't want them to obtain it. If this old man wants to be loyal to someone, then I must find the fated one. As for whether we are fated or not, this old man has the final say. This immortal friend, please give this old man a copper coin. This old man has finally settled this matter. This can also be considered a perfect explanation for the old monk. The Confucian scholar seemed to be even more impatient than Xiaohua. Alright, fellow immortal, please take it. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and took out a copper coin from his bosom. If he didn't go to the longevity town, how could he have the lowest bid in this world? With a flick of Xiaohua's finger, the copper coin drew an arc in the air and fell into the sixth pavilion. Immediately after, the stone table also flew in. In a moment, a Buddhist certificate was brought in front of Xiaohua by the stone table. Immortal friend, remember your promise. If you can cultivate it, then you must cultivate it. The Confucian scholar didn't forget to remind Xiaohua. Xiaohua turned his head and looked at Ao Shui. His face was ashen from anger. He said with a smile, this one is the fated one. Naturally, I will do as I promised. If I can't cultivate it, then I will definitely destroy it. Good. The Confucian scholar answered with a single word and didn't say anything else. Little bastard, you are going against this old man. Ao Shui saw Xiaohua take the certificate and his eyes were almost burning with anger. He shouted fiercely. Xiaohua smiled faintly, I have already said it clearly. The lowest bidder will get it. Brother Ao, do you think you can get it? You. Ao Shui said, you, a few times. He didn't know what to say, what qualifications do you have to call this old man Brother Ao? Alright. Brother Ao. Xiaohua had no choice but to reluctantly call out, you. Ao Shui's bloody mouth opened and closed, and he almost jumped up. Chapter 33:14. Ai, fellow immortal, how do you want me to address you? If you want to say it, then say it clearly. As long as you say it, I will know. If you don't say it, how can I know? Since you don't want to say it, I can only call you that. But now that you're not satisfied, you should tell me what you think. If you say it, I can't not address you the way you want me to address you. Only if you say it will I know what you think. I can address you as if you're satisfied. It's impossible that I won't address you that way if you say it. If you don't say it, I'll address you that way. Let's be reasonable. Now, I will count to 3. You have to say clearly what you want me to call you. Xiao Hua was in a good mood. His words made Ao Shuai, Ji Feng, and Princess Baihua dizzy. Ao Shuai and old monster Ji Feng looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. Then, they used their hands to pull their ears, as if they wanted to drag Xiao Hua's words out of their ears and listen to it again. Princess Baihua was even more exaggerated. She immediately covered her stomach with her hands and leaned on the stone table, unable to get up. Obviously, she was laughing so hard that her stomach hurt. Not to mention the mess Xiao Hua had made in Pavilion number 9, within the stone wall, in a slightly gloomy triangular space, Master Nine Firmaments and the cultivator named Qin Yu, who had just disappeared, had grave expressions on their faces. Master Nine Firmament's eyes flickered with a dark golden light, as if he was looking outside. "How is it?" Qin Yu couldn't help but ask. "The auction is about to end, there seems to be no trace of it." Master Nine Firmament's face showed some disappointment. Then, his eyes flashed rapidly. Master Nine Firmaments quickly closed his eyes and sighed. "This time, I'm afraid our efforts will be in vain." Perhaps. Qin Yu glanced at Master Nine Firmaments and said in a low voice, "Take a rest first. This is a crucial moment. You can't slack off. Also, let them bid first. Leave that thing for last." "Okay, I will tell Yan Sheng." Master Nine Firmaments didn't open his eyes. Then, he gave Yan Sheng a few instructions. "Seniors." When Yan Sheng received the voice transmission, he immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Esteemed Lord, the 2 rare items that you have prepared have been bid for. Now, we should enter the 3rd segment and bid for the last rare item. However, the 3rd segment will be different from the previous 2. The rarer items prepared by the Venerable Master will be placed at the end. Before that, please bid for the rarer items first. After bidding for the rarer items, this junior will respectfully send you all out. Then hurry up." Old monster Ji Feng was dizzy from Xiao Hua's tongue-twisting words. He didn't understand the meaning behind it for a long time. Now that he heard that the treasure he had been looking forward to for a long time was actually going to be delayed, he couldn't help but jump up. He was about to get angry, but he was worried about Master Nine Firmament's face, so he hurriedly urged him with a dark expression. Yes, please place your bid." Yan Sheng said hurriedly and turned his attention to Pavilion number 7. "I don't have anything to bid for." A very loud voice sounded like muffled thunder. "I just saw that someone could actually buy a life, and I suddenly remembered something. 2,000 years ago, an extremely strange thing happened in 1,000 demons' sacred realms Zhangqiong Mountain. I want to know the truth behind it. I want to know who the main culprit is." "Senior." Yan Sheng was a bit flabbergasted. "You should at least tell us what that strange thing is, right? How can this junior and the others find out the truth? If you can't even find out about that strange thing, how can you talk about finding out the truth?" That man's voice sounded again, not mentioning anything about what happened in Zhangqiong Mountain. This immortal friend. Just as Yan Sheng was feeling a bit awkward, Master Nine Firmaments opened his mouth. "I have heard about what happened in Zhangqiong Mountain. It's a pity that I and the others only opened the auction to make a small fortune. Things like buying a life can be done with difficulty. What immortal friend wants, I'm afraid it can't be done without a lot of manpower and material resources. I and the others, temporarily don't have this ability. So it's like that." That man didn't seem to have any objections. It looked like it was really a last-minute idea. However, a woman's voice beside him said, "Then may I ask Master, if we want to know the truth, who should we look for? How many primordial stones do we need?" This. Master Nine Firmaments hesitated slightly, then smiled and said, "Tongzhou country's Zhai Xing Lu will do. As for how many primordial stones, that will depend on the other party's price." Zhai Xing Lu. That woman was very shocked. "Isn't it just an ordinary auction? The things inside are very ordinary. How can they compare to you? Huh, immortal friend really thinks too highly of this old man. Master Nine Firmaments laughed. We can only wander between light and darkness. How can we compare to Zhai Xinglu? I won't go into the details. Immortal friend, don't worry. As long as they agree, we will definitely find out who the main culprit is. We just need to see what price you can pay. Alright, thank you for your reminder. We really underestimated Zhai Xinglu. That woman continued, our goal today is the last treasure prepared by Master. There is nothing else to bid for. Alright, then may I ask what the senior from Pavilion number 8 wants to bid? Yan Sheng saw this and asked another pavilion. 9 firmaments, in the small space, Qin Yu smiled bitterly. It seems like this delaying tactic won't work. The last 2 are here for that thing. They don't dare to spend primordial stones so easily. Let's take a look at Pavilion number 9. There seems to be a patrol envoy of the Eastern Sea inside. He should have some background. Master Nine Firmaments' mind was clearly not on the auction. His eyes were still closed. A cultivator from Pavilion number 8 took out 2,000 demon sacred realm primordial treasures. Although they were relatively rare, they were used by demons. Confucian and Taoist cultivators had no use for them. No one responded at all. Then, he took out a Confucian cultivation technique. Fortunately, the Confucian cultivator from Pavilion number 4 was interested in this item. However, it only took a moment for him to bid for it. No third party participated. Just as Xiao Hua was looking forward to it, it was finally their Pavilion number 9's turn. As Yan Sheng looked towards his side, Xiao Hua smiled and said to Old Monster Zhifeng, Old Monster Zhifeng, you are our main character. You should bid first. Let us see what you've got. This old man's goal is also the last treasure. There is nothing else to bid for. Old Monster Zhifeng said firmly. Then, he looked towards Ao Shui. Perhaps Brother Ao has something to bid for. N. Ao Shui nodded and said loudly, this old man does have something to ask of Master Nine Firmaments. I need your help. Fellow immortal, please speak. Master Nine Firmaments' voice sounded. Just now, a fellow immortal mentioned Longevity Town. Also, another fellow immortal mentioned Thousand Demon Sacred Realms Zhangqiong Mountain. This old man actually also wants to ask about something. However, this information is from Longevity Town in the hidden immortal continent, not Thousand Demon Sacred Realm. Would Master Nine Firmaments be willing to listen? Ao Shui said lightly. When Xiao Hua heard this, he almost sucked in a breath of cold air. He was the main character of the immortal town and knew everything that happened there. He didn't expect that the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace would be interested in the immortal town. Moreover, from Ao Shui's words, he didn't come up with this idea on the spur of the moment. Instead, he had planned this a long time ago. However, with old monster Zhifeng's invitation, Ao Shui had the chance to come in and ask. Longevity Town. Master Nine Firmaments thought for a moment, then said, fellow immortal, tell us first. Perhaps this old man, and even the fellow immortals here can help. Ao Shui stood up and said, it said that a Buddhist monk went out of Longevity Town and obtained Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva's Buddha fruit. This old man doesn't want to know who this person is. What this old man wants to know is, who wants to flood Longevity Town and what is their goal? After they were defeated by the Buddhist monk, where did they go? If any fellow immortal can tell this old man has a treasure to thank you. As for the primordial stones, fellow immortals and venerable master don't need to worry. I'll definitely satisfy you. This. Master Nine Firmaments looked like he was stalling for time. He asked in detail, this old man already said that fellow immortal seems to be looking for a better, and, I won't hide it from fellow immortals. This old man just went to Zhai Xinglu's auction. Ao Shui nodded and said, although this old man went to the auction for another matter, because I suddenly received a search request. I told Zhai Xing Lu about it after the auction. They also agreed to help. Oh, of course, no matter which fellow immortal finds it, this old man will fulfill his promise regardless of the order. Fellow immortal, the cultivator who had just talked about Longevity Town said, according to what this old man knows, other than the Buddhist monk, there's also a Confucian academy. However, the academy didn't send any experts, so it was overshadowed by the Buddhist monk. Right now, there isn't any detailed information. It's all hearsay. As for the water clan that flooded Longevity Town, no one knows about it. Damn it, we're in big trouble. Xiaohua cried bitterly in his heart. He didn't think that things would become so big. Venerable Master, what do you think? Ao Shuai looked at the stone wall. This old man will send people to investigate, but, the specific results might not be satisfactory to fellow immortal. Master Nine Firmaments said clearly. This one knows some specific details. At this moment, Xiaohua opened his mouth. There was nothing for him to hide in Longevity Town. His name, Xiao Jian's name, and so on could be found out if someone were to investigate. Now, it was only because the Cloud Forest Temple and the Chongyun sect were competing for merits, each of them exaggerating his merits to the extreme. Perhaps no one would notice him, but if someone were to investigate, they would be able to find out. He could not hide. Rather than being found out in the future, it was better to stand up now. And, not only would he feel magnanimous, but more importantly, wouldn't he be able to obtain the treasures of the Dragon Palace? Chapter 33:15. Oh. It's you. Others couldn't see Xiaohua's appearance, but Ao Shuai's eyes flashed with a strange light. He looked at Xiaohua strangely, as if he didn't believe him at all. That's right, it's me. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said while rubbing his nose, I came here from Longevity Town's River Tide Temple. When Liao River's water clan flooded Longevity Town, I was already in Longevity Town. Moreover, with the water clan, there were some fights. I also didn't know. Fellow immortal actually went through so much trouble for this matter. What? Ao Shuai frowned. I only know about Chongyun sect and Yunlin Temple, I didn't hear about, but I know about Shaojin Temple and Longevity Academy. I also know, why Liao River's water clan flooded Longevity Town. Xiaohua said very naturally, moreover, if I don't say it now, what would fellow immortal think? N. Ao Shuai nodded slightly and glanced outside the pavilion. He originally wanted to take out Dragon Palace's origin tool to seal this place, but he had the same idea as Xiaohua. At this moment, he couldn't hide it for long, so he simply smiled and said, Venerable Nine Firmaments, it seems like I don't need to find Venerable Nine Firmaments for help. However, if Venerable Nine Firmaments is interested, you can listen. Hee, no need. Venerable Nine Firmaments smiled, this is your secret, I'm not interested. You can send me a message as much as you want. Oh, fellow immortals don't need to be too anxious. Since you're doing business here, you can tell me everything in detail. Don't have any other disputes after leaving this place. Thank you, Venerable Nine Firmaments. Ao Shuai heard and finally relaxed. He glanced at old monster Zhifeng and Princess Baihua and smiled, since it's like this, I'll send a message to Xiaohua. Please don't blame me. It doesn't matter, old monster Zhifeng rolled his eyes a few times, this is Brother Ao's private matter. However, Brother Ao should hurry up. Long delays may cause trouble. Don't delay the matter we're discussing. All right. I understand, I know what to do. When Ao Shuai heard this, he ignored Princess Baihua and sent a voice transmission, Xiaohua, tell me the ins and outs of this matter. Xiaohua smiled and also transmitted his voice, fellow immortal Ao, you seem to have forgotten your promise. Things like information, as long as it's leaked out, it won't be worth any source stones. This Xiao feels that it's better for us to play the role of a gentleman first. And, tell me, how many primeval stones do you want? Or what treasures do you want? Ao Shuai was not surprised because Xiao Hua seemed to be a miser. It would be strange if Xiao Hua did not ask for primordial stones. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and probed. When it comes to spirit stones, I don't have many, but I don't have many either. Even if fellow Taoist Ao gives me a little more, it would be meaningless. Looks like you want the treasure. It doesn't matter. There are countless treasures in the treasury of the East Sea Dragon Palace. As long as you can tell me the whereabouts of the Water Tribe, you can choose any treasure you want. Ao Shuai said with a smile. Xiao Hua's face revealed envy. Soon after, he said regretfully, "What a pity, it is precisely because I don't know where the Liao River's Water Tribe went that I didn't dare to ask fellow immortal Ao for any treasures. And, I also know that it is impossible for you to provide the whereabouts of the Water Tribe." Ao Shuai said indifferently. "If you know, my East Sea Dragon Palace will naturally know. Tell me, what do you want?" East Sea Dragon Palace's high-level water escape technique. Xiao Hua said his purpose after a slight hesitation. That's right, the person in front of him is the East Sea Dragon Palace's inspector. If I don't kill him, who will I kill? Unfortunately, Ao Shuai naturally shook his head. Impossible. My East Sea Dragon Palace's water escape technique can only be practiced by the subordinates of the East Sea Dragon Palace. I can't give it to you. How about this? Xiao Hua bit his lips and said. I know that the water escape technique of the Four Seas Dragon Palace is the best and I have always admired it. Since I can't give you the water escape technique of the East Sea Dragon Palace, I can only ask for the next best thing. Xiao Hua, what do you want the water escape technique for? Ao Shuai stared at Xiao Hua for a long time and asked very strangely. I remember that someone bought a Dao Sex middle-level water escape technique at the Star Picking Towers auction. If there is no accident, it should be you. What do you want so many water escape techniques for? Don't tell me you want to switch to the water escape technique. Sorry. Immortal friend Ao, this is my own secret. There is no need for immortal friend to worry about it. Tell me, can you give me another high-level water escape technique that is not from the East Sea Dragon Palace? Xiao Hua laughed mischievously and did not answer. Ao Shuai looked at Xiao Hua, trying to see if there was something fishy in his eyes. He really could not understand why Xiao Hua insisted on a high-level water escape technique. Either the water escape technique of the Star Picking Tower cannot be practiced. Or this guy has some other ulterior motive. Ao Shuai muttered very naturally. This high-level water escape technique definitely cannot be given to him. Otherwise, my Dragon Palace will be in danger. Xiao Hua. Ao Shuai thought for a while, then shook his head and said. If you can tell me the whereabouts of the Liao River's Water Tribe, I can naturally give you the other high-level water escape techniques of the Water Tribe. Unfortunately, you can't say it and can only tell me the specific situation. Therefore, I cannot agree to your request. Then let's forget about it. Xiao Hua also sighed. Immortal friend Ao, you should spend more primeval stones and treasures to find out some plausible truths. I don't want to make a deal with immortal friend. Don't worry Xiao Hua, I cannot give you the high-level water escape technique. I can still give you other techniques. Why don't you tell me first? Seeing Xiao Hua retreat in order to advance, Ao Shuai did not panic. He had done this kind of thing many times, how could he not know how to deal with it? I am not too interested in other techniques. Xiao Hua saw that Ao Shuai had already fallen into his trap. It was the time for him to loosen the reins in order to grasp them better. Thus, he said regretfully. You also know that I am a Dao sect cultivator. The techniques I use are different from other cultivators. I think we should just forget about it. Could it be that you only want the high-level water escape technique? Ao Shuai frowned. He obviously did not want to let go of this opportunity. He thought for a while and said. Other escape techniques are not okay. Unless you have a fire escape technique. Xiao Hua said with a bitter smile. Nonsense, I do have a fire escape technique, but I can't bring it with me. Ao Shui finally laid his cards on the table. I happen to have 2 jade slips here. One is a golden core technique and the other is a very rare mid-level metal escape technique. If you want, you can pick one of them. If you don't like both of them, then I can't do anything. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He said curiously, Immortal friend Ao actually has my Dao Sex jade slips. And you even know that it is a golden core technique? Humph, Ao Shui sneered. My East Sea Dragon Palace has countless treasures. What is this jade slips? I might not be able to see what is inside, but there are many capable people in my Dragon Palace. Any cultivator with divine sense can see it. What is so difficult about this? This is troublesome. Xiao Hua had a difficult expression. He said with a bitter smile. I have my own golden core technique. As for the metal escape technique, it is really not suitable for me. Can I? Forget it, I will use the metal escape technique. It is better than nothing. Seeing Xiao Hua in a difficult position, Ao Shui was very pleased. He knew that Xiao Hua definitely had a golden core technique. Otherwise, he would not have given it to Duan Muqing. The metal escape technique was very rare. Ordinary people would not be able to use it. Ao Shui himself felt that this jade slip was trash. Now, he could use this jade slip to brush off Xiao Hua. When Ao Shui heard that Xiao Hua had indeed chosen the useless mid-level metal escape technique, he did not hesitate to wave his hand. An old jade slip was taken out from his bosom. He threw it in front of Xiao Hua and said with a smile, as you wish. Ao Shui felt that Xiao Hua's mood was of little value, but how could he know that Xiao Hua's heart was already blooming with flowers? Not to mention the metal escape technique, even the other 5-element escape techniques, as long as they were mid-grade cultivation methods, he would like them. However, Xiao Hua still had a bitter expression. He held the jade slip and shook his head slightly. He even said, sigh, it is not worth it. It is not worth it. This thing, forget it. After all, it is still a technique of my Dao sect. It is better to leave it with me than in the Dragon Palace. Let me find a fated person for it. Xiao Hua, quickly say it. Old monster Zhifeng saw the jade slip fly out. He knew that the two of them had just agreed on the price. He could not help but urge anxiously. He knew that if Xiao Hua did not say it, the deal would not be over. He would not be able to bid for the thing that he was looking forward to. Haste makes waste. Old monster Zhifeng. Xiao Hua stored the jade slip into his spatial ring and said to old monster Zhifeng. You. Old monster Zhifeng was somewhat embarrassed and angry. However, he glanced at Ao Shui and turned his head to look outside the pavilion. Yan Sheng was looking in his direction. He should also be waiting for Xiao Hua's explanation. Soon after, Xiao Hua told him everything that he had seen and heard in Longevity Town. He did not hide anything. He even told him about how Louis picked up Xiao Yun by the river. Finally, he said, that is how it is. I saw that Lu Yi's background was pitiful, so I took him in as a servant. If fellow immortal wants to ask more, there is no harm in following me to Seven Suns Temple after the auction. However, to be honest, he is just an ordinary person. He does not know Xiao Yun's background at all. He has also never seen those water clan of Liao River. Ao Shui's 2 dragon eyes opened wide. A strange expression flashed across his eyes. After thinking for a while, he confirmed, Xiao Hua, are you sure, it is the 2 words paradise? And the one you fought with, was a midget riding a seahorse? Xiao Hua smiled and shook his head, those 2 words were told to me by a disciple of Chongyan sect. I am not sure. As for the midget, I am sure. Moreover, Didn't I already describe the appearance of the midget and Xiao Yun in detail to fellow immortal? As for the whereabouts of those water clan, and even the so-called high monk of the Buddhist sect, I was unconscious at that time and did not know. However, when I woke up, I heard from the people of Chongyun sect and Yunlin temple that they did not know the whereabouts of the water clan. Moreover, that high monk of the Buddhist sect did not really attain the Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva's Buddha fruit. Chapter 33:16. N.A.O. Shui nods his head. Fellow immortal Zhao's explanation is very detailed. Although you didn't say the whereabouts of those water tribe people, it has already far exceeded my expectations. Actually, those water tribe people in Liao River have countless methods to hide their whereabouts. How could you humans find them? Even if you weren't unconscious, you wouldn't know where they went. Moreover, even you couldn't tell Xiao Yun's real body, that Louis wouldn't know either. It would be pointless for me to ask. Forget it, I didn't come to this auction in vain. After saying that, A.O. Shui raises his voice. Venerable Nine Heavens, our transaction is finished. We can bid for the last treasure. Good, Venerable Nine Heavens' voice is heard. I'm also very happy to see fellow immortal Zhao's harvest. Yan Sheng, prepare to bid. Wait, before Yan Sheng can speak, Xiao Hua hastily interrupts Venerable Nine Heavens. Oh. Fellow immortal Xiao, what else do you want? Venerable Nine Heavens is somewhat astonished. Could it be that the bidding just now was a bit wrong? No, Xiao Hua says with a smile, the bidding just now was for fellow immortal Xiao. I don't seem to have made a request for bidding. Is Venerable Nine Heavens right? That's right. I was careless. Venerable Nine Heavens laughs loudly. The bidding just now was a bit strange. It was carried out in your number 9 pavilion. It gave me an illusion that all the bidding was finished. No matter, fellow immortal Xiao can ask for anything. Or if there's anything precious that you want to bid for, you can also take it out. Many thanks Venerable Nine Heavens. Xiao Hua cups his hands and says, I presume Venerable Nine Heavens already knows that I'm a Dao sect cultivator. Now that the Dao sect on Hidden Immortal Continent is declining, my cultivation is also very difficult. Today, I came to see Venerable Nine Heavens because I want to see if Venerable Nine Heavens has a basic Dao sect cultivation method. Dao sect's basic cultivation method? Venerable Nine Heavens is clearly stunned. He bitterly smiles and says, fellow immortal Xiao, you are making things difficult for me. I don't dare to say that the things I have here are all precious, but at least they are profitable. Dao sect's items are simply of little value. In my early years, I also once handled high-level Dao sect spells, but those things almost fell into my hands. After that, I finally found an opportunity to make a move. After that, this old man no longer paid attention to the Dao sect's cultivation techniques. When Xiao Hua heard that, he knew that what Master Nine Heavens said was true. His main purpose in coming to the auction this time was to obtain a basic cultivation technique. He hadn't expected that he would obtain something else instead of a cultivation technique. Xiao Hua sighed bitterly in his heart. Losing on the swings, gaining on the swings. Master Nine Firmaments asked, does anyone have a Daoist cultivation technique? I'm sure this fellow immortal from Pavilion number 9 will pay a high price. It was a pity that even after Venerable Nine Heavens spoke for a long time, no one spoke. Presumably, these people did not have the cultivation technique that Xiao Hua wanted. Forget it, Xiao Hua said, I've gained a lot this time, so it's fine even if I don't have this basic cultivation technique. I don't have any other requests. Venerable Master Nine Firmaments stood up from the small space and prepared to enter the auction. Alright, since fellow Daoist from Pavilion 9 has no other requests, we will bid for the last precious item. At this moment, the cultivator named Qin Yu said in a low voice, Nine Heavens, today's effort will be in vain. I'm afraid they won't come. However, don't be careless. Pavilion 7 and Pavilion 9 are old demons from the Sage Domain. Don't let them see any flaws, especially Pavilion 9 and the East Sea Dragon Palace's inspector. We don't want to go for wool and come home shorn, offending the East Sea Dragon Palace for no reason. And, this old man has his own plans. Don't worry. Venerable Nine Heavens didn't stop walking. He said casually, when you release the light beast cub, control it a little and release some of its aura. I don't believe that the light beast cub has been here for several years and that light beast didn't notice it. That light beast not only has tyrannical strength, its intuition is also sharp. It never sets foot in a dangerous place. Qin Yu shook his head and said, if we were in the Thousand Demons' sacred domain, we definitely wouldn't be able to capture it. It's only in the hidden immortal continent that we have a chance. If we used the light beast cub to lure them, they definitely wouldn't come. We can only use the auction as a disguise to make them lower their guard. Unfortunately, the auction has been held several times, but we still haven't been able to lure them out. Could it be that they have already returned to the Thousand Demons' sacred domain? Venerable Nine Heavens had already walked to the front of the stone wall. Hearing this, he stopped and turned his head, saying, this old man doesn't know why the light beast brought its cub out of the Thousand Demons' sacred domain. I also don't know why it left the cub and disappeared. What this old man knows is that this light beast cub is of no use to us. Only by capturing the light beast can we have a chance to obtain the Sage King's forgiveness and return to the Thousand Demons' sacred domain. This is our only chance. After saying this, Venerable Nine Heavens raised his leg and disappeared into the stone wall. Alas, Qin Yu sighed. His previous boldness and pride had long disappeared. Dejection and homesickness seemed to have instantly filled his eyebrows. Then, with a light, pang sound, Qin Yu's clothes burst open. Qin Yu's entire body turned into a mass of black gas among the flowers. With a series of hissing sounds, the black gas rushed into the walls of the space and disappeared. At the same time, the entire space rapidly trembled a few times, then calmed down. Master Nine Firmament's back was still straight in the resplendent auction hall. His previous dejection and loneliness had been swept away. He slightly raised his hand and saluted to the surroundings, saying, fellow immortals, many thanks for your support. After several rounds of auction, the most exciting moment of the night has finally arrived. This old man will take out the last treasure of this auction. Of course, other than the VIPs in the 7th, 8th, and 9th pavilions, the other VIPs probably still don't know what this treasure is, right? Hee, fellow immortal Nine Heavens. A voice from the 4th pavilion laughed heartily. Many thanks for your arrangement this time. This old man also saw clearly just now. This old man is here to bid for the second treasure. As for the third treasure, this old man really doesn't know, but this old man also doesn't care too much about it. Now that it's getting late, let's hurry up and bid for it. Yes, yes. Venerable Nine Heavens said with a smile, this old man just came up, but I still have to explain to the fellow immortals in front of me. This third treasure is a living thing, and it's very rare. All the origin arrays, defensive arrays, and fire arrays can't seal this thing's aura. So just now, fellow immortal Qin Yu and I joined hands to set up a defensive origin array to prevent the aura from leaking out. That's why I let Yan Sheng preside over this auction. This third treasure can only be auctioned by this old man personally. Previously, I didn't mean to be slow. No matter. The people in the pavilions laughed. We'll listen to fellow immortal Nine Heavens' arrangement. Many thanks for your understanding, fellow immortals. Venerable Nine Heavens cupped his hands once more, then he raised his hand and took out a simple bronze bracelet from his sleeve. Oh! Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. This was the storage bracelet he saw in the Western Ocean and Guihe Sea. It was also the yin-yang bracelet often mentioned in the hidden immortal continent. Master Nine Firmaments held the yin and yang bracelet in his hand. Wisps of pure white light seeped out of the bracelet without any restraint. Wisps of light rushed into the air, one after another. Moreover, this light didn't scatter and directly pierced the space around the auction. Even the light in the air was pierced. When the white light pierced the stone wall, a faint black mist appeared. The white light was absorbed by the black mist and gradually disappeared. Light. Light beast. A shocked voice almost uncontrollably came from a cultivator's throat. At the same time, a few ecstatic voices rushed out, that's right, it's the light beast. Without light, there is no 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 light. Fellow immortals, you are all very knowledgeable. It is the light beast. Venerable Nine Heavens didn't hide anything at this time. With a wave of his hand, 9 strange black things flew out from his sleeve and landed around the yin-yang bracelet. Then, he opened his mouth and with a "ga" sound, 9 blood-red lights shot out from his mouth and hit the 9 strange things. Buzz. The 9 strange things immediately let out a deafening sound and quickly expanded. In a moment, they turned into 9 stone tablets. Xiaohua could clearly see that the 9 stone tablets were pitch black and had inexplicable runes on their surface. They weren't Taoist runes, nor were they Buddhist Sanskrit runes. They weren't Confucian inscriptions, but rather similar to the green seal runes of the soul cultivators. However, these runes didn't emit the soul-sucking green luster of the soul cultivators. Instead, they emitted a jet black, solemn, vast, and majestic aura. What was special was that there were 9 different types of demons on the 9 stone tablets. All of them were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, looking extremely ferocious. The murderous and tyrannical aura rushed out from the 9 demons. Not only did it cover the entire auction area, it also completely sealed the storage ring. The white light that had seeped out from the yin-yang bracelet earlier couldn't leave. It could only slowly swim within 3 feet of the bracelet and gradually gather into the white light. Xiaohua glanced at the 9 monsters on the stone tablets and understood their origins. As the saying goes, a dragon has 9 sons, and each of them is different. These 9 monsters were Qiu-Niu, Yazi, Chao-Feng, Pu-Lao, Bayan, Fu-Wen, and Qi-Wen. Xiaohua couldn't help but look at Ao Shuai. Ao Shuai seemed to know that the yin-yang bracelet belonged to the light beast, so his expression didn't change. However, when Venerable Nine Heavens threw out the 9 stone tablets, his expression changed and he blurted out, 9 dragon tablets. Venerable Nine Heavens, where did you get the 9 dragon tablets? Chapter 33:17. Hehe, my fellow immortal, don't worry. Master Nine Heavens looked at Ao Shuai and said with a smile, I know that the 9 dragon steels were lost by the Dragon Palace in the early years. However, I have been using it to suppress the aura of the light beast, so I didn't have the time, or the opportunity to inform the Dragon Palace. When this is over, I won't use the steels anymore. I will inform the Dragon Palace and ask the Dragon Palace to take it back. If you have a relationship with the Dragon Palace, please tell me. I will be very grateful. Ao Shuai's expression returned to normal. He nodded and said, then I will thank you on behalf of the Dragon Palace. Hehe, you're welcome. Master Nine Heavens said with a smile, a gentleman doesn't take what others like. I understand that. Okay. Master Nine Heavens waved his sleeve again. Several black lights rushed into the steels. The aura of the 9 steels surged and sealed the heaven and earth bracelet completely. Master Nine Heavens said with a smile, everyone, please take a look. Master Nine Heavens pointed with his hand. Whoosh! Everyone felt a dazzling light in front of them. It was as if a bright silver moon had risen from the heaven and earth bracelet. They couldn't help but close their eyes. Hiss. Xiaohua also closes his eyes and inhales a mouthful of cold air. This radiant beast, the beast lives up to its name. Although the universe bracelet is already surrounded by the 9 steels, the radiant beast's brilliance still pierces out uncontrollably. It seems that Master Nine Heaven's solemn attitude was not unreasonable. Seal! Guru Jiao Shao shouted. 9 dark clouds flew out of the 9 dragon tablets. Each cloud was different, but when they flew in front of the pure white light, they covered it completely. Not a single bit of light could be seen. Fellow immortals, the 9-child dragon steel is able to seal the aura of the light beasts. As for the light, it's the innate ability of the light beasts, and I can't completely block it. Master Nine Heaven said loudly, however, you should be able to see it clearly now. This is the 3rd treasure that I bid for today, the baby of the light beast. Ah! It's just the baby of the light beast, but it's so powerful. What about adult light beasts? When Xiao Hua heard this, before he even opened his eyes, he already felt a wave of shock in his heart. This 1000-demon sacred realm demon is really too powerful. Old monster Zhifeng is indeed qualified to be arrogant. Sure enough, not only was Xiao Hua surprised, there were also people in the other pavilions who cried out. Obviously, they were the same as Xiao Hua. They had never seen a light beast before, and they didn't know that a light beast's cub was so powerful. However, when Xiao Hua clearly saw the appearance of the radiant beast cub within the white, he could no longer pretend to be calm as he sat on the stone bench. He could no longer hide his astonishment in his heart. He cried out in alarm, "Huan Huan!" He immediately stood up from the stone bench and clenched his fists as he looked at the scene. At this moment, that dazzling brilliance had already been covered by the dark clouds. Xiao Hua could already clearly see the light beast cub within the brilliance. What he saw made him cry out in alarm. He saw that this cub's head was a dragon's head, its body was a Chilan's body, its tail was a lion's tail, and its 4 hooves were cow's hooves. Moreover, under the cub's hooves, there were 4 different clouds floating in the air. They were respectively a golden scepter, a silver scepter, a dragon pearl, and a gold ingot. In fact, although it was called a cub, it was already the size of an ordinary pony. It didn't have the appearance of the lightning beast cub that Xiao Hua had seen before. This cub was rather irritable within the brilliance. It rushed left and right as if it wanted to fly out of the light. Unfortunately, the dark clouds surrounding the light were still like an iron wall that firmly blocked it. This cub could only move within a space of about 10 feet. It couldn't even move half an inch if it wanted to. That's not right. When Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and saw clearly, he frowned again. This isn't Huan Huan. It's completely different from Huan Huan. Although this light beast is also an odd beast, it's different from the dragon, Chilan, lion, and cow. Huan Huan's head and face are like a horse's, its horns are like a deer's, its neck is like a camel's, and its tail is like a donkey's. Huan Huan looks very docile, but this light beast looks wild and unruly. It's not easy to get along with it. The stimulation of the light beast's appearance made Xiao Hua think of many things about Huan Huan. It made Xiao Hua feel a surge of warmth in his heart. Fellow immortals. Master Nine Firmaments waved his hand and said with a smile, "This is the light beast that we often talk about." Master Nine Firmaments. A voice from the 7th pavilion was calm and filled with pleasant surprise. If this old man didn't see it with his own eyes, I really wouldn't dare to believe it. What method did you use to capture this light beast? He, this old man also doesn't dare to believe it. Master Nine Firmaments said with a smile. This light beast cub was picked up by this old man. How is that possible? That person said anxiously. Who doesn't know how powerful the light beast is? Even if it's a cub. Master Nine Firmaments, it's not that this old man underestimated you, but it shouldn't be that easy for you to subdue it, right? If this old man hadn't met this light beast cub, I would have chosen to believe it too. Master Nine Firmaments said proudly. But when this old man easily captured this light beast cub, I realized that we were all wrong. Perhaps the demons in the 1000-demon sacred realm who have never seen a light beast cub were all wrong. At this point, Master Nine Firmaments didn't hide his identity as a demon anymore. Master, quickly tell us, what's going on? That person was very curious. Not to mention the others, even Xiao Hua stood there curiously. He pricked up his ears and quietly listened to Master Nine Firmaments' explanation. Master Nine Firmaments pointed at the light beast cub and said with a smile, "This thing looks very arrogant. Even the Nine Suns dragon steel couldn't subdue it. But in reality, it doesn't have any power. It's almost all instincts. In particular, this old man will tell you the secret of this light beast. This cub's body is completely filled with the crystallization of the world's origin energy. After this old man captured it, I've already examined it. Inside this cub's body, every strand of muscle is solidified with many crystals, and these crystals contain extremely terrifying amounts of the world's origin energy. Perhaps, these essence energy crystals were naturally formed by this light beast cub and have yet to be absorbed by this light beast cub. Once the light beast cub absorbs them, it will grow up and we will no longer be its match." Ah! Hearing this, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. Wasn't this light beast cub's situation exactly the same as his? The earth crystal Yao milk inside his body had blocked his meridians and body, and limited his power. Didn't this mean that he was in the same situation as this baby light beast? So that's how it is. Hearing this, the person in the pavilion also came to a realization. He clapped his hands and shouted, "In that case, Master Nine Firmaments, why don't you hurry up and bid? After this old man bids for this light beast cub, I'll refine its soul and bloodline. This body, it'll be of great use." Ah! Hearing this, Xiao Hua was shocked. He raised his eyes to look at old monster Jifeng and Ao Shui. The two of them also stood up and looked at the light beast cub. The greed in their eyes was naked. "Old monster Jifeng," Xiao Hua said, "you don't want this light beast cub to be your mount." "Ha ha ha." Old monster Jifeng laughed loudly and said with great interest, "We're all monsters. We travel with the clouds and ride with the wind. Why would we need a mount? Do you think that we monsters are the same as you humans? Then you," Xiao Hua said with a smile, "bid for the heavenly horse and the light beast cub, to refine their bloodline and soul." "Of course." Old monster Jifeng nodded. He glanced at Ao Shui cautiously and said, "Don't you humans often have a saying, kings, nobles, generals, and ministers all have guts? This old man was born with a low-level monster body, different from immortal Ao. If I want to cultivate further, I must borrow the bloodline of high-level monsters. We're all monsters. Why does the light beast have such terrifying power when it's born? And this old man has to suffer a lot of humiliation. Now there's such a good opportunity. This light beast is still a cub and its bloodline is still very fresh. It hasn't obtained my inheritance yet and is suitable for refining. How can this old man give it up? As for its soul, if it's possible, this old man is naturally willing to refine it. Unfortunately, although the light beast's soul is only a cub, it's not something this old man's monster body can contain. This old man only hopes to obtain the light beast's bloodline." When he spoke up to hear, the old demon Jifeng seemed to be lost in thought as he stared at Xiao Hua, and he probed. "Xiao Hua, I won't conceal it from you. I invited you over because I wanted to rely on the strength of your demon pet to subdue the infant of the Radiance Beast, bloodline, and soul. I've already discussed it with fellow Daoist Ao, and the final shell of the Radiance Beast is exactly suitable for you. According to this old man's knowledge, your Dao sect seems to have a secret technique for possession. When your body is injured, you can possess the light beast's body. Similarly, you can also have your heavenly horse possess the light beast's body. No matter what, it will only be beneficial to you. Previously, this old man didn't tell you clearly because I really wasn't sure. Without seeing the light beast, this old man didn't dare to be sure. But now, it seems that there are at least 3 families bidding for the light beast cub. If the three of us join hands, there's a possibility of winning. Of course, Xiaohua, you can rest assured. You don't have to pay any more origin stones. When the time comes, you only need to listen to this old man's command and summon your monster pet. What do you think? Xiaohua listened to these people. No, these monsters' words and understood their goal long ago. In their eyes, this was something that couldn't be more normal. It was also something that Xiaohua deeply detested. If it was before because this light beast cub looked a bit like Huanhuan, perhaps Xiaohua would have some compassion. Perhaps after seeing the light beast cub's current state of being trapped, Xiaohua would have a similar feeling. But now, Xiaohua had already made a decision in his heart. He also wanted to participate in the bidding. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to obtain this light beast cub. Chapter 33:18. I don't think so. Xiaohua indifferently replies, I am a human. I have humanity in my heart and act in accordance with human ethics. I can't do things like taking someone's body and soul. Hehe, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't think that you can show off in front of me just because you have a demon pet. Don't know what your surname is? What kind of humanity do you have with this old man? Old monster Zhifeng sneers and glances at Ao Shui, who is also disdainful. He looks at the auction house and no longer pays attention to Xiaohua. It seems that Xiaohua's rejection is also within his expectations. In the auction house, Venerable Nine Firmaments says with a smile, fellow immortals, don't be anxious. This old man took out this light beast cub because this old man has no use for it. Fellow immortal Qinyu also has no use for it, and my disciples also don't have the fortune to enjoy it. That's why I invited fellow immortals here. As for which fellow immortal has this fortune, this old man still doesn't know. However, I am sure that among the fellow immortals here, one of you will definitely be able to take this light beast cub into your pocket and bring it out of the auction. Venerable Nine Firmaments. A slightly hoarse voice comes out from the first four pavilions and asks with confusion, this old woman has a question that I don't understand. I don't know if I can ask. Fellow immortal, please speak. Venerable Nine Firmaments raises his hand and says with a smile, this fellow immortal shouldn't have been invited by this old man to participate in the auction, right? What's the problem? And, this old woman naturally doesn't know that a light beast will appear in today's auction. That old woman replies indifferently, what this old woman doesn't understand is that whether it is the thunderclap battleship or the shape-shifting scarf, they are all rare treasures in the hidden immortal continent. These treasures can still be valued with primeval stones. If Venerable Nine Firmaments lacks primeval stones, you can use these treasures to exchange for primeval stones. However, this light beast cub in front of me, TSK, this is the first time this old woman has seen it. It gives this old woman the impression that, it is a blessing between heaven and earth, it is inauspicious to kill. This kind of rare blessing is simply not something that can be valued with primeval stones. Of course, Venerable Nine Firmaments also said that he has no use for it, fellow immortal Qinyu also has no use for it, and his disciples even more so. But even so, logically speaking, it's impossible to exchange it for origin stones, right? Hehe, fellow immortal must be a Confucian cultivator from the hidden immortal continent. Master Nine Firmaments didn't get angry. Instead, he sneered, how do you know what the demons of the thousand demons sacred realm are thinking? Whether it is the thunderbolt worship, the shape-shifting scarf, or even the radiant beast, they are all primordial stones in our eyes. Without origin stones, it's impossible for this old man to obtain what he wants. What 10,000-year-old spiritual herb? What transformation golden core? Which one of them wasn't valued with primordial stones? Didn't a fellow immortal use human lives to appraise it? Since human lives can be exchanged with primeval stones, why can't the baby of a light beast? That's right. Master Nine Firmaments, hurry up. This old man can't wait any longer. The demon cultivator roared and stopped the old woman from asking again. Master Nine Firmaments nodded and said, "All right, let the final auction begin. According to the rules, fellow immortals can transmit their valuations to this old man. This old man will trade with whoever has the highest valuation. Wait." The hoarse old woman shouted again. "Damn it, do you want to die?" The demon cultivator was furious and shouted, "If you say another word, this old man will eat you." "Eat me?" The old woman sneered, "This old woman's bones are hard and her flesh is dry. I'm afraid you won't like it. This old woman only wants to let you eat the meat of this light beast." This time, Master Nine Firmaments really frowned and asked with displeasure, "Fellow immortal, what else do you want to say?" The old woman smiled. The first and second auctions were all done through voice transmission. This old woman feels that this third auction should be more lively. Just like the auction of the Buddhist sect's secret technique, how about an open battle? Good. This old man likes it. The demon cultivator clapped and said, "This old man doesn't know how much primordial stones are suitable just by voice transmission. Also, this old man doesn't know who bought it. This is so frustrating." Old Monster Jifeng looked at Ao Shui and hurriedly shouted, "That's right, we also feel that it's better to bid." Humph. Master Nine Firmaments' face turned cold and he said indifferently, "This is the rule this old man set. This old woman knows that this is the rule set by Master Nine Firmaments. This old woman also believes in Master Nine Firmaments and Master Clear Rain's reputation." The old woman laughed shrilly like an owl and suddenly rushed out of the pavilion. She stood not far from Master Nine Firmaments, but this old woman personally experienced a strange thing. "I want to ask Master Nine Firmaments to explain it." "What are you doing?" Master Nine Firmaments was furious, "How can you rush out of the pavilion? This old man is going to kick you out." Xiao Hua coldly looked at the auction house. The old woman held a dragon-headed walking stick in her hand and wore a black robe. Her sharp mouth, monkey cheeks, and bitter chrysanthemum-like face didn't have any muscles. Even her eyebrows were so light that they were almost indiscernible. "Nine Firmaments, look at who this old woman is." The old woman saw that Master Nine Firmaments was angry, but she didn't seem to be afraid. She opened her mouth. Woo! An orange Yaoqi rushed out and fell around the old woman like a waterfall. Boom! The old woman's pitch-black clothes exploded like rags, and a 3-meter-tall tiger demon appeared in front of Master Nine Firmaments. "You!" Master Nine Firmaments' face changed when he saw the tiger demon. He coldly laughed and said, "Yin Hu, you dare to use a transformation technique in front of this old man? What is the meaning of this? Ha ha ha. Nine Firmaments, you old bastard." Yin Hu opened his mouth wide and spat out orange demon chi. His entire body shimmered with the luster of a tiger's skin. "I'm not going to sabotage you." This old man was just following a fellow immortal to the bronze pillar state to play. "I wanted to find some tasty food. However, that fellow immortal was invited to your auction by someone else, so this old man decided to come here on the spur of the moment. Of course, this old man also knew that this auction of yours only allowed one person to participate, so I changed my mind. However, this old man didn't expect." "Yin Hu." Master Nine Firmaments said calmly, "Don't you think you're talking too much? This old man didn't want to talk too much, but you forced me to." Yin Hu wasn't afraid of Master Nine Firmaments at all. He stared straight at him and said, "If this old man hadn't decided to come here on a whim, I wouldn't have thought that the baby light beast that was bought by someone last year would appear in your auction again this year." "Ah, fellow immortal Yin Hu." Master Nine Firmaments smiled bitterly. "This old man knows that you misunderstood. That's why you wanted to use this to threaten me. Fine, this old man will explain it to you all." Master Nine Firmaments pointed at the baby light beast suppressed under the 9-dragon steel and said, "This beast was indeed auctioned last year. Fellow immortal Yin Hu also participated, but it was bought by another fellow immortal that day. As for that fellow immortal's name, forgive this old man for not being able to reveal it. However, although this light beast is just a baby, it was born with divine abilities. Ordinary methods and methods of refining it won't work, and it will even backfire. That fellow immortal took the baby light beast and the 9 dragons steel away, but 100 days later, he came looking for this old man again. I won't hide it from you all. At that time, this fellow immortal was on the verge of death. He had been backfired by the light beast's power of light. This fellow immortal begged fellow immortal Qingyu and I to take back the baby light beast. He also said that he only wanted 70% of the primeval stones he had bought that day. Actually, fellow immortal Qingyu and I didn't want to agree at all. We also felt that we couldn't refine the blood of the light beast, so we put it up for auction. Who would want this hot potato now? However, that fellow immortal was truly pitiful. He couldn't even activate the 9 dragon steel, so how could he possibly refine the light beast? Thus, this old man discussed with fellow immortal Qingyu, and we had no choice but to hold another auction. Furthermore, before this auction, this old man made it clear to these 3 fellow immortals that they must act according to their abilities. If they aren't confident in refining the light beast, then don't bid. This old man doesn't plan on lending out the 9 dragon steel this time. Ha ha ha, old man 9 firmaments, who doesn't know how to make up stories. This old man can make a bet with you. This old man's story is even more moving than yours. Ian who laughed unceremoniously. If you want this old man to believe you, and want the other fellow immortals to believe you, then make this auction public. This old man has already revealed himself, so why don't the others who bid for the light beast reveal themselves? This is the only way, to prove your magnanimity. That's right, that's exactly it. Old Monster Jifeng was so crafty that when he heard this, he flew out of pavilion number 9. Ao Shui naturally followed without hesitation. Seeing that the 3 spirits had appeared, a shrill cry came from the 7th pavilion, and a deer spirit with a tree-like horn on its head flew out from there. Dear King Mu. When he saw the deer spirit and the glimmering light in his eyes, Ian Hu's eyes flashed. Why are you here too? Can't this king take a look at the light beast? The deer spirit's voice was sharp, and an indescribable aura emanated from him. Even the tiger spirit, who was his natural enemy, seemed to find it difficult to resist. Of course you can. Ian Hu opened his mouth wide, then looked at the 8th pavilion and sneered, this old man wants to know which fellow immortal from the 1,000 monster sacred realm is in the last pavilion. Heh heh. A rather weak voice sounded from the pavilion. 9 firmaments, since there are so many experts vying for the light beast, then this old man won't be participating. It doesn't make much of a difference whether I'm there or not. Well. Master 9 firmaments looked a little troubled. Fellow immortal, actually, it's best if you reveal your identity. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult for this old man. Chapter 33:19. Even Ian Hu is here. How do you expect me to reveal myself? The voice sounded a little anxious. Are you trying to force my hand? You are. Ian Hu was taken aback when he heard that. He looked at pavilion number 8 with uncertainty. He couldn't figure out which of his enemies was inside. Fellow immortal Ian Hu. Ao Shui said without waiting for Master Nina Firmaments to speak. Today's auction is over. Don't mention anything unrelated. At that moment, a faint hiss came from within the ball of light. Although the light beast cub had been trying to break through the ceiling dark clouds, it still looked serene, as if the dark clouds were nothing but a game to it. But now, the light beast cub was a little anxious. It used all its strength to bang its head against the dark clouds. The dragon horns on its head emitted a brilliant white light that fell on the dark clouds. Master Nina Firmaments raised an eyebrow when he saw this. His ears, hidden in his hair, trembled slightly. Unfortunately, it stopped after a moment. Master Nina Firmaments looked at the light beast cub in bewilderment. He didn't know why it was so mad. Master Nina Firmaments. Let's start the auction. Old Monster Zhifeng immediately called out, afraid that things would change if he delayed. Master Nina Firmaments nodded. In that case, let the auction begin. Wait. Ao Shui suddenly thought of something, and he raised his head to look at the other pavilions before he said coldly, the bidding will begin now. If any fellow immortal wishes to bid, then there's no harm in showing yourself right now and revealing your true appearance. If you don't show yourself now, then we won't recognize anyone that comes out to bid after we've started bidding. Alright, I'll take a look. As soon as Ao Shui's voice fell, a middle-aged man wearing a purple gold crown and a three-clawed golden dragon king robe flew out from a pavilion. He was standing on an auspicious cloud, and his slender figure was as elegant as jade. Who are you? Tell me your name. Old Monster Zhifeng asked bluntly. The man didn't get angry. He cupped his hands and said, I am Hai Tian, Imperial Prince of Jassa. I welcome fellow immortals to Jassa after the auction. Ao Shui and the others didn't look particularly surprised. They only snorted coldly as a greeting. After all, a mortal king couldn't compare to a Confucian cultivator, let alone a prince. I'll take a look as well. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes. He originally had the same thoughts as he had during the auction, but now that Ao Shui had made his decision, he glanced at Princess Baihua, whose expression had changed, and activated his flying talisman to fly out of the pavilion. Oh! Seeing Xiao Hua fly out, old demon Zhifeng's face lit up with joy. But when he saw that Xiao Hua did not fly to their side, but instead stood there alone, a stern expression appeared on his face. Xiao Hua's intentions were clearly the same as Zhai Xing Lu's Bright Moon Palace. They were planning to part ways. Who are you? State your name. Yin Hu saw that Xiao Hua's looks were nothing to look at and his cultivation was shallow. He roared, 9 firmaments, why are there all kinds of people in your auction now? To think that a person with such a cultivation base would dare to bid. No, this is your own disciple, right? It's your pawn. I am Xiao Hua of the Taoist sect. Xiao Hua glanced at Yin Hu. The auction has always been about primal stones, not cultivation. If you want to fight, you can go outside and find an arena. Did you see that? Fellow Taoist Yin Hu, this fellow Taoist is Xiao Hua of the Taoist sect. He already bid. Master 9 Firmaments smiled wryly. How could he be my disciple? Nothing is absolute in this world. Yin Hu could not believe it, and shook his head in disbelief. With him participating, I feel uneasy. If I'm not mistaken, he must be the one to bid for the baby light beast. Master 9 Firmaments rolled his eyes and said coldly, you can ask old demon Zhifeng about this. Xiao Hua has nothing to do with me. Yin Hu, Xiao Hua was brought here by me. He has nothing to do with Master 9 Firmaments. Old demon Zhifeng hurriedly called out. If you want to bid, hurry up. Otherwise, hurry up and hide. Damn it, of course I want to bid. But I'm not prepared. Yin Hu finally said the truth. But I have a few rare treasures here. I can ask Master 9 Firmaments to appraise them. Forget it. Hai Tian said. Whether it's rare treasures, imperial artifacts, or pills, they can all be appraised, but let Master 9 Firmaments set the price. Ai, alright. Master 9 Firmaments was now a duck that had been chased out of a tree. What else could he say? He nodded. The rules of bidding have been trampled on by my fellow immortals. Let's do as you say. Alright, since Master 9 Firmaments has no objections, then let's begin. Hai Tian laughed. His voice was very pleasing to the ears, like the spring rain that fell into everyone's ears. Everyone's somewhat anxious hearts actually calmed down, and the entire auction hall had a warm atmosphere. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. He did not feel any discomfort. Clearly, this was not a cultivation technique, but a natural charm. This was the first time Xiaohua had seen such a man. "I'll be the first to bid." Yin Hu opened his mouth and said a number that gave Xiaohua a fright. Hai Tian was still unhurried, and had the bearing of royalty. "Since we're standing here, this humble king has no choice but to bid. This humble king will bid with the wealth of my Jia Sa nation. Consider it a show of support for Master Nine Firmaments." Hearing Hai Tian's words and the number of primeval stones he mentioned, the corner of Xiaohua's mouth twitched slightly. The wealth of a nation. Who knew how much of the common people's wealth would be shaved off? Although Hai Tian was a prince of the Jia Sa nation, he could only call himself a humble king in the face of the demons of the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm, especially the Stag King and the East Sea Dragon Palace's inspector. The Stag King did not hide his domineering aura at all. He said coldly, "This king does not have the power of a nation, but this king is determined to obtain this radiant beast." After saying that, the Stag King glanced at the silent Ao Shuai. Clearly, he regarded Ao Shuai as his biggest competitor, and then said a number. Ao Shuai did not intend to bid now. He wanted to see how Xiaohua would increase the price. However, when the Stag King's words reached his ears, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. Sometimes, a verbal confrontation was more dangerous than an open battle. A moment of carelessness could cause one to fall into a disadvantageous position and be used against one's weakness. Ao Shuai was only an inspector of the East Sea Dragon Palace, not the master of the Dragon Palace. He did not dare to lose face for the East Sea Dragon Palace. This envoy came from the East Sea. "I have the order of the master of the East Sea Dragon Palace. This radiant beast cub is of great use to my East Sea Dragon Palace. This envoy will definitely not let it go." After saying that, Ao Shuai also coldly glanced at the Stag King and said an even higher number. Now, only Xiaohua and old monster Jifeng had not bid yet. Venerable Nine Heaven's mouth was very bitter. He did not expect things to change like this. His eyes were fixed on the radiant beast cub that was desperately struggling in the ball of light, but his ears were listening to the bids. In fact, his ears were listening even more. The auction house was deathly silent for a moment. Venerable Nine Heavens glanced at Xiaohua and old monster Jifeng and said indifferently, "Two immortal friends, you can bid now." Venerable, old monster Jifeng cupped his hands and said, "This humble one boasts that his wealth cannot be compared to everyone present. I have just discussed with immortal friend Ao. The two of us will join forces. This humble one will not bid any more." Venerable Nine Heavens nodded and looked at Xiaohua. "What about you? Are you also with immortal friend Jifeng?" Xiaohua looked at the hostile crowd and said with a smile, "This humble one will naturally bid. How about this humble one's bid be 10,000 vitality stones higher than the winning immortal friend? Damn it, you humans are the most cunning." Yin Hu was furious. "This daddy and the others are here to bid with all our strength, and you're done with just one sentence. This daddy will bid 1,000,000,000 vitality stones, can you afford it? Do you dare?" Xiaohua was not angry at all. He looked at Yin Hu up and down and said with a smile, "That depends on whether a mortal friend dares to bid like this. If you dare, this Xiao will dare. If you don't dare, then why ask this Xiao?" Hiss, when Xiaohua said this, everyone was shocked. Xiaohua was definitely the biggest dark horse in this auction. Before they heard Xiaohua's words, they definitely did not think too highly of him, even if he had just flown out of the 9th pavilion to participate in the auction. 1,000,000,000 vitality stones, in the entire auction house, who would dare to say that they had 1,000,000,000 vitality stones? Even if they did, who would dare to say so? But Xiaohua dared. In the face of Yin Hu's provocation, Xiaohua calmly accepted the challenge. This kind of challenge was even more resolute, and fearless than Ao Shuai and the others. "Ha, little friend Xiao," Master Nine Firmaments laughed, seizing this rare opportunity to stall for time. Even if you have 1,000,000,000 vitality stones, this old man would not dare to accept it. A light beast's cub is not easy to tame, which is why this old man dared to show it off. If I really take 1,000,000,000 vitality stones, I'm afraid this old man won't be able to walk out of bronze pillar state. Master 9 Firmaments, don't worry. Hai Tian laughed, if you have 1,000,000,000 vitality stones, this one will personally escort you out of bronze pillar state and guarantee your safety to my Jia Sa country. Don't. If this old man had 1,000,000,000 vitality stones, I would still want to spend the rest of my life in bronze pillar state. Master 9 Firmaments hurriedly waved his hand, how can I just leave? Spend the rest of my life? That's not good. Hai Tian said with a frown, with you overseeing bronze pillar state, who is the ruler of bronze pillar state afraid of? Where should my Jia Sa country go from here? Ha! Master 9 Firmaments laughed, then looked at Xiao Hua and asked, little friend Xiao, this old man is actually not interested in whether or not you have 1,000,000,000 vitality stones. What this old man wants to ask you is, from the looks of it, you are determined to obtain this light beast. However, if others obtain this beast, they can use its soul, bloodline, and even its body. Your cultivation, or even your physical body, is not enough to refine this light beast. Actually, this old man will make it clear. According to what this old man knows, there are definitely Taoist seniors in the hidden immortal continent who can control this light beast, but this old man does not know any of them. So when this old man invited you, I did not consider Taoist disciples. I wonder which Taoist senior you are bidding for this light beast for. Chapter 33:20. Master 9 Firmaments looked at Xiao Hua eagerly. He didn't expect to get a definite answer from Xiao Hua. He only needed a single word to prove Xiao Hua's true purpose. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua didn't answer yes, nor did he say which Taoist senior he was. Instead, he glanced at the crowd of demons and said indifferently, this Xiao didn't come for any Taoist senior, nor do I represent any Taoist power. This Xiao represents the two words Xiao Hua. After hearing this, Master 9 Firmaments frowned. He looked at this little Taoist who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth in confusion. If this Xiao Hua didn't have a screw loose, then he must have some great divine ability. However, it was obvious that Venerable Master 9 Heavens could only see that Xiao Hua had intentionally revealed a trace of his cultivation base as a Confucian cultivator and his strength was only at the first grade of origin energy. He couldn't see anything else apart from Xiao Hua's rash actions. Thus, Master 9 Firmaments looked at the beautiful Princess Baihua in the 9th pavilion and fell into deep thought. However, Xiao Hua's following words were like a bolt of lightning that fell into Master 9 Firmament's ears. To tell you the truth, this Xiao didn't come for the baby of the radiant beast. This Xiao didn't even know what Master 9 Firmaments could bid for in this auction. This Xiao only wanted to get a few Taoist foundational cultivation methods. Xiao Hua said calmly, however, when this Xiao heard your plans, this Xiao had no choice but to participate in this auction. Motherfucker, what do you mean? Yin Hu roared loudly, causing the entire space to tremble. Xiao Hua looked thin and weak, but his waist, which was straighter than bamboo, swayed slightly in the tiger's roar. However, no matter how much he swayed, he didn't bend in the slightest. His indifferent and calm voice continued to emerge from the tiger's roar, nothing. No matter how noble the radiant beast's bloodline is, no matter how supreme the radiant beast's soul is, no matter how precious the radiant beast's body is, it is still a life. A living life. There are many living things in this world. Humans, demons, livestock, insects, birds, beasts, and so on. They are all living things. No matter how noble or lowly they are, there is no difference. They are all equal. The so-called distinction between the noble and the lowly was nothing more than an artificial division. Although humans had the ability to eat birds and beasts, and control livestock, human lives were not more precious than the lives of birds and beasts. Although humans were the food of demons, the lives of demons were not more precious than human lives. Being a light beast while being a lowly ant is a gift from the heavenly Tao. Every life is precious, unique, and should be respected. He despised his own life, killed the light beast's life, and wanted to use the light beast's life to increase his own life. This was disrespectful to his own life. Humans are human because they have humanity, understand human relations, respect life, and love life. Humans might not have a strong physical body, but they had a strong heart. It was a love filled with riches. I am not talented. I am not a scholarly scholar, nor am I a benevolent senior monk. However, I am a human. I am willing to use my identity as a Taoist cultivator and the unique human heart, to bid for this light beast. I want to use my human heart to fight against your demon heart. I do not believe that there is no such thing as a kind human heart in this world. As for whether I can control this beast or not, there is no need for you fellow immortals to consider. I did not intend to control it. I will not refine its bloodline, I will not refine its soul, and I will not take over its body. I am willing to treat it as my own child. I will watch it grow, watch it become mighty, watch it laugh proudly at the world. Perhaps I will turn around and let it go. That would be normal. Clap, 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 clap. Just as the demons were stunned by Xiao Hua's words, Hai Tian clapped and praised, "Little friend Xiao, you really have the heart of all living beings. Every word of yours is like a gem. I also have the same thoughts. I do not want to use this light beast for anything. I only want it to land in my Jia Sa country and become my Jia Sa country's guardian beast. It will receive the worship of my Jia Sa country for the rest of its life. If little friend Xiao does not mind, you and I can join hands to bid for it." Ha ha ha, this is really funny. The Stag King laughed loudly. If I did not see it with my own eyes, would have thought that it was those baldies from the Pure Land who came to bid. However, the ethics of your Confucian cultivator is no different from the scriptures of Buddhism. You are all hypocritical and righteous. You are all hypocritical and compassionate. This Hai Tian still has some sincerity and stated his purpose. He only wants to treat this light beast as the guardian beast of the country and make the light beast work for Jia Sa country for the rest of its life. This is admittedly much better than having its soul refined by others, but how is it different from me and the others? And you, little Taoist, are even more ridiculous. You, a human, have the qualifications to be the light beast's father. You still treat it as a child. You are really shameless. Who knows what you want to do with it? Xiao Hua's expression was the same as usual. He pointed his finger to the sky and then to the ground. He said with a smile, "What I have done, I have not let down the heavens and I have not let down the earth. There is no need for others to point fingers at me. The heavens are the heavens and the earth are the heavens. No one has the qualifications to make an oath. And I, Xiao, under the heavens, have no need to make an oath to others. Even if you win the bid, can you walk out of Bronze Pillar country?" Although Master Nine Heavens was angry and amused, thinking that he had met a bookworm little Taoist, he still asked with a smile. "If you don't do what you can, you are afraid. If you don't do what you can, you are brave. In this world, there are too many things that people don't do because of their fear. There are too many people like this. It doesn't matter if I am there or not. You might as well let me be a fool and do more things that I can't do." Xiao Hua did not directly answer Master Nine Heavens' words. Instead, his gaze swept across the faces of the demons and he said indifferently, "In the past, I was quite timid when doing things. I always thought about the future. Even if I had some ideas in my heart, the results would be different and things would not go as I wished. Now that I have experienced many trials and hardships, I understand that there are too many things in this world that are helpless and difficult. However, they are all tests of the heavens. If one cannot withstand this test, it will be difficult for one's heart to improve. Now, this matter. Since I have seen it, it is a test given to me by the heavens. I am willing to go against the flow, and do it. Xiao Hua's words were sonorous and powerful, and they came from the bottom of his heart. Rather than saying it to the demons, he might as well say it to himself. Unfortunately, the demons in the auction house were all strong-willed. The prince named Hai Tian was used to seeing all kinds of people. What kind of words had he not heard? They only treated these words as fodder for a joke. Ha, how funny. King Stag laughed loudly. Talking about human nature with demons like us in the thousand demon sacred realm? Are you, a little Daoist, hot-headed? Master Nine Heavens, what are you waiting for? I don't care about what Ian Hu said just now. But you are delaying again and again. You are actually listening to the crazy words of a little child here. If I didn't trust you and old monster Zhifeng, I would have. Master Nine Heavens listened with a smile on his face, but his eyes were fixed on the light infant in the white ball of light. After such a long time, the infant was still in a frenzy. It used its hooves, head, and mouth to tear at the restrictions around it. Master Nine Heavens had never seen such a scene before. Master Nine Heavens narrowed his eyes. He rolled his eyes a few times, but did not look up. Now that he heard King Stag's rebuke, he raised his head with a smile and said, King Mu Lu, I am not delaying. I am just thinking that you all are determined to get it. I wonder how long you will keep bidding. Just now, this little friend Xiao promised hundreds of millions of primal stones. Actually, it's not as I thought. Everyone will bid a price and send me a voice transmission. Hee, old man Nine Heavens, don't even think about it. Ian Hu sneered. If that's the case, you can do whatever you want. How will others know? How about this? Master Nine Heavens retracted his gaze from the light infant and looked at the crowd. I already said before that the nine-child dragon steel will not be lent out. Since that's the case, let's see who can subdue the light infant first. Only then will they have the right to take it away. Damn it! Old monster Zhifeng was furious when he heard this. Wasn't Master Nine Heavens picking up the wisdom of others? However, it just so happened that old monster Zhifeng had nothing to say. That was because this Yahui was his to begin with. The problem was that he couldn't even subdue a Pegasus, so how could he subdue a light beast? However, seeing Ao Shuai's confidence, old monster Zhifeng's heart was finally at ease. However, his heart slowly began to bleed. How could the price of Ao Shuai's primal stones be the same as Ao Shuai's? The current old monster Zhifeng unconsciously and fiercely glared at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was originally his greatest trump card. However, this greatest card was still the same. However, it had already become his greatest obstacle. However, Ian Hu frowned and said reluctantly, Old man Nine Heavens, didn't you lend out the nine-child dragon steel before? Why aren't you lending it this time? I can add primal stones to it. Hee, if this light infant and the nine-child dragon steel are returned, I'm afraid I won't be able to clear my name. Master Nine Heavens didn't point it out and explained with a faint smile. Ian Hu was immediately put in a difficult position. He was the one who first aroused the suspicions of the demons towards Master Nine Heavens. Now, Master Nine Heavens' counterattack had almost robbed him of his chance to bid. Ian Hu didn't have full confidence in being able to subdue the light infant. All right. Stag King clapped his hands. How do we begin? Do we attack together, or do we take turns? Naturally, we'll attack together. Ao Shuai glanced at Stag King, then inadvertently glanced at Xiao Hua. Chapter 33:21. In fact, the current situation was already very clear. Ao Shuai didn't believe that Ian Hu, who had stirred up trouble, had the ability to subdue the baby-like beast. He also didn't think that Hai Tian, the prince of Jia Sa Kingdom, would have a higher cultivation level than Yin Hu. If Xiao Hua didn't have Xiao Hei's help, Ao Shui wouldn't have taken Xiao Hua seriously either. Then only the Stag King was left. Is that so? Master Nine Firmaments. Although the Stag King was speaking to Master Nine Firmaments, he also looked up at Ao Shui. Their gazes seemed to spark in midair. I'm afraid, that's the only way. Master Nine Firmaments smiled bitterly. He looked at the stone wall and said, this old man has some restrictions on this stone wall that can barely block the light beast's shadow. You two, three immortals, please do your best. Whoever can capture this light beast first can take it away. Of course, before this old man opens the 9 dragon steels, you 3 immortals still have to transmit your voice to this old man and tell me how many spirit stones you're willing to pay. Xiao Hua looked at the 2 demons who were waiting for him. After thinking for a while, he gave a number. This number was about the same as the previous bid. He also believed that the others wouldn't give a sky-high price. After waiting for the demons and the people to tacitly give their bids, Master Nine Firmaments flew up from where he was and rushed to the stone wall. He was some distance away from the 9 dragon steels. Then, he opened his mouth and let out a mournful cry. Soon after, a faintly discernible demon bird suddenly flashed out. A dense demon aura split into 9 streams and rushed into the 9 steels. Boom, rumbling sounds that could shake mountains and the earth came from the inky steel. The entire space that was enveloped by the 9 suns dragon steel rapidly trembled at the same time. The 9 suns dragon steel suddenly shrank and shot out in all directions. Roar! The baby light beast suppressed by the steels let out a mournful cry. Its body flashed with a brilliance that was several times sharper than the flying swords. This brilliance instantly pierced through the dark clouds that had lost the support of the 9 steels. The baby light beast, which was the size of a donkey, immediately broke free from its imprisonment. The baby light beast stretched its neck and let out a long cry. It didn't flee outside the space. Instead, it rushed recklessly toward the second pavilion. If it was before, Venerable 9 Heavens would still have some doubts, but when he saw the baby light beast's actions, a smile appeared on his face. Hai Tian naturally didn't know what was going on. When he saw the baby light beast charging in his direction, he immediately revealed a smug expression. He reached out his hand to take out his imperial equipment, wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to capture the baby light beast. Unfortunately, before his hand could reach into his bosom, there was a long cry, and a ray of light shocked the prince of the Jia Sa Kingdom. The long cry sounded like a bugle horn between the heavens and the earth. Tens of thousands of awe-inspiring chi swept in from all directions, causing all living things to fall under the awe-inspiring aura. The brilliance was purer than the brilliance of the sun, purer than the brilliance of the moon. The sudden heatwave even caused the restriction that protected the pavilion to collapse in an instant. Following the sound of the bugle horn, an old woman dressed in black appeared from the pavilion where the brilliance came from. Of course, the old woman's figure only appeared for a moment. Her black clothes turned into flying butterflies, and her body became even more messy. Accompanied by a pure white light, a body several times larger than the baby light beast appeared in front of everyone's eyes. As soon as the baby light beast appeared, it opened its mouth and roared, causing the entire space to tremble. Then, the baby light beast shook its head, and waves of chi rushed out like a flood. This invisible chi was even more difficult to stop than a visible flood. Hai Tian was sent flying like an ant, Yin Hu was sent flying like a mouse that had seen a cat. King Stag and Ao Shui tried their best to take a few steps back, but they still tried their best to stabilize their bodies. Their eyes were dignified, and it was obvious that they wanted to contend with the baby light beast. Looking at the light beast cub, it was like a little pony that was jumping around in the air. It was like a swallow returning to its nest as it ran towards the light beast. The longing in its eyes, the attachment in its actions, and the coquettish cries it let out were really similar to a little Jiao heir that had just seen its mother. Fellow immortals, if we want to capture the baby light beast, we must first capture the baby light beast. Venerable Master Nine Firmament's face was filled with joy, and he said loudly, "Don't worry, this old man has set up this auction to capture this light beast. If you can help this old man capture this light beast, this old man will give this light beast cub to you for free." As soon as Guru Nine Firmaments finished speaking, the Nine Firmaments dragon steel emitted a thick black demonic fog and shot towards the auction like 9 tentacles. "Damn it, we've been tricked." Hearing Guru Nine Firmaments' words, both Yin Hu and King Stag were enlightened. How could they not know Guru Nine Firmaments' plan? However, with the baby light beast in front of them, who could resist the temptation in their hearts? "This old man will help you." The first to respond was naturally Ao Shuai. With a wave of his hand, a golden brilliance flashed, and a medallion of vital energy flew out from his hand. As soon as it appeared in the air, it immediately produced strands of immortal music. Along with the music, inscriptions appeared in the air and circled around the medallion like flying shadows. The Immortal Law Medallion. Guru Nine Firmaments almost cried out when he saw the medallion, but he suppressed the excitement in his heart and slowly uttered the words. "That's right. This is the East Sea Immortal Law Medallion of the East Sea Dragon Palace, bestowed by the Immortal Emperor of the Immortal Palace." Ao Shuai said proudly. He opened his dragon mouth and spat out a golden dragon's breath that landed on the medallion. The medallion emitted a golden light that spanned dozens of feet and suddenly transformed into a bamboo slip that flew towards the light beast. As the bamboo slip flew, the shadows of the inscriptions on the armor broke through inch by inch, and a restrictive force that even 10,000 immortals couldn't resist completely enveloped the area around the light beast. The Immortal Law Chapter is only a so-so. The Immortal Law Chapter was so powerful in Guru Nine Firmament's eyes, but the other kings didn't care about it at all. The Stag King sneered and opened his mouth. His vital energy, which looked like a jade seal, came out of his mouth. This jade seal landed in the air and a spiral of demonic fog appeared in the air. It was even more aggressive than the inscriptions on the armor. It dispersed the righteous chi summoned by the light beast. Moreover, this demonic fog carried with it a myriad of wind blades that looked like scythes that crushed towards the light beast. With loud rumbling sounds, it surpassed the Immortal Law Chapter and rushed in front of the light beast. Roar! The light beast roared. The light around its body was like a sword that pierced towards the demonic fog of the 9 children dragon tablet. The demonic fog didn't seem to be a match for the light beast's light at all. It immediately turned into fine strands and didn't pose any threat to the light beast at all. However, this light fell into the inscriptions on the armor of the Immortal Law Chapter and was immediately absorbed by the inscriptions on the armor. The inscriptions on the armor became stronger and weaker. The Immortal Law Chapter wasn't much. The most powerful thing was still the Stag King's Jade Seal. Wherever the demonic fog of the Jade Seal went, the void was cut open. The light beast's light was also cut open by the wind blades of the demonic fog and turned into fireflies. Poof! The light beast kicked its hooves and countless rui and golden flowers appeared. Some of them rushed towards the light beast cub. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spat out a pure white, almost shapeless inner elixir. It crashed towards the Stag King's Jade Seal. Whether it was the Jade Seal or the inner elixir, they were both the final killing moves. However, it just so happened that the 2 most powerful weapons of destruction were the first to collide. With a muffled boom, waves of incomparable power were emitted from the 2 treasures of heaven and earth. No matter if it was the righteous aura, the monster, or the black aura from the 9 suns dragon steel, they were all destroyed by this power. Even the light beast also retreated a few steps. The Stag King even somersaulted a few times in the air and barely stood still. As for Xiao Hua, under the powerful aura of the light beast, his whole body was submerged in it. It was as if he had never felt such a feeling before. Not only were his limbs weak, his whole body floated down from the air. Even his mouth and nose were unable to breathe. He was on the verge of drowning. Xiao Hua was shocked and immediately used the sun shroud technique. An indescribable whirlwind stretched out from Xiao Hua's body. The whirlwind accompanied the pressure released by Xiao Hua and tried its best to resist the aura of the light beast. It was at this moment that Xiao Hua was powerless to look around. Suddenly, a sharp, invisible wind sword quietly attacked Xiao Hua's back along with the chaotic aura of the entire arena. Who? Xiao Hua was releasing his pressure and was extremely sensitive to it. With a cold snort, he waved his hand and the wishful staff came out at the critical moment. With a bang, it was the tail of the wind sword. The second half of the wind sword instantly turned into a mess and was torn apart by the aura, but the first half pierced Xiao Hua's back. Although Xiao Hua had already tried his best to twist his body to avoid it, the wind sword still left a half-foot long and an inch-wide wound. The strange thing was that the wound did not seep out fresh blood in an ordinary manner. Wisps of black qi mixed with the glow of the fire flashed within the wound like threads. Following the lingering black qi, the wound swiftly healed, causing the wound to become increasingly small. Ouch! Xiao Hua did not have time to look at the origin of the wind sword. Old Monster Zhifeng's surprised voice came from there. Obviously, he saw the strangeness of Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua was furious and shouted, "Old Monster Zhifeng, you're courting death." With that, Xiao Hua urged the flying talisman and waved the wishful staff in the direction of Old Monster Zhifeng. Heh. Old Monster Zhifeng might have seen Xiao Hua's strange behavior, and even sensed Xiao Hua's increasing pressure, but he still let out a cold laugh. He shook his arms, and an earthen yellow light flashed. A gigantic Dharma idol of a spirit rat appeared from his body. Before the Dharma idol could fully take shape, it opened its mouth, and thousands of wind swords and wind blades appeared around Xiao Hua. They rained down on Xiao Hua. Chapter 33-22. This guy really does have some tricks up his sleeve. Sensing the sharpness of these wind swords, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly waved his staff to protect himself, hoping not to make any mistakes. Seeing that the staff had broken the first wind swords, and that even more wind swords were coming from behind, Xiao Hua really didn't have the power to fight back. It was also at this time that the Imperial Jade Seal and the inner core collided. The force was more powerful than the wind and swept through the entire space. Xiao Hua's figure became unstable and was once again flipped over in the air. Old Monster Zhifeng was also unable to stand, his entire body tumbling in the air like a pellet. As for the wind swords attacking Xiao Hua, they had already been shattered by the force. The force was so great that the 9 pavilions on the stone wall were completely exposed. The cultivators sitting inside all activated their origin tools and imperial tools, doing their best to resist the impact. They were completely helpless like fish in a moat caught in a fire at the city gate. The most pitiful were not the cultivators, but the light baby beast. It originally pounced on the light beast, but in the blink of an eye, the light beast had already exchanged several moves with the Stag King and Ao Shuai. Even Hai Tian and Yin who couldn't participate in this kind of fight, let alone the light baby beast. The light beast's aura may not cause any harm to it, but the force of the impact suddenly lifted the light baby beast straight from the air to the top of the space. The light baby beast cried out, the anxiety in its heart more than panic. Just as the light baby beast stabilized its body, it didn't have time to rush at the light beast again. But then there was a rumbling sound. The 9 dragon steels that Master 9 Heavens had previously withdrawn to the surrounding space made a sound at the same time. From the dragon steels, thick black gas gushed out. The black gas each took the appearance of the 9 dragon sons, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws at the light baby beast. "Ao!" The light baby beast let out a sorrowful cry. Its body emitted a strong brilliance, wanting to disperse the black gas. Unfortunately, the white brilliance only pierced the black gas and disappeared immediately. It didn't cause any threat. The light baby beast was angry. Its 4 hooves kicked wildly, producing a lot of clouds. Then it lowered its head and rushed at one of the dragon steels with its dragon horns. An extremely brilliant brilliance was rapidly brewing between the dragon horns. Clearly, this was the light infant beast going all out. Call. In the chaotic space, there was a sudden, excited cry of an eagle. Master Nine Heavens had also revealed his true form. A huge, ugly sparrowhawk flapped its pitch-black wings, and its claws flashed with a stench and death chi. It pounced towards the baby light beast, trying to stop it from attacking the dragon steel. The sparrowhawk flapped its wings and flew to the top of the baby light beast's head in the blink of an eye. Although the baby light beast's body was white like snow, the sparrowhawk's claws were as black as ink. Not only did it block the white light, it also pierced through the white light and grabbed the baby light beast's back. Aoo! The light infant beast let out a sorrowful cry. The brilliance around its body was greatly reduced, and the white light that was brewing between its dragon horns also disappeared. The light beast was enraged by the fact that the baby light beast was injured. With a thunderous sound, its entire body swelled up. Quick, let's attack at the same time. Ao Shuai saw that the light beast had swelled up and knew that it was not good, so he hurriedly shouted. Then, the immortal law chapter in midair flashed with endless rays of light, and thousands of inscriptions rushed out from it, forming words and sentences. In the end, they gathered into pages of inscriptions, complementing the black chi of the 9 suns dragon steel, and fell towards the light beast. The black chi of the 9 suns dragon steel was surging violently, and the rays of light of the immortal law chapter were also imposing, and the sounds of chanting were loud and clear. However, when the 2 treasures converged, the light and darkness combined, and it was like a perfect pair of pearls and jade. An aura that was even more powerful than the light beast's aura rushed out from the treasures, but it did not move. It was like a powerful nightmare that could not be found anywhere, and it controlled the area around the light beast. Roar. The light beast roared angrily, and the entire space shook violently. However, the dazzling rays of light around the light beast suddenly disappeared, as if the scorching sun at noon had suddenly disappeared. Everyone's eyes darkened, and it was as if something extremely important was missing in their hearts. This doubt only lasted for a moment, and a ray of light that was even more dazzling than before, so dazzling that it directly pierced the heart, appeared in the light beast's chest. This dazzling light was heart-shaped, and it was only the size of a soybean, but its brilliance once again lit up the entire space. The light beast's body that could not be seen clearly before now looked like a transparent statue, and it was abnormally ferocious in the light and shadow. This light beast was several feet long, and its dragon head was 1 size larger than Ao Shuai's. However, there were some differences. The dragon horns were slightly curved, and the bright and dark runes on them were rhythmically moving like music. On the Qilin's body, the folds of palm-sized scales glowed. What was different from before was that the edges of the scales were abnormally dark, and only about 80% of the center of the scales shone brilliantly. The 4 thick bull legs were surrounded by countless auspicious clouds, and it really looked like an auspicious beast. Unfortunately, the light beast's bloodshot eyes were faintly flickering with flames, and it opened its ferocious mouth to let out an extremely angry roar. An ordinary man was innocent, but treasuring a jade ring would arouse the envy of others. Thump, thump, thump. The dazzling light in the light beast's heart beat 3 times like a heartbeat, and the light had already completely enveloped the light beast. The 3 heartbeats filled the entire space, and everyone, all the demons, and everything in the space, all beat 3 times at the same time. Without any surprise, the 9 children dragon steel and immortal law chapter's light curtain that encircled and suppressed the light beast also rippled 3 times like the black chi. Although these 3 ripples could be compared to a white horse passing by, the light curtain and black chi had already covered the light beast's body like a clap of thunder. Gugugugu. A burst of what seemed to be countless bubbles gushing out, as if the entire space was boiling. Xiao Hua, who had just stabilized his body, couldn't help but float up and down. Not only did his meager magic power want to leave his meridians, even the blood vessels in his body felt like they were being sucked out. Damn, this light beast is so terrifying. Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. Taking advantage of the flying talisman's effect, he hastily slid down, and floated down to the nearest pavilion. Just as Xiao Hua was about to get close to the pavilion, boom! A world-shaking sound rang out. The 9 children dragon steel's 9 dark clouds were blown apart, and the immortal law chapter's armor was shattered into fragments. The bodies of the 2 strange treasures even rushed towards the 4 walls of the space in an extremely sorry state. In the midst of this explosion, the light beast proudly flew out, rushing towards the light beast cub caught by the hawk owl's sharp claws. Woo! Just as the light beast's figure appeared, the Stag King's Imperial Jade Seal had already arrived. This Imperial Jade Seal had been accumulating power for a long time, and now it had already transformed into several zhang in size, completely covering the light beast. The light beast wasn't afraid in the slightest. Just as it was about to open its mouth and spit out its inner core, yo! The light beast cub's mournful cry resounded through the entire space. Xiao Hua raised his head and looked over. It was also at this moment that the light beast cub had already been caught by the hawk owl that venerable Master 9 Heavens had transformed into. Those sharp claws, which were several chi in size, had already grabbed the cub's back. Those pitch-black claws seemed to have captured the light. No matter how hard the white light tried to stretch within the claws, it was still unable to struggle free. On the contrary, a strand of blood flowed down the cub's back. Seeing this, Xiao Hua's heart couldn't help but tighten. The light beast cub was only a cub. It probably hadn't suffered such pain before, right? At this moment, Xiao Hua was unable to help the light beast. He waved his hand, and the divine power centipede immediately rushed out of the space, flying towards the hawk owl. Xiao Hua couldn't bear it anymore. How could the light beast use ordinary methods? Whing! The light beast's mouth opened slightly before closing. The light around its body became even brighter. Countless white runes appeared on the dragon horns on its head. Without the slightest hesitation, it directly collided with the Imperial Jade Seal. Rumble! The entire space once again emitted a deafening sound. The Imperial Jade Seal, which was several zhang in size, was sent flying at an angle. The light on the light beast's head also became slightly dimmer. However, the light beast didn't stop at all. It stomped its 4 hooves, causing the wind and clouds to surge as it rushed towards the hawk owl. The light beast was fast, but the divine power centipede was even faster. The divine power centipede had just left the space, and as if it didn't need Xiao Hua's instructions, it flew towards the hawk owl that was surrounded by black qi. At first, Xiao Hua was worried that the divine power centipede, which also had black qi, would be afraid of the light beast cub's light and wouldn't be able to get close. However, looking at the divine power centipede's valiant and spirited appearance, the light didn't have much effect on it. Of course, the divine power centipede was still somewhat afraid of the light beast cub's light. It attacked the hawk owl's legs. Seeing the divine power centipede that was only a few chi long, the hawk owl wasn't afraid at all. It spread its wings, and a powerful tornado blew over, as if it wanted to sweep the divine power centipede away. Unexpectedly, the divine power centipede was like a boulder. Its body didn't even sway as it continued to rush towards the hawk owl's abdomen. At this moment, the hawk owl became anxious. It spread its wings, and there was actually a faint sound of wind and thunder. Crackle! The hawk owl pecked at the divine power centipede with its sharp beak. A pitch-black lightning actually rushed out from its beak and accurately hit the divine power centipede. The lightning was lingering around the divine power centipede's body. At the place where it was hit, apart from green smoke, there were also a few marks that looked like plum blossoms. The divine power centipede didn't seem to be injured. However, under the powerful lightning, the divine power centipede had no choice but to curl up into a ball. Although the divine power centipede didn't succeed, its help came at the right time. The moment the hawk owl spat out the wind and thunder, the light beast was already in front of it. Seeing that its enemy was right in front of it, the light beast didn't use any other methods. It curled up its body and rammed into the hawk owl. This collision was like a landslide. A whistling sound was heard, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the righteous chi, and all other kinds of spiritual energy condensed into a pillar and rushed towards the hawk owl. The hawk owl had already prepared for the light beast's attack. However, the divine power centipede's interference just now had messed up his plan, and the light beast took this opportunity to ram into it. The hawk owl's wings sped up, and the sound of wind and thunder was heard. Countless black flames mixed with lightning flew out from its pitch-black wings. Furthermore, there was a foot-long lightning bolt that rushed out from its beak, and together with the wind and thunder on its wings, it attacked the light beast. Chapter 33:23. Crackle, crackle, rumble, thousands of rumbling sounds reverberated through the space like a tsunami. The glaring brilliance dazzled everyone's eyes. Xiao Hua's figure had just stabilized itself on the pavilion when it began to shake violently. Even the entire pavilion was on the verge of collapse. Gah! The dazzling collision ended with a heart-wrenching cry. A black shadow that was close to 10 feet in size flew into the sky like a kite with a broken string. It looked like it was about to crash into the stone wall of the space. The black feathers collided with one of the pavilions on the stone wall, causing the pavilion to fall from the stone wall in an even more chaotic manner. Several cultivators inside turned pale and flew out in a panic. They stopped in midair, not knowing what to do, and each of them used their own methods to protect themselves. As for the black feathers that had just sent the pavilion flying, there was another crack that was about 10 feet long. Light surged from the crack and rapidly corroded Hawk Owl's body. Around the crack, the black feathers that were several feet in size scattered all over the sky. Roar! The light beast that had injured Hawk Owl didn't stop. In a spurt of energy, it let out a long roar. Without waiting for Ao Shuai, the Stag King, and the other demons to catch up, it immediately charged at Hawk Owl that had already lost its balance, preparing to kill it in one blow. The light beast's plan was naturally as it wished, but Hawk Owl's claws were still holding onto the baby light beast. Seeing the light beast attack again, Hawk Owl's claws tightened once more. Roar! The baby light beast couldn't help but let out another miserable cry. The baby light beast was connected to the heart. No matter if it was a human or a demon, when the light beast heard the miserable cry, its body couldn't help but tremble slightly. In the blink of an eye, another change occurred. Chi 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 chi. As if thousands of hippos were farting at the same time, waves of fishy stench and sky-piercing sounds suddenly came from the four walls of the space. In particular, the 9 pavilions that the crowd and the demons were in suddenly shattered with these strange noises. Behind the 9 pavilions, 9 huge chrysanthemum-shaped holes were revealed. Thick black fog mixed with a fishy smell gushed out from the holes like bees. These 9 black fog were different from the fishy smell emitted from the stone walls. The moment they appeared, they immediately enveloped the light beast. At this moment, Venerable 9 Heavens Hawk Owl definitely had a plan to lure the light beast here. This black fog was most likely a huge ambush for Venerable 9 Heavens. Venerable 9 Heavens. The people and demons that were originally hiding in the pavilions had no choice but to fly out of the pavilions. Their bodies all flashed with various colors of light and fog, and even stepped on auspicious clouds to protect themselves as they shouted at Venerable 9 Heavens. At the same time, everyone and the demons were also alarmed. They ordered everyone to use their methods to protect themselves. The 9 indescribable black mists with a fishy stench were definitely powerful. The light beast's figure immediately dimmed. When Venerable Nine Heavens Hawk Owl saw this, a trace of joy flashed through its eyes. However, just as it revealed this joy, it suddenly sensed danger. It hurriedly spread its wings, and a jet of black lightning shot out from its beak. Its eyes revealed a shocked and angry expression. This was because the divine power centipede that had curled up to avoid the lightning took advantage of the hawk owl's ambush. It suddenly broke free from the lightning and attacked the hawk owl like a black light, grabbing the light beast's left claw. The divine power centipede actually had such intelligence. It was actually able to seize this excellent opportunity. Even Xiao Hua, who was watching from afar, was surprised. However, Xiao Hua didn't have time to be surprised. He knew that he didn't have the strength to fly over to help the divine power centipede, so he didn't hesitate at all. With a wave of his hand, he took out the Pegasus from his storage bag and Little Black from the space. He only gave Little Black a command, then he activated the lightning flash and thunder roll technique, preparing to help the light beast. Since the divine power centipede was already like this, Little Black was even more clever. It didn't fly in the direction of the light beast's cub, but landed on the Pegasus head and commanded it to fly towards the hawk owl. The divine power centipede's speed was very fast, and it had planned to catch the hawk owl off guard. It had already hit the hawk owl's left claw when the lightning struck. There was almost no sound, but the tough hawk owl's left claw was actually smashed into pieces by the divine power centipede. Ga. The hawk owl was in great pain, and it couldn't help but let out a long cry. Its left claw loosened, and the light beast escaped from the hawk owl's left claw. After the divine power centipede succeeded, it didn't move an inch, and immediately curled up into a ball again. At this time, the hawk owl's wind and thunder had already arrived, and it hit the divine power centipede's body. With a crackling sound, thousands of lightning flashed on the divine power centipede's pitch-black body. Of course, looking at the divine power centipede's slightly trembling appearance, the lightning might not be able to hurt it at all. Unfortunately, although the divine power centipede's attack was effective, the hawk owl's right claw was still holding the light beast's cub. Furthermore, after the hawk owl's left claw was injured, it was going to attack the light beast's cub again. The light beast was still in danger. On the other hand, Little Black was commanding the Pegasus. When the Pegasus saw the hawk owl and the light beast's cub, it seemed to be hesitating. It wasn't clear if it was afraid or not. But Little Black was more resourceful than any other human or Yao. The Pegasus spread its wings, and its body emitted a light that was not inferior to the light beast's cub, and it rushed towards the hawk owl. However, even though they were fast, they were still slower than the hawk owl's left claw. The divine power centipede's attack was going to be wasted. Boom! Another loud sound rang out, and a solid pillar of light shot out from the pitch-black stench, shattering it. From the pillar of light, the light beast could be seen madly rushing out. It opened its mouth, and its naiden expanded to the size of a bucket. Like a meteorite, it flashed and disappeared in a flash. In the blink of an eye, it appeared above hawk owl's right claw. Crack, ga. A crisp sound was heard, followed by a mournful cry. The poor hawk owl was injured again. The hawk owl's right claw was shattered, so it was naturally unable to grab the light beast's cub. The light beast escaped from the hawk owl's claws, and immediately rushed towards the light beast. However, the light beast that had just escaped from the black mist glanced at the Pegasus, and even at Xiao Hua in the distance. Its gaze fell on Little Black, who was on top of the Pegasus' head, and its eyes were filled with fear and shock. However, the light beast didn't have time to think. The Immortal Law chapter, the 9 Dragon Steel, and the Imperial Jade Seal that had been sent flying earlier had already regrouped when it was trapped by the black mist. When the light beast broke through the black mist, these treasures had already surrounded the light beast once again. The light beast didn't dare to look at Little Black for too long. It suddenly turned its head, and actually looked at Xiao Hua again. As if it had made a decision, a very dignified voice sounded in Xiao Hua's ears, "Little guy, if thou can help me today, I will definitely repay thee in the future. Xiao Hua's body shook. The light beast's aura was really too powerful. This simple sentence was like a bolt from the blue, shaking his ears and even his heart to rumble. Xiao Hua was just about to reply, but the light beast's gaze had already fallen on the light beast's cub, and its eyes were filled with affection. Although the light beast didn't say anything, the light beast immediately stopped in midair, and its forehooves moved in a very spoiled manner. Then, as if it was playing, it flew towards the Pegasus that was flying towards it. Crack, crack, crack. How could the hawk owl allow the light beast's cub to land on the Pegasus' head? It opened its mouth, flapped its wings, and wind and thunder appeared out of thin air again. However, this time, hawk owl was not as sharp as before. Within a radius of 10 feet around him, the wind and clouds were also surging. Kachacha, bursts of green light flashed past, and streaks of lightning were like a large net, completely covering hawk owl. This time, it was even more strange than hawk owl's wind and thunder, and it was even more concentrated. Caw. The hawk owl let out a startled cry, but this cry seemed to be powerless within the millions of lightning bolts. The hawk owl was so shocked that it couldn't care less about chasing after the light beast's cub. It hurriedly reversed its wings, and its bird head was even more chaotic. One after another, lightning bolts went against the current to meet the green heavenly lightning. The 2 layers of lightning bolts each displayed their magical powers, and like 2 waves of thunderbolts, they began to make a heaven-shocking attack. Everyone, including all the demons, was shocked. They knew each other, and wanted to find out who had such a powerful ability. After all, if this lightning-attracting technique wasn't an innate magical ability, it couldn't be easily used. Now that everyone had been forced out of the pavilion, who could still keep their secrets? The concealment had been removed, and among them, there were quite a few humans and demons who had some impressions. However, after looking at it, no one could tell who had made the move. So much so that everyone's gaze was fixed on Xiao Hua, who was slowly flying towards the hawk owl. Aside from the dark green color on Xiao Hua's forehead, they couldn't see anything strange about him. It was as if he had nothing to do with the 2 words, thunder, and lightning, that were even more vigorous than the flood dragon in midair. Of course, even if this lightning flashing thunder rolling thunder technique wasn't used by Xiao Hua, at this moment, everyone and all the demons still attributed this technique to Xiao Hua. After all, other than Xiao Hua, no one had stood out, and no one dared to stand out. He was different from the others. That hawk owl was even more frightened than the others. He had already discovered the difference in this lightning from the thin and tough thunderstorm. He was clear in his heart that he had set up a restriction around this stone wall, completely isolating this space from the outside world. Even if there was an expert controlling lightning here, it was absolutely impossible for him to attract the heavenly lightning from outside this space. And he himself, relying on the innate magical ability of his demon body, was able to control the heavenly lightning within this space. This was originally one of his trump cards to capture the light beast, but he didn't expect that when the battle had just begun, this magical ability that could restrain the light beast would actually be broken by someone else. Who was this someone else? There was no need to say more. Other than that Xiao Hua who had always kept a low profile, who else could it be? Hawk Owl's vicious and hateful gaze couldn't help but stare at Xiao Hua. A kind of indescribable feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. He had a kind of intuition, today's matter would be exposed because of Xiao Hua's appearance. However, before Hawk Owl could think more, the 2 layers of lightning had already collided. Chapter 33-24. Hawk Owl was caught in an impending predicament, but the light beast was already in trouble. Just as he finished instructing the light infant beast, the 9 dragon steels that were flying around him started to spin rapidly. The black fog that had been released earlier was sucked into the steels as it spun. Furthermore, the pungent black gas in the surroundings also seeped into the steels along with the black fog. Roar, roar. 9 dragon roars sounded out in a row, causing the entire space to shake once again. The black fog that was as thick as liquid earlier was like a giant whale sucking in water as it rushed into the bodies of the 9 dragon steels that were gradually revealing their true appearances. The 9 dragon steels, whose faces were ferocious and their bodies varied in size, grew larger and larger under the influence of the black fog. They blocked out most of the light beast's light. Not only that, but in the gaps where the 9 dragon steels could not cover, the Immortal's Law chapter, under Ao Shuai's control, turned into dozens of fluttering pages. They were like butterflies, but also like words. They triggered a majestic noble chi, and together with the 9 dragon steels, they covered the light beast. The 9 dragon steels and the Immortal's Law chapter had revealed their final trump card. How could the Stag King's Imperial Jade Seal be slow? Shadows of the stag flew out from the Imperial Jade Seal and formed an origin formation beside the 9 dragon steels. They attacked the light beast with the 2 treasures. And in this herd of stag, whose huge tiger-shaped inner core was also at the forefront. Everyone knew that if they could not defeat the light beast this time, they would not have another chance. With so many demons trying their best, how could the light beast not be in trouble? Unfortunately, the light beast was not as nervous as they thought. It even glanced at the lightning that was about to collide with each other, then shook its head, as if shaking off dirty water on its head. With this shake, the dragon horn on the top of the light beast's head shone again, but this time, the light was blood red. This blood-red light turned into strange runes that flowed from the dragon horn to the rest of its body like water. This flow was extremely fast. When the 9 dragon tablets, the Celestial Law chapter, the Imperial Jade Seal, and the tiger-shaped Nidon completely surrounded the light beast, an indescribable force and a mysterious vortex gradually appeared around the light beast. Just as it was about to swallow the light beast, the runes had already flowed all over the light beast's body. The light beast proudly took a step forward. It was a simple step, but a blood-red shadow suddenly rushed out of the light beast's body. It was faster than the flashing light, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed past the 4 heavenly treasures. Pang pang. The 9 suns dragon steel shook rapidly. The image of the 9 suns dragon steel cracked inch by inch, revealing many flaws. The Immortal's Law was also like a banana in the wind. After shaking a few times, it was also gradually torn apart. The image of the stag controlled by the Imperial Jade Seal was even more unbearable. Each and every one of them was howling in grief in the air. The most pitiful one was the tiger-shaped inner core. After the blood image passed, it actually turned into an empty shell. It first wrinkled, then turned into dust with the wind. Roar! Who roared. His physical body withered not far away. Whoosh! Before whose howl could fade away, a flash of light faster than a shooting star rushed out of the 3 heavenly treasures and attacked who. Who was shocked. Before he could even think of dodging, the dragon head of the light beast appeared in the flash of light. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed whose head with a roar. At the same time, the hooves that were stepping on the Jade Rui auspicious cloud stretched out. It was as if it was digging into mud, and it kicked whose chest. After a flash of blood, the beating heart of the tiger was brought out. The light beast's movements were so fast that all the demons were caught off guard. In particular, the light beast took advantage of the time when whose inner core was destroyed to kill him. Then, it turned around and attacked the Deer King again. The Stag King was so frightened that he hurriedly retreated. The Imperial Jade Seal did not wait for the 9 suns dragon steel and the Immortal's Law to kill the light beast. It immediately flew in front of it to protect it. Little did it know that the light beast was just making a feint. Its body turned in midair, and its entire dragon head twisted. Its eyes emitted a ferocious glare as it charged at Ao Shuai, just as the light beast broke through the encirclement of several demons and even succeeded in killing who. The battle between Xiao Hua and Hawk Owl was once again in a stalemate. two waves of lightning crashed together like a tidal wave. Xiao Hua's lightning was obviously no match for Hawk Owl's dark wind and thunder. Under the heavy flashes of lightning and thunder, his lightning was annihilated. Seeing that, Xiao Hua was not discouraged. He knew very well that his lightning and thunder technique was created with the help of the Green Seal script. The Green Seal script was the most mysterious script between heaven and earth. It had the power to move mountains and drain seas. It was not something he could control with his current soul cultivation. Furthermore, the lightning and thunder technique was created out of thin air. When it came to power, it was much inferior to the Taoists' lightning manipulation technique, which relied on external objects. Of course, Xiao Hua was also somewhat looking forward to it. He did not know how much stronger the lightning and thunder technique would be once he mastered all the Green Seal scripts. However, even though the lightning flash and thunder roll technique was somewhat weak, it was superior in that it was continuous, growing and multiplying endlessly. Sparrow Hawk Xiao incessantly flapped its wings, incessantly spitting out lightning from its mouth. However, Xiao Hua's lightning was like a thin stream, like an unyielding candle in the wind, born and extinguished, born and extinguished, born and extinguished, endlessly consuming Sparrow Hawk Xiao's wind and thunder. Seeing that it was actually being held back by Xiao Hua, this little bug, Hawk Owl, was anxious and hateful. It flapped its wings, and after dancing with a large amount of wind and thunder, it actually broke free from the lightning and thunder. Its already injured claws were like sharp weapons as it grabbed at Xiao Hua. Although the sharp claws had not yet reached its body, the sharp sound of the wind and the whistling sound of the wind breaking through the air let everyone know that under this claw, even an origin tool would be torn apart, right? However, looking at Xiao Hua again, seeing the claws coming at him, he did not panic at all. Instead, he raised the wishful staff in his hand and very casually welcomed the attack. It was like a kind of playful play. Boom! With a loud sound, the wishful staff hit the claws. Under the huge force, Xiao Hua's face instantly turned pale. His whole body could not control itself and was hit to the side. However, the strange thing was that the direction of the flying was really beyond everyone's expectations. It was not flying backwards, nor was it flying in any other direction. Instead, it had just landed on the left side of the Pegasus, and somewhat intimately stretched out its front hooves to explore the Pegasus's light feathers. Tell this little guy, don't struggle. Xiao Hua hurriedly ordered Xiao He, and then released his spiritual sense to send the light baby beast into the storage bag. It was not beyond Xiao Hua's expectations. The light baby beast struggled extremely, and did not let his spiritual sense wrap around it. Even if Xiao Hua wanted to protect the light baby beast, he could not. Forget it, Xiao Hua tried a little more, but he knew that this was a dead end. Just as he was about to raise the wishful staff to block the flying hawk owl again, he suddenly frowned, and his eyes showed a ruthless color. At the same time, his figure rushed towards the hawk owl. The god power centipede that had just curled up into a ball moved again, like a dark sword shooting towards the side of the light baby beast. Ping! Somewhere in the air, a wave of fluctuations passed by, and the image of a very embarrassed Confucian scholar appeared. On the top of his head, there was a faint fluctuation of starlight. Wasn't that the ever-changing 10,000 scarf that he had just bought? Shameless! Xiao Hua coldly snorted. Seeing the Confucian scholar fly away in a hurry, he knew that the Confucian scholar had a guilty conscience. Seeing that he had revealed himself, he might not attack the light baby beast again. Holding the wishful staff in his hand, he still faced the incoming claws. At this time, the claws were sharper than before, and Xiao Hua seemed to see the ruthless expression of Master Nine Firmaments who wanted to eat him alive. If it was before, Xiao Hua might have pretended to panic, but now, Xiao Hua's face was like water, and he did not have any pretentious thoughts. Just like before, the wishful staff in his hand was still whistling loudly, and it was very light as it hit the sharp claws of the hawk owl. But obviously, the hawk owl was not moved by Xiao Hua's calmness. He thought that Xiao Hua had some tricks up his sleeve, and his claws actually produced the sound of wind and thunder, and crashed down. The hawk owl was wrong, and very wrong. This was the feeling when his left claw, which was not shattered, touched the wishful staff. The painful blow not only defeated the wind and thunder, but also shattered the left claw. The hawk owl really did not understand. A little human, under the wishful staff, was several times more powerful than the divine power centipede. The hawk owl's claws were completely shattered, and his huge body could not maintain balance. Flapping his wings, he fell towards the stone wall. Xiao Hua temporarily repelled the hawk owl, but he believed that the hawk owl was far from this strength. He only relied on the lightning flash and thunder roll and the wishful staff to attack him. If the hawk owl attacked again, he was afraid that he would not be able to deal with it. So, he swung the wishful staff, lowered his body slightly, and let the divine power centipede stand in front of him, waiting for the hawk owl's attack. His mind was racing, thinking of a way to deal with it. As for the light beast, it rushed madly towards Ao Shuai. Ao Shuai's eyes met the eyes of the light beast that looked very similar to him, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. He hurriedly opened his mouth, and a dragon breath came out of his abdomen, rushing towards the light beast. Although the light beast had the head of a dragon, its body was that of a qilin. Seeing the dragon breath coming down, it hurriedly opened its mouth, and a pillar of white light rushed out, blocking the dragon breath. Then, the light beast's whole body turned again, and it rushed towards the stag king again. The stag king had just stabilized his body, so how could he dare to fight the light beast again? The imperial jade seal shook again, and turned into three, protecting his body tightly. Who knew that the light beast swayed in front of the stag king again, without any intention to attack the stag king? Its whole body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the hole where Xiao Hua and the others had just fallen into. The light beast wanted to escape. The light beast's actions were truly out of everyone's expectations. Even Xiao Hua was greatly shocked. Because the light beast did not inform him in advance, the light beast cub with the Pegasus also did not have any reaction. Let's go. Even though he was a little surprised, Xiao Hua still did not dare to be negligent. He urged Little Black, and the Pegasus spread out its light feathers and fell under him. The light beast cub thought it was playing again, and it chased after it on a cloud. The Pegasus' light feathers flashed, and it dragged Xiao Hua a few feet away. Chapter 33-25. Seeing that the light beast's figure had reached the entrance of the cave, and the Pegasus had also followed, struggling forcefully, it was already too late for Hawk Owl, who had landed on the stone wall, to use his magical power again. Ao Shuai and the Stag King were also unable to catch up for a while. Prince Hai Tian, who had just revealed his nose, saw that the situation was not right, and at this time, no one knew where he was hiding. It seemed that there was no demon or human that could stop the light beast and Xiao Hua from escaping. However, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly became alert. He looked at the hawk owl in confusion. Although it was flapping its wings, it was not anxious in the slightest. When he saw that there was not a single drop of water coming out of the cave, he hastily shouted, "Senior, be careful of the cave entrance. Yes, Master Nine Firmaments has been entangled with the light beast." Then what about Master Qin Yu, who was with Master Nine Firmaments? Needless to say, she must be lying in ambush at the cave entrance, waiting to attack the light beast. Sure enough, just as Xiao Hua's voice fell, there was a burst of "walala" sound of water. A clear spring water flowed out from the cave entrance again. This spring water looked very sparkling and translucent, but when the light beast's brilliance touched this spring water, it immediately made a sizzling sound. The brilliance that could not be covered by the black mist was actually completely corroded by this spring water. The light beast turned pale with fright and quickly retreated as if it had seen a ghost. It wasn't just the hole that the light beast had rushed out of that was spewing out clear spring water. The other 9 holes were also spewing out clear spring water. In fact, the entire space was shaking violently at the same time. Countless fist-sized spring water seeped out of the stone walls and dripped down from the stone walls like fine rain, sprinkling on the heads of the crowd and the demons. See. What is this thing? Xiao Hua's mouth and nose suddenly smelled an unpleasant smell that made people vomit. It seemed to be rotten, but also seemed to be fishy, and even more so, it seemed to be sour. Xiao Hua was surprised and did not dare to be negligent. He quickly waved the wishful steel staff, making it look as if the water could not be splashed. However, when the spring water fell on the wishful steel staff, it actually corroded it. Not good. Xiao Hua shouted and hastily looked at the heavenly horse and the divine power centipede. Sure enough, the black mist around the divine power centipede's body was immediately melted by the spring water. The spring water fell on the divine power centipede's back, producing traces of green smoke. The light feathers of the Pegasus also showed signs of corrosion in the clear spring. While Xiao Hua and the radiant beast were panicking, all the humans and demons in the auction house were also panicking. Ao Shui pointed at the Immortal Law chapter and the Immortal Law chapter turned into a brilliance that protected Ao Shui's body. However, Ao Shui's heart ached as he watched the clear spring water fall and the Immortal Law seal's inscriptions corrode and disappear one by one. When he raised his eyes and swept his gaze over, he actually couldn't see any trace of Yan Xiao. The 9 dragon steel from before had also disappeared. He couldn't help but fly into a rage. 9 heavens, old man, you've gone too far. If I escape from here, I will definitely kill you and Qin Yu. Qin Yu, Stag King, seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly called out, This is Qin Yu's ambush. Quick, let's think of a way, PFFF PFFF PFFF. From the surroundings of the stone wall, an extremely dense black fog once again gushed out. This time, it was even denser than before and enveloped everyone. Moreover, at the same time the fog was produced, a gurgling sound like a fountain was emitted. An even more nauseating stench was emitted from under everyone's body. Woo! A gust of wind was heard. Old demon Ji Feng, who was hiding in an unknown place, appeared far away from Xiao Hua. Far away from the hurricane, layers of mucus gushed out from the abyss below the demons like a tidal wave. Within the mucus, there were actually some strange bones and half of the corpses that had been corroded. What is this? Why does it look so familiar? Not to mention Xiao Hua, even the demons were somewhat baffled as they looked at the black fog that was blown away in a radius of 1 zhang. They all thought this in their hearts at the same time. At this time, Hai Tian's originally very charming voice, at this time, was trembling, panicked, and incredulous. 9 Heavens Master is the incarnation of Yan Xiao, then Master Qin Yu. What is the incarnation of? Zhuangzi's Wandering the Carefree Journey says, in the northern underworld, there is a fish named Kuan. The Kuan is so big that it is unknown how many thousands of li it is. When it transforms into a bird, it is named Peng. The Peng's back is unknown how many thousands of li it is. When it flies in anger, its wings are like the clouds in the sky. If it is a bird, it will migrate to the southern underworld. Yan Xiao cannot compare to the Peng, and Catfish cannot compare to the Kuan. This is inside Catfish's body. Hai Tian's loud roar woke everyone from their dreams. All the demons came to their senses. That old demon Ji Feng even screamed, this old man has often heard that Catfish's body is comparable to the Kuan. Moreover, its mouth is wide and its stomach is firm, able to swallow the world. Everything that falls into its mouth has no way of escaping. We have fallen into 9 Heavens Master's trap. This auction house's quiet room is Catfish's stomach. That's right, no one would have thought that under the bridge of Bright Moon Lane in Bronze Pillar Country, the mysterious transportation formation would actually send everyone and the demons into Catfish's body. That stone pillar Xiao Hua saw when he turned around was Catfish's throat. That stone pillar that looked like a fish's back was really Catfish's back. It's useless to say more now. Nine Heavens Master already has the intention to kill us. We can only escape from here if we work together. Hai Tian was worthy of being a grand prince. He hurriedly called out, but when he spoke, he glanced at the light beast and the baby light beast next to him and hesitated. Swoosh! At this point, Xiaohua could no longer hide anything. He took out the clear water bottle from the saraira, but he was still cautious and hid it in his sleeve. With a wave of his hand, the thin layer of innate true water rushed out of the clear water bottle and turned into a thin layer of mist in midair, protecting him, the light beast, the heavenly horse, and the others. As for Hai Tian and the others, Xiaohua simply ignored them. Innate true water. Everyone and all the demons were shocked. How could they not understand when they saw the catfish's stomach juice immediately melt upon contact with the innate true water? Xiaohua! Princess Baihua anxiously shouted from afar. Wait for a moment. Xiaohua frowned. He looked at the imperial equipment above Princess Baihua's head that looked like 100 flowers and shouted, "This Xiao will work together with Senior Light to break this catfish's stomach, okay?" Princess Baihua understood Xiaohua's meaning. She knew that she could still hold on, but if she went over now, she would become a burden for him. It would be better to wait until she could no longer hold on, than let Xiaohua protect her. She also firmly believed that Xiaohua would not abandon her and leave. "Senior, please," Xiaohua blocked the catfish's acid and respectfully said to the light beast. The light beast slightly nodded, but it was not in a hurry to fly away. Instead, its body rapidly flashed with brilliance. This brilliance brightened and dimmed in a rather rhythmic manner. Damn it, this Xiao understands. Xiaohua suddenly had the urge to slap his forehead. That's right, apart from this light beast, there must be another light beast. One of them came to the auction in disguise, while the other was waiting outside. Sure enough, as the light beast's brilliance dimmed, the catfish's stomach suddenly began to tremble violently. Then, the brilliance around the light beast's body, like a slowly rising sun, became intense and dazzling again. Moreover, with this brilliance, the light beast's body rapidly expanded, 10 zhang, 20 zhang. It seemed that the light beast wanted to burst the catfish's stomach. However, when the light beast's ferocious appearance had only grown to about 400 feet, the catfish's stomach juice had increased, directly corroding the light beast's brilliance. The light beast's huge body trembled slightly, and then rapidly shrank. The monsters originally had the same idea as the light beast, but when they saw that even the powerful light beast was unable to resist the catfish's stomach fluid, they all looked at each other in dismay, their monster auras slowly retracting. Looking at the light beast again, after its body shrank, it did not speak and hurriedly flew up, rushing to the entrance of the cave where Xiaohua and the others had entered. Then, its whole body flashed with a blood-red brilliance again, and the runes on its dragon horns flowed again. Rumble. The light beast rushed into a part of the stone wall, all of a sudden, its whole body like an awl piercing into it. "This Xiao will help you." Xiaohua roared, waving the wishful steel staff in the same way, smashing towards that place. Poof! The wishful steel staff fell, revealing a big hole, and more black gas and acid mixed with blood rushed out. "You all come too." Xiaohua looked around, seeing that there was no one else in the primordial true water, knowing that others would not see the situation here, he waved his hand, and Goldie also flew out. Under the light beast's fear, Goldie and Blackie flew to the two sides of the light beast. The two little generals opened their mouths and noses, and with two humph sounds, silver light spurted out from their mouths and noses, landing on the stone wall. The walls of the catfish's stomach melted faster than snow under the sun. As Xiaohua and the others went deeper, the catfish's body trembled even more violently, and more blood flowed out. Seeing the primordial true water enter the catfish's stomach, Ao Shui and the other monsters had an inexplicable expression on their faces. They originally wanted to capture the light beast, but they did not expect that in the end, they would be saved by the light beast. And that unremarkable little Taoist of the Tao sect, was even more indebted to the light beast. Let's go. Hai Tian sighed and waved his hand, no matter what, let's escape with our lives first. Ao Shuai looked at King Mulu, then looked at old monster Jifeng. Narrowing his eyes, he activated the immortal chapters to protect himself, and rushed into the hole where the primordial true water disappeared. Since the East Sea Dragon Palace's patrol envoy could break the rules, how could others not? None of them dared to be negligent, and followed closely. The light beast, Goldie, and Blackie activated their own abilities, trying their best to break the catfish's body. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the bloody light suddenly disappeared, and a pitch-black, warm passage appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In this passage, black tentacles like tree branches danced up and down. Woo! Just as Xiao Hua was a little dazed, a powerful hurricane came from below everyone, rolling them up and sending them up high. Xiao Hua was shocked, and just as he was about to activate the primordial true water to resist, he heard the light beast's voice beside his ear, "Don't resist, let's go out first." Chapter 33-26. Yes, Senior. Xiao Hua saw that although the radiance of the radiance beast was flickering as if it was breathing, it was much dimmer. He knew that the radiance beast was greatly exhausted and didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly withdrew the innate pure water and adjusted his body in the wind. He landed on the Pegasus and followed the radiance beast and its cub into the sky. Achoo! This was the loudest sneeze Xiao Hua had ever heard in his life after he saw the dawn of the sky. He sat on the Pegasus and was swept into the sky by the powerful airwaves. When he scanned with his divine sense, he couldn't help but be startled. In the middle of the mountain range, there was a huge pitch-black fish about 100 miles long surrounded by black fog. Outside the fish, there was a sparrow hawk owl with a wingspan of more than 10 miles. It was controlling the huge 9 Suns dragon steel and facing a radiance beast that was also flickering with a faint white light. This radiance beast was also huge, about a few miles long. It was standing on several acres of auspicious clouds and was confronting the sparrow hawk owl majestically. Aoo! Seeing the other radiance beast, the radiance beast cub let out a long hiss and flew from the side of the radiance beast, rushing towards it. Aoo! The other radiance beast let out a hiss and the radiance around its body also weakened. Its body quickly shrank and seemed to have given up on attacking the catfish. Rumble! Taking advantage of this free time, the 9 Suns dragon steel landed on the catfish's body. The catfish's body shrank while the sparrow hawk owl grabbed the 9 Suns dragon steel with its sharp claws. It spread its wings and with the sound of wind and thunder, it threw the catfish into the distance like a bullet. Just when they were about to change direction, achoo, the catfish trembled again and the other monsters and humans following behind Xiao Hua were also thrown out by the catfish. However, their direction was different from Xiao Hua's. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Hua naturally didn't want to let these two monsters go. Just when he was about to control the Pegasus, one of the radiance beasts said in a low voice, "Let's go quickly. We're injured and can't fight these rascals. Since we know who did this to us, we can take their lives at any time." As the radiance beast's voice fell, the 3 radiance beasts let out a hiss and rushed towards the opposite direction from Ao Shuai. Yes, Senior. When Xiao Hua heard this, he hurriedly recalled the divine power centipede and the others. He patted the heavenly horse, and the heavenly horse waved its wings and chased after the radiance beast. 9 Firmament Old Man, give me your life. Ao Shuai was thrown out of the dimension by catfish. Seeing hawk owl escaping with catfish, Ao Shuai let out a loud roar. Golden light burst out from his body, and a golden dragon true body of 1,000 feet long appeared. The dragon swung its tail, and auspicious clouds swirled around its body as it chased after hawk owl. Ao Shuai had been deceived by Master 9 Heavens this time. On the night of the Hungry Ghost Festival, he had come empty-handed. If it weren't for Xiao Hua's information, he would have lost all face. Brother Ao, Brother Ao. Without waiting for Marshal Ao to fly up, old monster Zhifeng had already shouted, this matter needs to be considered at length. There is no need to be in such a hurry to take revenge. Humph. Ao Shui snorted coldly like thunder in the morning. My East Sea Dragon Palace has never suffered such a huge loss. I might not care, but the East Sea Dragon Palace cannot lose face. If I don't take 9 firmament old man's head, how can I return to the East Sea Dragon Palace? Humph, another cold voice shouted, the East Sea Dragon Palace does have face, but if fellow immortal Ao goes now, he can only become a skeleton that supports the East Sea Dragon Palace's face. Even the 2 light beasts don't dare to tangle with hawk owl and catfish, but you, a 3-clawed little dragon, dare to provoke them. I can only say that you are tired of living. Whether I'm tired of living or not, that's my own business. Ao Shuai's dragon body flashed in the air. The Confucian cultivators and other demons that flew out with them had already dispersed. The Confucian cultivators flew to one place, and the demons flew to another. Only old monster Zhifeng and King Stag remained in the air. Ao Shuai's gaze swept across the surroundings like lightning, and he said coldly, what I know is that if you look down on the East Sea Dragon Palace, then I'm afraid, you are tired of living. You don't know what's good for you. King Stag's face turned cold, and he was about to fly into a rage. Old monster Zhifeng, who was beside him, saw that the situation was bad, and he hurriedly shouted, fellow immortals, please calm down. Have you ever thought about why Master Nine Heavens suddenly wanted to bid for the light beast cubs? Aren't they afraid of the light beasts? Moreover, it seems that they have already bid more than once or twice. Why haven't they been discovered by the light beasts? Also, I feel that although Master Nine Heavens and Master Qing Yu are powerful, they are no match for the 2 light beasts. Why, didn't the 2 light beasts chase after them? Also, King Stag heard this, and although his face was still angry, he still made up an excuse. Master Nine Heavens and Master Qing Yu actually dared to go against the world and secretly attack us. This is too inconceivable. Ao Shui looked into the distance, and Hawk Owl and Catfish had already disappeared. The legend of Hawk Owl spreading its wings for 9,000 miles was not groundless. Since he saw that he could not chase after them, Ao Shuai's dragon body swayed, and the golden light receded, revealing his dragon head and human body. That dragon head was also puzzled, that's right. No matter how daring those 2 old demons are, they can't do anything to the East Sea Dragon Palace. This is why I believe in Master Nine Heavens. There must be something fishy going on. Alas, there are too many strange things in this world. This unforeseen event is too right. Seeing that his goal was achieved, old demon Zhifeng did not want to say anything more. Today, I had 2 chances, and they were both destroyed by that little Taoist from the Tao sect. Speaking up to here, old demon Zhifeng's rat teeth made creaking sounds as if he was biting Xiaohua's flesh. Old demon Zhifeng, Ao Shui sneered, of course, when you invited Xiaohua, didn't I tell you? Don't be too greedy. This Xiaohua looks very ordinary, but I don't fear you at all. If he didn't have anything to rely on, why would he follow you to the auction? Your plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, can be considered to have turned into a bamboo basket drawing water for nothing. Who can you blame? Damn it! Old demon Zhifeng stomped his feet in midair. I just want to borrow Xiaohua's demon pet. I don't have any other thoughts, right? Whether or not you have any other thoughts, you know. Ao Shui said indifferently, and raised his eyes to look in the direction the light beasts flew. He did not dare to release his Yuan Shen. He could afford to provoke Master Nine Heavens, but he did not dare to provoke the light beasts. Stag King frowned. He also looked into the distance and said curiously, this little Taoist from the Taoist sect is strange. How can he have so many demon pets all of a sudden? Moreover, he is now related to the light beasts. I'm afraid he will benefit a lot from this in the future. Old demon Ji Feng, you have to be careful in the future. Humph, why should I be careful? Old demon Ji Feng puffed out his chest. He is not a demon from the thousand demon sacred realm. What benefits can the light beasts give him? Even if he gives it to me, how can I, a demon, be afraid of a cultivator? Hee hee. Stag King rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Old demon Ji Feng, you didn't manage to get the light beast's bloodline this time. Do you have any other plans? What do you mean? Old demon Ji Feng rolled his eyes. I don't think there is a need to tell you what plans I have, right? Hee hee. Stag King glanced at Ao Shuai. He was not angry and said with a smile, actually, I didn't come to Hidden Immortal Continent just for this light beast's young. If you two are interested, we might as well find a place to talk. This matter is beneficial to us three demons. Out of Stag King's expectation, Ao Shuai and Old Demon Ji Feng waved their hands at the same time. I have other things to do. I'm not interested for the time being. After saying that, Ao Shuai glanced at Old Demon Ji Feng and said to Stag King, I have followed the Dragon Palace's orders. Some things have already taken shape. Now, I have to rush back to the East Sea to meet my Dragon King. Forgive me for not complicating things. I hope Brother Stag King can understand. Hee hee, it's fine. Stag King said with a smile, this matter is still early. You won't delay your return from the East Sea. Oh. Ao Shuai raised his eyebrows and said with a smile that was not a smile, Brother Stag King came out of the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm and went to Hidden Immortal Continent. Could it be that there is a place in Hidden Immortal Continent that we can plot against? Hee hee, it's useless to say more now. Stag King shook his head slightly. If Brother Ao is interested, we can talk about it in detail after you return from the Dragon Palace. Yes, I understand. Ao Shuai did not ask more. He glanced at Old Demon Ji Feng and said with a smile, Old Demon Ji Feng, what about you? Don't you want to join in the fun? Old Demon Ji Feng frowned and said, yes, if I'm just going to join in the fun, why would I go? Old Demon Ji Feng should go too. Stag King said with a smile, your wind escape technique might be useful. Alright, Old Demon Ji Feng's eyes lit up and nodded, now, I also have a place to go. When I return from there, how about I meet the two of you? Ha ha ha. Great, great. Stag King's body flashed with colorful light and a huge deer body gradually appeared. I'll wait for the news from the two of you. I hope the two of you can return safely. Don't worry. Hearing Stag King's voice transmission, Old Demon Ji Feng said with a smile, when I return from there, I won't let you down. Let's go, let's go. Seeing Stag King leave, Ao Shuai also cupped his hands and said to Old Demon Ji Feng, after a night of bidding, it was like a hangover from a spring night. Only a faint headache was left, and the flowers from last night were nowhere to be seen. Old Demon Ji Feng, we'll meet again someday. See you again, Patrol Envoy. Old Demon Ji Feng did not dare to be negligent. He cupped his hands and sent them off. When the two demons were far away, Old Demon Ji Feng stared hatefully at the direction Xiaohua left in. Ao Shuai was right. All of Old Demon Ji Feng's preparations from last night's bidding were all for Xiaohua. How could he not feel hatred? Humph, luckily, I have another place to go. Perhaps I'll be able to gain something. Old Demon Ji Feng snorted coldly. His body turned into the wind and flew away. His ruthless words were still left in the wind. When I return, I'll definitely find that little Taoist and make him suffer. Old Demon Ji Feng was still wrong. He was only a demon and had read too few books. He did not know how to write the words, 30 years of river, 30 years of river. Chapter 33-27. Xiaohua naturally didn't know that the old monster Ji Feng already bore a grudge against him. At this moment, he was only sitting on the heavenly horse, following the light beast as it flew towards the place where the sun rose. His face was pure and holy. Moreover, he didn't know that in a certain place in Yu province, an even greater plot was slowly unfolding. The hidden immortal continent was vast, and the vast majority of mortals wouldn't have the opportunity to completely travel through all 9 provinces in their lifetime. As one of the 9 provinces, Yu province was a huge monster in the eyes of most mortals. Similarly, many people from Yu province had never left Yu province in their entire lives. The Chongli country was also part of Yu province, but it was completely different from the state of Shi. The Chongli country was far to the south of Yu province. Its climate was like spring all year round, and the Tuachuo River, which was several times wider than the Liao River, flowed through its borders. With such a pleasant climate, the Chongli country was not only rich in natural resources, but also had beautiful mountains and rivers and lush vegetation. It was a famous country of fish and rice within a radius of 10,000 miles. However, what truly made the Chongli country famous in Yu province wasn't the scenery and wealth, but the towering Hanling Mountain in the middle of the Tuachuo River. Hanling Mountain was thousands of feet tall and several acres wide. It was like a jade pillar that supported the sky in the torrential river. It was truly a strange scene. However, this strange scene had only been a part of the Chongli country for thousands of years. Although people came to enjoy it, its reputation wasn't very prominent. Commoners who were slightly further away from the Chongli country might not have heard of this mountain. However, ever since Hanling Mountain was purchased by an unknown wealthy merchant from the Chongli country's king and then offered to the Buddhist sect built a Hanling temple on Hanling Mountain. Hanling Temple became famous in Yu province. Not only was Hanling Temple the largest temple in Yu province, but it was also the first temple in Yu province that was recognized and built by the Buddhist sect. After Hanling Temple, the Buddhist sect built many more temples in Yu province. Not to mention temples like the small gold temple, which could be found in many villages and towns, even temples like the Cloud Forest Temple could be found in many countries. However, due to Hanling Temple's special status, it attracted tens of thousands of devout pilgrims from Yu province every day. Some even traveled thousands of miles to worship it. Hanling Temple was built at the peak of Hanling Mountain, and one could see the majestic temple by the Tuachuo River. However, it was not easy to go from Tuachuo River to Hanling Temple to offer incense and worship. Beside the Tuachuo River, there was an official ship of the Chongli Kingdom that would sail from the riverside to the Hanling Temple every hour. It would only stop at the ferry of Hanling Mountain before immediately returning to the ferry of the Chongli Kingdom. Although the official ship was large, it could only accommodate a limited number of people. Furthermore, the Chongli Kingdom only provided 2 official ships. Only a few hundred pilgrims could cross the Tuachuo River and come to Hanling Mountain each time. 10 ferries a day from morning to night only amounted to a few thousand pilgrims. What gave pilgrims a headache the most was that the official ship could not be booked in advance. They could only line up at the ferry every morning. As for the remaining pilgrims, they could only think of their own ways. They either hired their own boats or hired people to ferry them across on rafts. There were even people who crossed the Tuachuo River by themselves. The pilgrims finally arrived at the ferry of Hanling Mountain after much difficulty. Their test had only just begun. At this time, there was a path that led directly to the top of the mountain. This path had been specially built by the Buddhist sect to allow them to walk to the entrance of Hanling Temple. However, this path was not a smooth one. First of all, this path spiraled up the mountain. The mountain that was already thousands of feet high had now become thousands of feet high. Then, the path was uneven and winding, making it even more difficult to walk than if there was no path at all. Moreover, there were no places to rest on the side of the path. All the pilgrims could only climb to the top of the mountain in one go. Otherwise, they would block the pilgrims behind them. There were 9 extremely dangerous places on this path. There was a cliff that was only wide enough for one person to walk sideways. There was also a suspension bridge in a bottomless mountain stream that swayed violently. There was also a narrow path at the top of the mountain that was as smooth as a fish's spine. There was also a stone staircase that was nearly straight and could only be climbed using both hands and feet. In short, the abbot of Hanling Mountain did not wish for anyone to enter the temple to offer incense. He had set up numerous obstacles to hide Hanling Temple from everyone's view. These extremely dangerous places were not a gimmick of the Buddhist sect. They were real. Every year, or even every month, there would be pilgrims who would carelessly fall from these dangerous places and their corpses would never be found. However, from a good point of view, humans had a kind of tenacity. From a bad point of view, humans had a kind of despicable nature. The more obstacles there were, the more people would go forward. Even the difficulties of Hanling Temple, these life-threatening dangers, could not stop the pilgrims from going forward. Most of them still passed through the mountain path and reached the top of Hanling Mountain. Thousands of bells at the top of the mountain, this saying was not wrong. When the pilgrims who passed the test arrived at the top of Hanling Mountain, although they were still far from Hanling Temple's entrance, the scene before them was enough to make them dizzy. It was enough for them to sincerely kneel down and worship. The top of the mountain was only a few acres, but it was completely covered in Buddhist light. No one could clearly see where this Buddhist light came from. Within the Buddhist light, there were also auspicious clouds lingering. Within the auspicious clouds, hundreds of ferocious beasts were like docile kittens. Sometimes, they would walk around leisurely, and sometimes, they would lie down peacefully. Occasionally, there would be little novice monks dressed in pure white robes who would mischievously ride on the ferocious beasts, hurrying on with their journey. Among the fierce beasts, there were naturally green cranes, antelopes, elks, and other wild animals. These wild animals were originally food for the fierce beasts, but they were also leisurely looking for grass. They were not afraid of the fierce beasts that were close by. Not only that, but there were also many lotuses blooming on both sides of the mountain path. They had no roots or stems and were very mysterious. These lotuses were all different in shape and were not the ones commonly seen in Yu province. Moreover, these lotuses were not fixed in one place and would often float in all directions. Whenever a few lotuses flew across the mountain path, a few lucky pilgrims would touch them with their hand. Immediately, a myriad of Buddhist lights would pour down from the lotuses and land on the pilgrims' bodies. Feeling refreshed was only a small matter. Many pilgrims with serious illnesses would immediately feel their illnesses disappear the moment they touched the lotuses. Their bodies would become much stronger. Even though many of the pilgrims couldn't touch the lotuses, their gazes would land on the leaves of the lotuses. Inside the lotuses, there would be countless good men and women, countless temples, and countless young Buddhas. There were also strange flowers and plants, mountains, and rivers that they had never seen before. Seeing this phenomenon was the same as the villagers of Longevity Town who saw the Buddhist sect's methods in front of the Shaojin Temple's stage. The first reaction of these devout pilgrims who had yet to see Hanling Temple's entrance was to chant Buddhist names and kowtow in gratitude. The moment they kowtowed, a bell chime, a Buddhist name, and a wooden fish appeared in their hearts. At the same time, they saw heavenly maidens, scattered flowers, and even the 10,000 Buddhas greeting the sect. All the Buddhist scriptures and all the legends of Buddha would appear the moment their eyes sank into the lotus. Not to mention these extremely devout pilgrims, even secular people with slightly weaker wills would fall into this Buddhist land and forget their previous suspicions. When the pilgrims escaped from the Buddhist kingdom, not only did their previous fatigue disappear, but their bodies and minds were also refreshed. They would even find themselves standing at the mountain gate of the Hanling Temple without them knowing. After experiencing the baptism of the Buddhist sect's methods, the pilgrims all knelt down and kowtowed. There wasn't only one mountain path before Hanling Temple's entrance. There was also a fork in the path before them. This fork led to a higher place in Hanling Mountain that was several dozen feet higher than Hanling Temple. How could the pilgrims, who had already investigated the situation of Hanling Temple, not know that this other mountain path led to the Buddhist pagoda and platform of Hanling Temple. Since it was another mountain path, it would definitely be another test. Beneath the pagoda were the relics of the deceased monks of Hanling Temple, and above the platform was a golden statue of Vairocana Buddha. Such a holy place was naturally not something that an ordinary person could reach. It was even said that ever since Hanling Temple was built, there had been extremely devout believers who had gone to the Buddhist pagoda to reminisce about the past eminent monks. However, no one had ever been able to go to the Buddhist altar to see the golden body of Mahavairakana. As for the reason, Hanling Temple explained it very well. In Yu Province, and even in the other 8 provinces of the hidden immortal continent, although there were many pilgrims who were fated with Buddha, this fate wasn't enough. These pilgrims still needed to cultivate for a long time before they could truly reach the level of a cultivator and see Buddha's golden statue. The answer given by the Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent was different. They directly pointed out that the platform was empty and didn't have any golden statue of Buddha. Of course, the source of this answer was vague and no one directly came forward to verify it. The devout pilgrims of Yu Province would never believe this groundless news. Every one of them would choose the mountain path that led to the platform. Unfortunately, just like the thousands of pilgrims, they would all fail in the end. They would either appear in front of Hanling Temple's entrance or return to the foot of Hanling Mountain. The pilgrims who failed wouldn't be dispirited and would carefully step into Hanling Temple's entrance again. Hanling Temple's mountain gate was extremely large, and the threshold was as high as an ordinary person's knee. Once one stepped over the mountain gate, they would be greeted by 2 extremely ferocious-looking vitras. One was fiery red, and the other was jade green. At this moment, a monk would immediately walk out from behind the mountain gate to receive them. When the pilgrims respectfully followed the monk past the 2 vitras and truly entered the mountain gate, they would be shocked by the tens of thousands of Buddhist halls in Hanling Temple and the countless incense sticks lingering in the air. They would be invigorated and prepare their own piety, offering their piety and incense sticks in front of every Buddha statue. Chapter 33:28. At this moment, the sun was rising from the east. The first wave of pilgrims had already entered the temple when the monk opened the gate. In the depths of the temple that was mysterious to the pilgrims, there were clusters of green plum blossoms surrounding a pavilion that was slightly taller than an ordinary building. The pavilion wasn't covered and there was even some fog inside. This fog carried the faint fragrance of green plum blossoms and didn't look like a Buddhist holy land at all. Not only that, within the hazy mist, a beautiful young man with rosy lips and white teeth was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat leisurely. If it wasn't for the fact that the youth had shaved his head and was wearing a yellow monk robe, anyone who saw him would think he was an elegant young master. A gentle breeze blew by and the sun came from the east. The young monk's figure slowly appeared as if the wind and light didn't want to disturb the young monk's cultivation. However, after the dust and shadow disappeared, the young monk's jade-like face slightly moved. His exquisite eyelids trembled and he opened his eyes. His jade-like eyes were filled with a hint of displeasure. That displeasure was projected into the air. The light and dust also trembled and lotus-like shadows appeared in his eyes. The light and dust also turned into 3-petal lotuses. Jing Cheng, since you're already here, why don't you come in? The young monk's voice was like a pearl falling on a jade plate. It was incomparably clear and his slightly exposed teeth were even whiter than pearls. Huh, ancestor Si Mei. A slightly aged voice sounded from the pavilion in the distance. Soon after, the small door of the pavilion opened and an old man wearing white monk robes appeared. Then, the old man walked out from the pavilion and slowly stepped on the green plum blossoms clustered around the pavilion and landed in front of the young monk. Seeing the white beard and eyebrows on the old man's respectful face, the monk named Bright Moon and Beautiful Plum frowned. His eyes, which were filled with displeasure a moment ago, now had a look of pity. The old monk, Jing Cheng, had a smile on his face. Just as he was about to put his palms together and pay his respects, he saw the undisguised regret in monk Ci Mei's eyes. He raised his eyebrows and then lowered his head and said, "Jing Qing greets martial ancestor Ci Mei. We haven't seen each other for more than 10 years and ancestor has already stepped into the lotus realm. This disciple is truly envious. Amitba, Jingqing." Ci Mei raised one hand and chanted the name of Buddha, "Stand up." Yes, Jingqing got up and respectfully stood to the side without saying anything. Ci Mei raised her eyes to look at the dawn in the distance and sighed. She didn't make any movements, but her entire body slowly stood up from the praying mat and walked to the east side of the pavilion. Facing the rising sun, she asked in a low voice, "Do you know why I called you here?" Looking at Ci Mei's back, Jingqing's eyes were filled with reverence and he hastily replied, "Yes, this disciple knows." This disciple originally planned to personally report to Ancestor about Longevity Town, but because I had to arrange some secular affairs in Small Gold Temple, I wrote, alas. Ci Mei sighed again. Without waiting for Jingqing to finish, she interrupted him and asked, "Jingqing, how many years have you been the abbot of Xiaoyan Temple?" Jingqing was stunned. He clearly didn't expect Ci Mei to ask this question. However, he didn't dare to think too much and hastily replied, "This disciple went to Xiaoyan Temple to be the abbot, and Ancestor personally recommended me." How could this disciple not know? It's already been 36 years and 3 months. Yes, you remember it very clearly. Ci Mei nodded, but there was no joy in her tone. Jingqing was even more stunned and hastily said with an apologetic smile, "Ancestor, this disciple, did something wrong? I hope Ancestor won't be stingy with your guidance." Actually, it can't be considered a mistake. Ci Mei shook her head slightly but didn't turn around. She said, "Everyone has their own fate. Nothing in this world can be forced." When Jingqing heard this, he became even more anxious. He hastily took a step forward and put his palms together. He bowed and said, "Ancestor, you watched this disciple grow up. Moreover, Ancestor has always been a role model in this disciple's heart. This disciple was able to become the abbot of Xiaoyan Temple under the jurisdiction of Hanling Mountain because Ancestor is also a role model for this disciple." I said you were wrong. You are really getting more and more wrong. Ci Mei flicked her sleeves and helped Jingqing up. She said indifferently, "You and I are both Buddha's disciples. Everything we do is for the Buddha Lord. If there's a role model to follow, it's Ancestor Buddha. I have cultivated for many years and have yet to attain any Buddhist results. Why are you imitating me? It's just 50 steps to learn 100 steps." When Jingqing heard this, he said in all seriousness, "Ancestor is wrong. This disciple naturally places great importance on the Buddha Lord and the future of the Buddhist sect, but that is this disciple's lifelong pursuit. Ancestor is the benchmark in this disciple's heart. Every time this disciple encounters difficulties, the distant shore gives this disciple hope. However, the nearby benchmark gives this disciple the motivation to move forward." Ci Mei smiled slightly. That smile was like a blooming lotus. She said, "Then let me ask you. Is the matter of Longevity Town's Shaojin Temple more important? Or is the news of senior brother Ci Hang more important?" This. Jingqing was somewhat puzzled. This disciple has already passed the news of Ancestor Ci Hang to Ancestor Ci Hang. There is nothing else important. This disciple is not talented and has not been able to find Ancestor Ci Hang's whereabouts. In order to prevent Chongyun's sect from gaining the upper hand in Longevity Town, this disciple hurriedly sent junior brother Jing Mo to Longevity Town to become the abbot of Shaojin Temple. Taking advantage of the shadow left behind by Ancestor Ci Hang, this disciple firmly rooted Shaojin Temple in Longevity Town. Has Jing Mo gone to Longevity Town? Ci Mei asked indifferently. Of course not. This disciple is waiting for Hanling Temple's Buddhist edict. Jingqing hurriedly said, although this disciple can directly appoint the abbot of Shaojin Temple, the number of people in Longevity Town today is truly beyond this disciple's expectations. Every day, tens of thousands of benefactors come from all directions to Longevity Town's River Tide Temple to worship ancestor Ci Heng's statue. This kind of grand occasion, this disciple does not dare to arbitrarily decide. Hearing this, Ci Mei's tone softened. She asked, according to what you said, there are already many villagers and laymen gathered in Longevity Town. They spontaneously want to erect a Tenjiang golden body for senior brother Ci Heng? Yes. Speaking of this, Jing Cheng's eyes lit up. Someone suggested this before Xingchen left Longevity Town. This suggestion was immediately accepted by all the benefactors. When Xingchen left Longevity Town, they had already prepared a lot of money. However, alas, our Buddhist sect does not have a golden body on the hidden immortal continent. Moreover, ancestor Ci Heng has not truly attained fruition. Therefore, this disciple can only tell you about this matter. At this point, Jing Cheng's face suddenly revealed shock. He looked at Ci Mei with an incredulous expression and hurriedly said, "Ancestor, you mean, this disciple should focus on erecting a golden body for senior brother Ci Heng instead of hurriedly dispatching the abbot of Shaojin Temple?" Unfortunately, Ci Mei completely ignored him. She turned her head and asked indifferently, "Did Xingchen come with you?" Yes, this disciple received ancestor's verbal order and immediately rushed over with Xingchen. Jing Cheng nodded. This disciple took a short rest and waited in front of ancestor's door. After meeting ancestor, I will have Xingchen come over and kowtow to ancestor. However, what is wrong with this disciple's arrangement? You still asked in the end. Ci Mei sighed. Jing Cheng, if you don't get rid of the obsession and secular thoughts in your heart, I'm afraid you will never attain fruition in this lifetime. Jing Cheng was greatly shocked and hurriedly asked, "This disciple knows his mistake. Ancestor, please teach me." Don't be too shocked. Ci Mei said with a smile. I haven't attained fruition yet, so why are you so anxious? Just now, I said that you shouldn't leave behind any obsession. Isn't this obsession? Alas. Jing Cheng thought for a moment and immediately came to a realization. He put his palms together and said, Amitabha. Ancestors' teachings are right. This disciple has been the abbot of Shaojin Temple for more than 30 years. Every day, I have to work hard on secular affairs. The obsession in my heart has become increasingly deep. I even remember clearly how long I have been abbot. How is this different from the secular government? This disciple's Buddhist cultivation has long fallen into a disadvantageous position. Ci Mei nodded and said, You are right. You are a Buddhist disciple. There are some things that you must always remember and some things that you must always forget. The cultivation base of Buddhism sect and the divine abilities of Buddhism sect are of no benefit to us Buddhist disciples. They are merely some divine abilities to subdue evil. They are not the foundation of us Buddhist disciples. Doing good deeds and achieving enlightenment is the ultimate pursuit of us Buddhist disciples. Yes, this disciple understands. Jing Cheng naturally thought of the compliments he had said to Ci Mei when he first met her. He answered very shamefully. Ci Mei said again, Amitabha. Although you and I are different in age and cultivation, we are both Buddhist disciples. The secular etiquette doesn't have to be firmly followed. You don't have to get up so early, and you shouldn't wait respectfully in the pavilion. If your heart is immersed in these secular thoughts, it will be difficult for you to make any progress in your Buddhist cultivation. This disciple understands. This disciple will keep it in mind and constantly remind myself. Jing Cheng smiled bitterly. This kind of respectful etiquette was what the other monks in Yunlin Temple did when they paid their respects to him. He had seen it for more than 30 years and had long been used to it. Now, he naturally took it out to greet Ci Mei. How could he have known that this was the secular practice and was different from the Buddhist sect's rules? I won't say much. Ci Mei smiled again and said, "You have done well in the country of Shi. You have made great contributions. Our Buddhist sect's prosperity in the country of Shi is obvious to all the bodhisattvas of the hidden immortal continent. It's just that you have heard and seen too many secular affairs, resulting in today's bad consequences. As long as you wake up a little, you can correct it. Your future is limitless. It is also very possible to attain fruition." Speaking of this, Ci Mei smiled bitterly again and said, "Not to mention you, even I, when I heard that senior brother Ci Heng almost attained the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, almost lost my mind." Chapter 33-29. That's right. Jingqing smiled wryly. Disciple can't compare to Grandmaster. I was in a daze for half a day. Disciple couldn't figure out how the hundreds of thousands of villagers in Longevity Town could help Grandmaster Ci Heng attain fruition. What's more, he didn't seem to care about the Buddhist fruit at all. According to Xingqian, Grandmaster Ci Heng didn't react at all to the fact that he didn't attain fruition and just left. Disciple can't compare to such a pure heart. Call Xingqian over. Ci Mei waved her hand. I'm also very curious. The power of will from hundreds of thousands of villagers can't help our Buddhist sect's bodhisattva attain fruition. I want to ask in detail. Yes, disciple will call Xingqian over right away. Jingqing didn't dare delay and hurriedly got up. Just as he was about to fly out of the pavilion, he suddenly seemed to realize something. He stopped, looked around, and walked down the steps next to the pavilion. When his figure disappeared among the plum trees, Ci Mei revealed a faint smile. However, this smile disappeared in a flash. Ci Mei raised her head to look at the sunlight again and said in a low voice, Ci Heng, which senior brother is this Ci Heng? After a short while, Xingqian followed Jingqing to the pavilion. In front of Ci Mei, Xingqian was like a little novice monk. He was very respectful and careful. After he recounted everything that had happened in the Longevity Town, he answered dozens of questions from Ci Mei. It was only when Xingqian's forehead was covered in sweat that Ci Mei waved her hand, indicating for him to leave. After Xingqian bowed and left carefully, Jingqing looked at Ci Mei, who closed her eyes and pondered. He didn't dare to speak and could only stand there quietly. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Ci Mei suddenly asked, Jingqing, what do you think of this matter? Disciple. Jingqing was startled and immediately said, Disciple feels that this is an excellent opportunity for our Buddhist sect to defeat the Confucian cultivators in Longevity Town. As long as we guide the ascetics into Longevity Town, Longevity Academy definitely won't be able to establish itself in Longevity Town. Jingqing, you're wrong. Ci Mei said decisively, completely wrong. This? Jingqing was even more shocked and hurriedly said, Grandmaster, please enlighten me. The Confucian cultivators of Immortality Town don't need to care. They have no place in Immortality Town. Ci Mei says with a smile, moreover, Longevity Town is the #1 town where my Buddhist sect defeated Confucian cultivators in hidden immortal continent. Disciple doesn't see far enough. Grandmaster, please teach me. How could Jingqing have Ci Mei's vision? Zhang Xian hurriedly asked. Jingqing, tell me, why was senior brother Cihang able to attain fruition? And it was the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit? Why didn't you succeed? I only know that in order to attain fruition, one must practice good deeds and recite Buddhist scriptures. Different good deeds lead to different Buddha fruits. How many good deeds do you think the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit needs? Ci Mei asked with interest. No matter what. I need at least 1,000,000 good deeds, right? Jingqing hesitated. After all, the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit was too far away for him. Alas, that's not all. Ci Mei sighs slightly and says, attaining fruition is very complicated and can't be explained by simple good deeds. However, if we use the 9 levels of essence energy to measure the cultivation strength of the 3 continents, the Buddhist sect's Buddha fruit can also be calculated simply by good deeds. As far as I know, the most basic indigo Buddha fruit needs 300,000 good deeds to attain fruition, and the venerable Buddha fruit is 3 times more than the indigo Buddha fruit. Ah! That much? Jingqing is shocked. Even if there are so many good deeds, it might not be enough to attain fruition. C.I. Mei says, it's also related to the cultivation of the arhat, karma, Buddhist fate, believer's wish energy, and so on. Grandmaster, let's not talk about other things, but just the good deeds. Jingqing says, after some calculation, if you want to attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, you need 90 million good deeds. Even the wish energy and belief of hundreds of thousands of villagers in Immortality Town isn't enough for Grandmaster Zhihang to attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, right? Indeed, C.I. Mei nodded. This is the reason why I asked you to bring Xingchen here. I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I really don't understand how senior brother Zhihang can attain such a great Buddha fruit. I've already asked all the disciples to check the records of the Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators, and even the history of Immortality Town, but I couldn't find the origin of Grandmaster Zhihang, Jingqing says. Even according to the villagers of Immortality Town, it's hard to determine when Grandmaster Zhihang appeared in Immortality Town. Some say it was 100 years, some say it was 1,000 years, and some say it was 10,000 years. No matter what, senior brother Zhihang has been to Immortality Town in the past. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left a statue in Jiangqiao Temple for people to worship. C.I. Mei says with a nod. Senior brother Zhihang also cultivates with hair. Could he be a lay disciple of the Buddhist sect? Jingqing probed. C.I. Mei looks at Jingqing and shakes her head. If he were a lay disciple, he definitely wouldn't have the Dharma name of Zhihang. Don't doubt this point. Jingqing's face turns red and he quickly says, disciple doesn't dare, this is only my guess. This involves some secrets of the Buddhist sect. You haven't cultivated in the Buddhist temple in the Pure Land world, so you probably don't know. C.I. Mei doesn't blame him and says, even I only found these records in the scripture pavilion after I took over Hanliang Temple. Jingqing puts his hands together and says seriously, if it involves the secrets of the Buddhist sect, Grandmaster doesn't need to tell disciple. C.I. Mei smiles at Jingqing and says, that's right, it's true. Even if you don't want to know, I'll tell you. Even if you beg me, I won't tell you what you shouldn't know. You only need to understand this today to have a chance of attaining enlightenment. Yes, disciple understands. Jingqing calmly nodded. There was a look of understanding on his white-haired face. Actually, it's not much of a secret. Jingqing doesn't want to know anymore. C.I. Mei says seriously, our Buddhist sect has many branches. Some are Mahayana Buddhism, some are Hinayana Buddhism, and some are the 10 Buddhist sects. Yes, disciple knows. Our Hanliang Temple belongs to the Tiantai sect. Jingqing says with a smile, it seems that in addition to the Tantric sect, there are other sects like Complete Sect, Xing Sect, Xiang Sect, Virtuous Head Sect, Zen Sect, Pure Land Sect, and Vinaya Sect. Yes, that's true. C.I. Mei nods, however, before the Buddhist light of the Pure Land world shone on the hidden immortal continent, or perhaps before the formation of the 10 Buddhist sects, there was a Buddhist sect disciple with a completely different cultivation method from us. They were called Dutta. Dutta is also called Dutta Xing, Dutta Matters, and Dutta Meritorious Virtue. It means to get rid of dirt and worries. It means to get rid of greed for clothes, food, and shelter in order to cultivate the mind and body. All monks who practice the ascetic practice of Dutta must strictly observe the following 12 rules of practice in their daily life. They must choose a free place, they must live a life of abstinence, they must eat sparingly, they must eat only once a day, they must beg for food, regardless of whether they are rich or poor, they must not drink milk after lunch, they must guard the 3 clothings, they must wear dung and sweep clothes, they must always sit under a tree to think, they must always meditate in the open, they must always live in the grave, they must always sit and not lie down. You can't even trim your hair or nails. Ah. There's such an ascetic cultivation method? Obviously, Jingqing has never heard of Ku Duda and can't help but be surprised. Yes, Ku Duda believes that a person's life is originally miserable, and only through ascetic cultivation can one pass through the sea of bitterness. However, even a trace of enjoyment will taint oneself with the fire of the sea of bitterness, and when one is reincarnated, he will fall into the animal path. C.I. May says, the minds of these monks are always tenacious, and their Buddhist doctrines are profound. Even their methods of subduing demons are better than those of us ordinary monks. I suspect that C.I. Hang is Ku Duda. Alas, I understand now. Jingqing smiles bitterly. If we Buddhists publicize Ku Duda's cultivation method, how can there be secular people who shave their heads and become monks? People are afraid of hardships, and they find it inconceivable that they don't eat meat and get married. If they continue to live like this, they will treat us Buddhists as snakes and scorpions. That's true, C.I. May nods. Although Ku Duda's cultivation method is very effective, there are very few monks who practice it, and they have already faded out of Buddhist cultivation. Of course, I admire these Ku Duda a lot, and only their cultivation is true cultivation. However, this kind of cultivation is not beneficial to the illumination of our Buddhist light. If Grandmaster C.I. Hang is Ku Duda, it's normal that we don't know his name. Jingqing smiles obsequiously and says, moreover, he has cultivated for many years and accumulated a lot of good karma. The pure willpower of the hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town might be the last good karma. So, C.I. May squints and says word by word, we want to help the villagers of Longevity Town build the golden body of Nanwu Guanyin Bodhisattva in Jiangchao Temple and help senior brother C.I. Hang attain karma. Ah! Jingqing is shocked. Grandmaster, this doesn't conform to our Buddhist Dharma, right? Grandmaster C.I. Hang, he has yet to achieve fruition. What is Buddhist Dharma? C.I. May says with a smile, you know, I know, and thousands of Buddhists know. However, do the villagers of Longevity Town and the kind men and women who go to Jiangchao Temple to worship Guanyin Bodhisattva know? They want to build the supreme golden body of Nanwu Guanyin Bodhisattva in Longevity Town. Do we need to stop them? Hiss. Jingqing takes a deep breath, his eyes widening as he blurts out, supreme golden body. Grandmaster, the supreme golden body can only be built by Buddhists who have attained karma. Even if Grandmaster C.I. Hang has attained karma, Guanyin Bodhisattva's karma isn't enough to build 100 feet supreme golden body. C.I. May doesn't care about Jingqing's surprise and says slowly, senior brother C.I. Hang hasn't attained karma, so he naturally can't build a golden body. Even if he did, he can only build an 80 feet Bodhisattva golden body. This is our Buddhist Dharma. However, this is the hidden immortal continent. There isn't a single golden body of Buddhism in the entire hidden immortal continent. Now that Buddha has given us the opportunity, how can we let it go? I've already sent a Buddhist certificate to Lane Temple to build a 99 feet Nanwu Guanyin Bodhisattva golden body for senior brother C.I. Hang in Longevity Town's Jiangchao Temple. If nothing goes wrong, Buddha Lord will agree. Chapter 33:30. This. Jingqing couldn't wrap his head around it. When he came, he was only thinking about how to compete with the Confucian cultivators in the Longevity Town and how to appoint the abbot of the small gold temple. He didn't expect that when he came to Hanling Mountain, he would build the first Bodhisattva golden body in the Longevity Town in the hidden immortal continent. Moreover, it was a 99 feet tall Dharma idol, which was only a little less than a 100 feet Buddha body. This was indeed inconceivable. C.I. May continued, senior brother Tsihang didn't achieve fruition because his cultivation was insufficient and his willpower was insufficient. With this 99 feet Bodhisattva golden body, How could he lack willpower when millions or even billions of people came to the longevity town to worship him? Even if senior brother Tsihang didn't want to achieve fruition, he still had to do so. The first bodhisattva to achieve fruition on the hidden immortal continent is in Yu province, in the longevity town in the country of Shi. Jingqing, whether it's you or me, we've both made great contributions to Buddhism. This is something that has never been done before and will never be repeated in the future. Think about it, a 99 feet bodhisattva golden body, TSK, it'll crush all the other bodhisattvas. Yes, of course. Jingqing suddenly understood what C.I. Mei was thinking. Moreover, there's another reason. C.I. Mei looked at the place where the morning sun was shining in the distance. Our Hanliang Temple's Buddha golden body has always been blocked by the Confucian cultivators, making it difficult to build. After so many years, benefactors have been suspicious. Now that the longevity town has a bodhisattva golden body, the pressure on the Hanliang Temple has decreased a lot. In particular, with the first golden body Dharma idol, the second, the third. Are they still far away? Yes, I understand. Jingqing was enlightened again. Also. CMA smiled. Although Ku Tuchuo is few in number, he's always been the backbone of Buddhism. If they can achieve Bodhisattva Buddha fruit with our help, the Laying Temple will also look good. Yes, I understand. Jingqing could only nod. Although C.I. Mei was only halfway through her sentence, he already understood why C.I. Mei was so certain that the Laying Temple would agree to his proposal. Of course, this seemed to involve the secrets of Buddhism, so Jingqing didn't dare to say more. C.I. Mei sighed for no reason. She withdrew her gaze from the place in the distance that was even taller than the pavilion. There was a huge platform there, and there was already a huge 9th grade Buddha lotus on it. However, the Buddha lotus was empty. He said with some melancholy, alas, actually, the most important thing, is that I really want to know which senior brother Tsihang is. How could he almost attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit? This is a good fruit worth hundreds of millions. Without a few lifetimes of cultivation, it is impossible to achieve. Why have I never heard of this senior brother? Speaking up to this point, C.I. Mei looked at Jingqing again. As the saying goes, when the Tao is 1 foot tall, the devil is 10 feet tall. My cultivation is more profound than yours, but my devil barrier is also deeper than yours. I was lecturing you just now, but in fact, I had an obsession before you, and even now, I don't know how to get rid of it. How could Jingqing not know what C.I. Mei meant? He put his palms together and said, "Disciple understands. This is Grandmaster's devil barrier. As long as I break through this devil barrier, my cultivation will advance again." Grandmaster helping Grandmaster C.I. Hang to attain enlightenment is also equivalent to attaining enlightenment for yourself. This is a necessary step for Grandmaster's cultivation. Yes, I know it myself. CMA nodded. I've been cultivating since I was young, and my progress has been rapid. With the accumulation of 3 lifetimes, attaining enlightenment in this life is not a problem. However, the sudden appearance of senior brother Tsihang really gave me a blow. Ordinary senior monks can accumulate merit for 3 lifetimes. After reincarnating, their merit will weaken. I thought for a long time. If senior brother Tsihang didn't have enough merit, then his cultivation method must be extraordinary. This is why he was able to attain enlightenment so much earlier than me and have such high achievements. If I can help him attain enlightenment, it must be good karma. It will also be beneficial to my cultivation. Upon hearing this, Jingqing's heart skipped a beat. C.I. Mei's words were somewhat incoherent and even went straight to her heart. No matter what, it shouldn't have been something he could hear. However, C.I. Mei had actually exposed herself in front of him without any scruples. If it wasn't that C.I. Mei's cultivation was high enough, then she had ulterior motives. How could Jingqing not be afraid? As if she saw Jingqing's abnormal state, C.I. Mei smiled and pointed her finger. Although they were a few feet apart, her arms seemed to have suddenly stretched out and pointed between Jing Cheng's eyebrows. Jing Cheng was shocked. Unfortunately, he didn't even have the chance to dodge. However, when Ci Mei's hand touched between Jing Cheng's eyebrows, she immediately retracted her hand. Jing Cheng was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. When the sweat dripped from Jing Cheng's forehead, Jing Cheng suddenly came to his senses. It was as if he had thrown away a heavy burden. He was very convinced and said, "Amitabha. Thank you, Grandmaster, for clearing my doubts." "Yes." Ci Mei closed her eyes and said faintly, "The matter of Nanwu Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body is settled. You don't have to do anything. You just need to reveal the 99 feet Dharma body. Naturally, the benefactors in Longevity Town will add fuel to the fire. As for Chongyun sect, you don't have to worry about it. No matter how strong the Confucian cultivators are, they are built on the billions of ordinary people in hidden immortal continent. They can stop us Buddhist disciples, but they don't dare to. Perhaps they can't stop crazy good men and women. Moreover, the more they stop, the more successful Nanwu Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body will be." Disciple understands. Jing Cheng's face regained its calm. Disciple will make Nanwu Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body technique my #1 priority. As for the abbot of Shaojin Temple, you don't have to send Jing Chen over. Ci Hang instructed again, "I've already sent out a Buddhist edict. Lizhan Ren is the abbot of Shaojin Temple. When you leave, he will go with you to Longevity Town." Lizhan. Jing Cheng was stunned at first, then said in shock, "Grandmaster, Martial Uncle Lizhan, is Elder Lizhan of Hanling Temple's Sutra Pavilion?" "That's right. It's him." Ci Mei answered without opening her eyes. "Grandmaster, Longevity Town is now the focus of hidden immortal continent. It's where we Buddhists and Confucian cultivators compete. Martial Uncle Lizhan only reads Buddhist scriptures and doesn't practice magic. He's no different from ordinary people." Jing Cheng said anxiously, "If he goes to Shaojin Temple, I'm afraid he won't be able to convince the masses." "Won't be able to convince the masses." When Ci Mei heard this, she opened her eyes. 2 more lotus flowers flashed out from light and dust, giving Jing Cheng a fright. He looked a little panicked and said in a low voice, This disciple has a feeling. If we don't have a thunderous method, we won't be able to deal with the aggressiveness of Confucian cultivators." The aggressiveness of Confucian cultivators. Ci Mei sneered. "Even Xingchen didn't have a way to deal with that Taoist cultivator, right? If it weren't for that little Taoist cultivator, how could there be senior brother Ci Hang? Jingcheng, you have to remember that our Buddhist sect emphasizes the cultivation of Buddhist Dharma the most. Buddhist fruit is more important than cultivation realm. The biggest reason why I suggested for senior brother Ci Hang to attain fruit is that Ku Tuchuo has always placed Buddhist Dharma first. Senior brother Ci Hang's psychokinesis is profound, and he's proficient in Buddhist Dharma. Although Lizhan doesn't have many methods to subdue demons, he has countless Buddhist scriptures in his heart. He's #1 in Fierce Debate Temple. Letting him be the abbot of Shaojin Temple is a powerful method for our Buddhist sect to advance in order to retreat. Jingcheng was also an abbot. When he heard this, he immediately understood that Ci Mei's image in his heart was once again raised. He really couldn't understand why this handsome young monk in front of him was so intelligent and thought of everything ahead of him. "This disciple understands," Jingcheng replied with heartfelt admiration. Then, he thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Speaking of the little Taoist cultivator of Taoism, Xiao Yi's appearance is strange. Disciple feels that this Xiao Hua's appearance is very strange, moreover this Taoist priest has some means, even Xing Chen is not his opponent." And, that's right. Speaking of Taoism. Ci Mei frowned slightly. Leying Temple has a Buddhist edict. However, although Xiao Hua has some methods, if our Buddhist sect attaches importance to him, his cultivation is really too shallow. The Buddhist edict should have nothing to do with him. What? Jingqing, what do you think? It's nothing. This disciple just feels that he's a bit strange. If his origin is correct, we can make use of him. It wouldn't be bad for him to be our Buddhist sect's protector. Jingqing muttered to himself and spoke his bold idea. Ci Mei seemed to agree with Jingqing's words. She glanced at him and said indifferently, "You're right. Although Xiaohua isn't worthy of our Buddhist sect's roping in, he has some cultivation after all. Moreover, he's definitely older than Xingchen. You should search for his traces. This person has great strength and is suitable to be our Buddhist sect's protector. If he can convert to our Buddhist sect and then go to Jiangqiao Temple to guard the golden body of Guanyin Bodhisattva, Amitabha, that would be the most perfect ending." When Jingqing heard this, his snow-white eyebrows raised. He said with a smile, "This disciple will follow martial ancestors' Buddhist edict and immediately send people to investigate." And, after hearing this, Ci Mei closed her eyes and said indifferently, "Go. You only need to remember that you understand Buddhist principles, Buddhist doctrine, Buddhist scriptures, and Buddhist nature. You only need to let our Buddhist sect's Buddhist light of salvation shine on Longevity Town. You can't use any other methods to subdue demons. Amitabha, this disciple will remember." Jingqing hurriedly put his palms together and replied in a low voice, "Martial ancestor has taught this disciple for a long time. This disciple already understands. This disciple will take his leave now and ask martial uncle Shan to condescend to become the Shaojin Temple's abbot." Ci Mei closed her eyes and ignored Jingqing. The light from the east shone on him, and the Buddhist light faintly reflected and reflected. It was a lifelike spirit lotus shape. Jingqing's eyes were filled with envy as he looked at it. He lowered his head and slowly retreated. At this time, Xiaohua naturally didn't know that he had been regarded as the best protector of Shaojin Temple by Jingqing. He also didn't know that once he appeared in Longevity Town, this small town on the border immediately became the focus of a tit-for-tat confrontation between Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sect. He also didn't know that the news of the first Bodhisattva golden body on hidden immortal continent was true. Moreover, he didn't know that this golden body was second only to Buddha's 10-zhang golden body. A 99-zhang golden body of Bodhisattva was unique in the Buddhist sect. Moreover, it was created at this special time and in this special place. It was truly unprecedented and would never be replicated again. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.